Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I hope all of you are awake enough. So, welcome to the second day of Social Media Week. We had a fantastic opening yesterday, and today we are entering into the second day of Social Media Week, the most social festival. So I think this is the only festival or the only conference wherein we'll ask you to switch on your phone and use your Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and Snapchat. So be online, stay online, all the updates, catch up with all the updates with hashtag SMW Mumbai. And today for the second day, we have Media Entertainment Network by TAI powering the tracks. And our today's session will have multiple speakers, multiple events revolving around the topic of media, entertainment, and publishing. So to start off with, I have a very interesting panel discussion for the day. And this particular panel is on, will traditional media be relevant for Gen Y beyond 2015? So I don't want to give you a heads up into what are they going to talk, because I have the experts with us to talk more about it. So without much delay, let me welcome the panelists to the stage, to the made of great stage. And the moderator for the session is Amit Agarwal, former head YouTube content operations South and Southeast Asia. Now he has also become an entrepreneur, and he has his own organization. He's the founder of Viz Kids Media, which is an organization where it connects technology as well as in kids. So I would like to invite him onto the stage to invite the rest of the panelists. Welcome, Amit. Welcome to this made of great stage.
Hi everybody. Am I audible? Is this okay? Hi. This is Amit. As I was introduced, I'm newbie to the startup ecosystem. So my background is, I'm not from the content industry or social media per se, but I was at Google for a very, very long time. Was responsible for bringing a lot of products to India. My biggest story was at YouTube, which I launched way back at the end of 2008. It seems like a long, long ago. And last couple of years at Google, I was working in Asia operations. Last 1 year, particularly, I've been actively working with TAI and some of the other ecosystem players in the startup space. We are incubating our own startup at the moment. We'll be launching on Play Store something in kids technology for preschool children. So I don't know if you guys have any questions about that. We'll probably take it after the panel. But I think I'm quite excited today to be part of a TAI forum in Bombay, to be part of ISDI for the first time. Our venue hosts, and it's an awesome campus, whatever I've seen on the 6th floor in here. And Social Media Week for putting Bombay on their map now and evolving it into a much bigger play with each year. With that, I just want to quickly invite my friends who've traveled from various distances, mostly within Mumbai, but sometimes it seems like a different city. I think I'm from Delhi, but they're all in various parts of Bombay. So without waiting much, I want to introduce first Vimal. Vimal bhai, can you come up? Vimal runs, I'll allow him to introduce himself as he settles down, but Vimal runs couple of businesses out of Navi Mumbai. Most fascinating, it's a gaming company called Access Entertainment. Over to you, Vimal, to introduce yourself.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah, hi, I'm Vimal Shah from Access Entertainment. We are the creators of Baby Hazel game series. Game series aged 3 to 10 year kids.
Awesome. And the next panelist is Anand. Anand from Click Digital, can you come up? Anand is a YouTube creator. He founded a company Click Digital a couple of years back, and I'll let him introduce himself about what he does.
Hi guys, so my company is called Click Digital Studios. We are a digital content creation company. We've got around 70 odd channels now in 2.5 odd years with a monthly viewership of 100 million. We are not an MCN, so we produce all our content in-house. And we range across all genres. It could be the latest news, it could be food, it could be fitness, anything and everything across all genres. Also by, if you guys know something called Should They See Endings, Should They See Gaane, Should They See Raps, that's produced by us too.
Awesome. And next up is Viral. He's probably the person I've known the longest, about 4 or 5 years back. Viral is from Twitter, and I'll let him introduce himself.
Hi everyone, I represent Twitter India. I recently joined Twitter and I head the TV partnerships in India. My job is basically to connect with broadcasters, TV channels, radio stations and entertainment companies and bring in the best content from different platforms on Twitter.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much for making time to be here, guys. I just want to set the context for what we're going to primarily talk about today. How many of you believe social media video is almost interchangeably going to be used? Okay. About half of you don't, I guess. That's how I think. Video is a very, very powerful format, and the amount of information or the facts you can pack into a small time of consumption nugget for a user. And this should not surprise you for somebody who's been selling YouTube for the last 6 years of his life. But that's one of the reasons I believe video is a very, very powerful format and is about to explode and already exploding. One of the reasons why we're going to primarily talk around video, but I think it applies to various content formats, is number of destinations and platforms are multiplying. It's part of the fragmentation of the app economy. We're seeing new and new viral products coming up. I think 2 years ago I was not even aware that somebody's building something called a Snapchat. And look at where it has come as a content platform, as a communication platform, as a video platform. And you stop typecasting these apps, some of these products into one format type, because even the platforms are going multi-format now. And I'm sure Viral is smiling at me because he has a different way to say it. But the whole, if I look at a very 10,000 feet view of this way, the way this is exploding, I did a talk exactly about a year back in France, where we spoke about how it's going to get more fragmented as a space and how video consumption is going to explode. I think more or less that's been about right. But I'm going to go ahead and make another statement that it's going to get more fragmented, there are going to be more platforms, and video is going to explode much, much more. Content consumption is going to explode much, much more in the next 12 months. So I don't know how many of you believe there's space on your phone, in your schedules, for 5 more big players like Snapchat, Facebook, Twitter, and so on. But my bet is there's going to be theirs. And we're going to see new players emerge. And that sort of sets the context for today's panel, right? I'm just going to run this across a few themes first, across us. We'll talk about it, and then we won't conclude it. There's no way to conclude this topic. Anybody who calls for a conclusion is going to look at their own nemesis. But what we're going to do is we're going to, at the end of discussing 3 or 4 themes, we're going to then throw it open to Q&A and make it more interactive. Is that okay with you guys? Or are you going to continue to look at your smartphones only? Okay. So my first topic is to Anand, actually. I want to throw it with Anand. Anand, I just want to talk about, if you can spend some time talking about this whole debate around video platforms, right? So we know that YouTube has been around for a decade plus, Netflix has been around for much more than that, and they're very, very established, powerful, big video brands. But does online video really exist beyond these 2 platforms for a content creator and a publisher like you?
As a content creator, say I'd give a producer's point of view.
Okay.
You have to look at distribution very broadly. One, when you look at YouTube, for me, it is more like a Walmart, where you get maximum footfall. So you go out, put your product out there, let as many people see it first. Let people get used to your product right out there. Get maximum viewership from there. But that doesn't mean your business ends there. You can pick up your fans, per se. If I can't use fans, I might use super fans. to begin with. And then you pull them out and take them to a different platform. It could be actually your own platform, or it could be a different OTT. An OTT would be any other platform like a Hotstar or a smaller one where your CPMs would be higher than a YouTube. So as a producer, I think I'd be more than happy to have and explore various platforms, keeping in mind again which platform would work best for the strategy that I'd want to follow.
Yeah, but the question is more around, do these other options work for you?
Very much. Like I said, you need to know what you want to pull from every platform. Say, take an example of a Mickey Mouse. Mickey Mouse as a brand works in any platform you'd want to put into. It gets in more users to go and watch your content. So that per se, as a producer, I'd be more than happy. It's like a cable operator out there. For me, every platform is like a cable, is like a channel. I go to him saying, okay, you know what, put up my content here also. I'm getting more viewership. Where else with a different business model, definitely. But it's getting in more and more viewership and getting in more fans eventually for me, which I can take out from there and utilize on my possibly on my own platform also.
So let me rephrase and push you a little bit more. Okay. So what I'm really trying to say is there are two established big platforms. From whatever I know, you exist in a substantial way on YouTube. You don't necessarily exist on Netflix today. Do you care about other video platforms, or you're waiting for them to grow further before you bother about them?
I actually, like I said, I'm waiting to see. It's a little early, like I said, to get out of YouTube for us as a strategy, as a company. But I definitely see myself walking out of YouTube. I'm not going to take stuff out from YouTube. We are definitely going to be present on YouTube. But we'll start looking at various options outside of YouTube also.
So that's still future.
6 months from now, I would say.
So you're basically what you're saying is right now it's only YouTube for you.
Right now, for the time being, yes, we are already in talks with a lot of platforms, so we are trying to crack a deal which benefits us as content producers also, and also the platform per se.
With that, let me change gears, and we have a platforms person over here to react to that. He's saying everything else is future, I don't care about much beyond
We are
YouTube.
waiting for Twitter to come out soon. I mean, that makes life easier anyway.
I know.
So, in your opinion, how important is, when you say crack a deal, like do you mean monetization deal? Is that be all and end all for you? Or is, for example, a platform which is going to help you discover, or
Exactly.
your users discover more content?
Say for me, a YouTube and a Twitter is that. I mean, I look at them as a Walmart, where I might not make as much profits there, but I might go out and build a brand. I might go out and get my fans to get used to my content. And then I might put some exclusive stuff on a smaller platform maybe, where my CPMs would be higher, or my way of generating money there would be different. But I would not run away from a YouTube and a Twitter where I know, my funda there is to create a brand.
How do you look yourself and your company, content company, going forward for creating specialized content for platforms, which could be not necessarily YouTube? And do you think there should be a separate kind of a strategy for different platforms?
I think it would be different for each, but if I look at our company per se, when we've got a Shuddh Desi endings or a Gaane or a raps, we would want to utilize the core in there and then put them in maybe a different scenario. But the core of the content will pretty much be us. Which takes us to the larger question, which is IP. When you shift platforms, when you go to a smaller platform where the margins are higher, they might want to share an IP. So, that question comes in as per your question. But at the same time, we want to keep the core going for us. We want to make sure that the content that is produced is done keeping the IP also in mind.
Okay. That's interesting because I think it's not really conclusive. If I look at the YouTube creator base today, which is what Anand is sort of representing on the panel, it's a mixed bag how many of these creators are using Twitter, Facebook, and some of the other social platforms to build their YouTube channel following, and some of them don't, and some of them are in transition. So I don't think we're going to conclude this topic here, but I want to switch gears. Anand has something to say.
It's going to be a never-ending thing, personally. I mean, there is no particular way of doing this, but as a company, I mean, I'll go back to Mickey Mouse also again. Mickey Mouse as a brand, you put him in any other platform in a different scenario altogether, it's still going to work. You put a Mickey Mouse in an Indian Idol, it might still work. I'm saying that is more important as a content creation company. You want to create an IP that could be utilized anywhere and everywhere.
Awesome. I want to pick up the second theme, if that's okay, Anand, unless you want to bring up something else.
I think,
So I'm going to
if there's
move to the
anyone in the
second
crowd
thing.
that wants to
Yeah.
add in,
Second thing,
that wants to
yeah,
add in.
which is we will take the Q&A later if that's okay. Is this whole thing around emerging platforms? So I know Viral is waiting for this one to start pitching Twitter video to us, but I wanted to understand how you guys see this transition, because I think you've picked up a lot of pace, and we were chatting about how your new CEO is making a huge impact to the trajectory.
Right. So first of all, I would like to correct your emerging platform, the term that you gave. I think video on Twitter is all well and truly arrived. We have seen tremendous growth in last 12 months on video.
None of you are going to talk about any data.
So
I'm a maths guy, right?
Yes, so that's what
So
I'm,
help
I'm
me.
just coming to that. So we've seen 150 times growth on videos in last 12 months on Twitter. And this is across Twitter, Periscope, and Vine. Vine on itself has more than 200 million users a month across web. So because Vine can be embedded on different platforms, it has 200 million plus users, which is significant in numbers. There are more than 1.5 billion loops daily on Vine, right? And we just recently had the most looped Vine 3 days back. Unfortunate incident of Paris attack. There was a Vine which was tweeted out from sitting at home, and he's actually tweeted out the video, the Vine of a blast happening outside the football game which was going on, and that has already gathered more than 150 million loops in 3 days, which is a significantly big amount in terms of numbers, right? So all I'm trying to say is it's well and truly big and on Twitter, the video. Periscope, which is very recently launched by us, was the fastest social media network to reach 10 million users, 10 million accounts rather, not users. Again, we are seeing more than 40 years of video being consumed every day on Periscope. And if you were to look at all platforms of Twitter, put together more than 370 years of video consumption on a daily basis. So if you look at all these numbers put together, I think video is doing very well for us. I think the industry itself is going to grow significantly in next 4 or 5 years. We believe that video consumption on web is going to grow at least 13 times by 2019, which is again very, very healthy sign. And I think there will be space for each video platform and different roles to play. Like I can't talk about Facebook or YouTube, but what I can definitely say is Twitter video works very well for the now, right? Because Twitter is all about what's happening now. And we've seen videos which are premium video being content being put up on our platform, which is getting extremely high engagement. Just to give another number, data bit, tweets with videos are getting 6 times more engagement than tweets without videos, which is
Wow, 6 times.
6 times more, right? Which is phenomenal engagement level, and it's happened because of various, in last 6 months or so, we have made heavy investments in video as a product. It's getting us good returns, and I think going forward, we can see is that we're going to be leaders in the live video space, and space where premium video content is being tweeted out on the fly, right? And so, for example, it could be live events like sports, or live events like an award function, entertainment event, even news, or even TV shows, which are being live tweeted, and we've seen crazy amount of engagement on those kind of.
So what's your advice on that to Anand? He's not running a reality show,
Right.
but he's got like hundreds of millions of eyeballs.
Right. So I was having a chat with him earlier as well, and I think someone like Anand can definitely utilize different video products like Vine, or something like shorter video formats which we have, and he can actually tweet out videos which are trending at that time. So for example, if it is a movie review he's doing for Prem Ratan Payo, that is more likely to get better traction on Twitter compared to any other platform, at least during the time when the conversation about the movie is going on around Twitter.
Interesting.
Just a
Anand,
question
anything?
there to add in. say for a content producer like us, we might not always be producing content which is now per se. It takes a while to get the video out also. How does a company like us, and I'm assuming a lot of creators out there also would take some time to put that content out. How do we design that as according to you? What would be the best way to probably figure out a strategy for something like this?
So it's not only when I say now, it doesn't mean that it's today, tomorrow. It can go until conversations
As a trend,
tend to grow,
I'm saying
as a
it
trend,
works better when it's
absolutely.
actually trending at that particular
Absolutely.
moment.
Yeah, so I would suggest figure out ways, like there are content creators globally who do create content much faster than probably some of us in India. But I think if you make it more contextual, even if it's say uploaded a 50 week or 10 days later, I think it will still get good traction. It is also a platform where a lot of videos are discovered. Like it is for the first time. So it's the spark. It's the beginning of the spark. Twitter is where all the conversation starts, and then it can actually spill onto other platforms, right? So Twitter is, because the users are far more influential on Twitter. They tend to be far more, they talk a lot more about content vis-a-vis different platforms, and it is far more conversational. So video again is more conversational. For something like should they see ending, I think it will be a perfect place to premiere your video on Twitter, and then later on take it on to different platforms.
Okay. I think what's also interesting is Twitter is a multi-content format platform, and they're sort of the old Twitter plus Instagram plus YouTube rolled into one, and maybe Snapchat as well, with Vine kind of a product out there, and I don't know what else. So it's going to be very interesting what he's not sharing, how the platform is going to evolve as a product.
Just one bit which I forgot to mention is that we also encourage content creators to, and we make it easy for them to put up content on Twitter. So we have tools like Snappy TV, which we give to content creators, and it basically helps them create different formats of videos on the fly and upload it seamlessly on Twitter. So that's a tool basically which we have been rolling out with a lot of creators like Anand and broadcasters. And we've seen that whenever a partner basically onboards on Snappy TV, the video uploading is basically goes through the roof. Indian context, a lot of entertainment channels and news channels have already started using that.
Yeah, and that's very interesting, because I think if I go back like 3 years back, what I was doing at YouTube, we were trying to get a lot of these bloggers to try video. And at that time, YouTube did not even have like a mobile interface where you can create a video and upload. That kit got recently launched, I think about a year back, if I'm not mistaken. And it's taken off quite well and being fine-tuned. And it's good to see Twitter already investing in a product like that, because a lot of primary Twitter creators who do tweets are doing text first. And some of them are not yet trying other formats. So the ability to create a small video message on the fly is definitely going to be very fascinating, how it evolves for brand conversations, for content company conversations, and so on. My next theme today is more about the form factor, right? So I typically go to YouTube for a certain duration. I go to television for a certain duration of time. Snapchat is a different video format. Facebook, Twitter have different philosophies. So the question is, if I look at some of the brands or creators trying to adapt to a platform, we have Twitter on the panel, but even in general, panelists can comment on that. Is how do you see yourself? Is new media largely going to end up being a short form? Because YouTube, in early days, people say, oh, it's for 1 to 2 minute or 2 to 3 minutes sort of videos. And now there's a 6-second format which is doing really, really well, right? And Twitter has a 30-second format and so on. So is new media primarily, and it's an open question to three of you. Vimal bhai, you've been quiet for a while, so I'm hoping you'll step up. But in general, right? Is new media primarily going to end up being a short form for video or not?
I think yes and a no both. The shorter the better it works, but at the same time, if the content is good, look at TVF pictures. I think they were 40-minute odd episodes, if I'm not wrong, and I think people really look forward to those. They did pick up well. I mean, again, their retention rates were at around 60-odd%, which is above average if you think about it. I mean, these are pretty good retention rates. So, but at the same time, I would correct myself and say it's better if it's shorter. I think keeping our attention spans in mind, we get out of the phone very quickly to something else also. But just to add to it, the content needs to connect. When you're producing content for an online platform, you probably have your headphones on, you've got your face right in front of the screen. It's that close. It's not like television where you're away from, you're probably cutting onions on the side, or you're on the phone or talking to someone else. You are actually connected to the video back then. So if the connection is strong, it could work if the content is longer also.
Okay.
I think the myth has been already been broken by Netflix. Long format works pretty well, as well, or if better than short form. It completely depends on the content, and completely depends on what context and what consumer you are targeting. I think both content, long form as well as short form, will continue to coexist and grow on digital platforms and mobile video as well. Like we're seeing more and more, like I can talk about again Twitter. So we've seen 90% of our video views coming from mobile, and we've seen extremely high completion rates for content which is, even if it's like a 10-minute video, we have seen very high completion rates if the content is good enough. So yeah, I feel it completely depends on the content type and the consumer that you're targeting.
So if I look at like Twitter of today on video, and if I try to draw a bell curve of content consumption, what's the average duration of a Twitter video?
Average duration, I think somewhere, like I don't have the exact numbers, but it would somewhere be between 1 to 2 minutes on an average.
Okay.
But then there will be outlier content which will be as long as 10 minutes, and then of course there's a 6-second video which we use.
Okay. And Anand, if I look at your YouTube insights and analytics, what's the average view time per video that you're getting? If you can share that.
Definitely. I mean, say our videos are between 5 and 7 minutes roughly. We've got a watch time of around 4 minutes roughly, 3.5 to 4 minutes throughout our content, which I think is above 60% odd, which again is a decent number, keeping your subscribe slates and stuff in mind, which are coming at the end, which are also counted as a watch time division algorithm.
So I think what I'm clear personally about, my personal point of view is, new media is going to be more short form than not, because the on-the-go nature of consumption, the cost of 3G, 4G data, the seamless experience of that. The only exception would probably be offline consumption. So I see a lot of people in flights viewing long-form content on their digital devices. That I don't know how big it is. I don't have personally found good data. If somebody has, please feel free to come up and share later. And if you have something, Viral, feel free. But primarily, my personal bet is new media is primarily going to be about short form. If I look at a bell curve of content consumption for, I don't know how many of, I'm blowing you out, that's a very mathematical term. Disclaimer that I'm a math student. So if you look at like normally the majority of video being consumed in simple words, then 99% of that viewership will come from less than 5-minute videos. Now somebody can come and challenge me, what is short form? Is less than 5 minutes a fair definition of short form? Or is less than 30 seconds the new definition of short form, right? Because this new platform that are coming up all the time, Facebook I don't know about, you have a very popular Facebook page. What's the average view duration that you're getting on Facebook? Is that different?
Pretty much the same actually. I mean, we will realize,
Yeah.
but I think the watch times are somewhere, I have a feeling are higher. You know, the attention that you're getting on Facebook is higher. I personally think right now, because there aren't many other video options when you're watching a video. It has a platform problem, probably. And I'm sure they might change that. Because when you click on a video on YouTube, you've got 10 other options right on the side. So the moment you get bored with something, you move out and click on something else. But with Facebook, that hasn't happened yet.
Okay. So that's going to be interesting how we redefine what is short form and what is long form. Back, I think 4 or 5 years ago when we were doing that for YouTube, they took 10 minutes and below as short form. And I think on YouTube interface, at least, it's still the same definition. And I think above 10 minutes, they call it long form. Somebody has a medium form, I have no idea. But I think that's going to definitely get redefined now with 6-seconders on Snapchat getting very popular, 30 seconds and Twitter getting very, very popular, and with more people getting into video like Instagram and so on, I have no idea what's the new norm. But I think that's going to be interesting how you define impulsive video on the go consumption. What is snacky? What is short form? But I want to change gears, and I'm going to like now force Vimal to talk. Now, nobody else is allowed to talk. You've been quiet too long. But he runs a gaming company and has interestingly seen a very new journey into video. So how formats play with each other. So one is, on one end, you make a lot of gaming apps, which are extremely popular around the world, have a substantial business, a multi-million-dollar business in the US. And now you get into video, which you never thought of till like 12 months ago. So what's happening here?
Hello. Yeah, with videos, we see the kids who come to play the games, they record those videos and they put it up on their channels. And the average view session is around 5 minutes. So, yeah.
Can I ask how old are these kids?
The 3 to 10 year old kids.
They can actually upload stuff. They are
doing it. I don't
You
know
have
if
no
they're doing
idea,
it on
man.
their
I have
own.
to share Biscuit's data with you.
Possibly with their moms or dad's phones. I don't know.
I used to ask my dad when I was 8 to turn the TV on. I mean, these guys are actually uploading content out of that pretty.
Okay. So how do you see this playing between your two formats of businesses, right? You've got one now, Video Line, which is 6 months old, and you've had a very stable gaming apps line of business. How do they play with each other?
Right now, the gaming business, the video business is almost as good as gaming business now. We have almost reached the scale where the gaming revenues and video revenues are almost equal.
Are you serious? And how old is your gaming business?
My gaming business is 7-year-old and video is like hardly 1-year-old.
Okay.
So we have.
That's music to an ex-YouTuber's ears.
Yeah.
And Viral's ears. He's into video now. Okay. Interesting. And where do you see this? Are there patterns? Is there conversion happening from one format to the another? What are the patterns that you see? What kind of video
cross promotion? Yes, it is happening. People watch the video. They put the game title in Google Play and they download the game and then they play the game. So they play the game and they also go and watch the video on YouTube. So we are sharing those links on both the pages.
So is there an insight for us that because there's an interplay between content formats about the same brand, in this case Baby Hazel Games,
Right.
Should you be investing in a very heavy Instagram strategy or a Twitter text content strategy, because you should make a bet that okay, other formats are also going to give me some implied revenue?
What I would invest in is, we are trying to create longer play videos where, nursery rhymes, education videos for kids. So that is where we are investing.
Awesome. So you're going deeper into video, but I'm saying, are you ready to expand that definition? That you found a link between video and gaming content. Now, are you going to push that limit to images? Are you going to push that limit to text?
No, not really. We are focused on videos and games. So
Okay.
the text has very little,
I'm hoping Viral will jump at that.
relevance.
No, I was just going to ask him, what if there's a monetization angle to it then?
Then we would definitely look into it.
Okay, for those of you who didn't catch Vimal's full name, it's Vimal Shah. So he's very, very careful with each penny when it matters. No, I think we can keep going amongst each other, but I typically don't like where the spotlight is just on us. So I don't know if there are mics in the crowd, but at this stage I would love to seek inputs, thoughts, questions from the audience who are here, and would love to hear some of you guys. And Navita can tell me how much time we have, how many questions we can take.
Quick answers, quick questions.
3? Okay, she said 3 questions. So please raise up your hands, attract that lady's attention. She's got the mic.
Hello. Hi, Mehul. I want to know from all three of you that how much of a role are wearable devices going to have, especially with shorter content, going to be big in the next decade, because wearable devices are almost like the next thing. So yeah, especially with shorter videos.
So anybody want to take? So he's saying wearable devices exploding in the next decade.
Yeah.
I'm just repeating verbatim. What is the implication of that?
Yes.
Okay. Wearable devices like Fitbit kind of device.
Apple Watch and
Apple Watch, iWatch.
Wow. I think Twitter would have a very cool way of connecting to all of this. I mean, from the content perspective, it sounds like an interesting idea. I mean, I was just checking on Facebook the other day, they've released a 360 version of a GoPro camera with someone surfing. I mean, it's an innovative way of producing content. I'm looking forward to see someone actually going out and producing some fiction around with it. So I'm assuming with a watch also, I'm sure there's not just a watch, but a lot of new kind of stuff. There is a way of going out and producing content per se also.
I think I haven't seen much happening in that space as of now, but all of us are working towards that. So, like you said, that we have plans to have some interesting content around, say an Apple iWatch or even other wearable devices. What is also interesting is that devices like Twitter as a platform, for example, can actually be mounted on a platform on a device. So, for example, we have seen examples of Twitter or Periscope being done from a drone, and a live broadcast from an event, for example. So things like those are also very exciting. It's not only helping us in consuming content, but it's also helping us in creating great content.
So I just want to take.
Sorry, just to ask, do you watch anything on your watch? Have you watched any kind of content yet? Cool.
So I think my personal point of view is, one, Mehul never asked for a question in tech space for a decade. We don't have enough gray hair to answer that. I have some, but not enough, trust me. If I could forecast even 18 months out, I think I'm going to be very, very valuable, not just to this room, but beyond. But what I can definitely share my point of view is, wearables have not arrived yet. Whether it's India, whether it's US, whether it's anywhere. I think there's still a good, interesting opportunity to pilot, learn, observe from a distance. If you are a big brand, possibilities of big pockets, put in some research budget, do some trials and pilots. But I think my personal bet is 2016 will be probably the first year, which is 12 months from now, end of 2016, is when you're going to see meaningful opportunities coming together on that side. I think this is way too early. I'll probably second Viral on that. And what Anand is trying to say, how much of content do any of us consume? How many of us are wearing a wearable today in this room? I'm not. That's exactly what I mean. So it's not here and now sort of an opportunity. It's very interesting the way IoT is evolving, wearables are going to evolve. I'm watching that very, very closely. But I personally think it's at least 12 months out sort of a phenomena, if not more.
Irrespective, it's a really cool idea. I mean, doing something here, it could really work. I mean, I don't know how and what, but it's a cool idea to have some content going.
Sure. Second question. Okay, we have the mic there.
Hi, this is Harpreet here. I have a question for Twitter. You mentioned that video is the main drive actually, 6x, 60% or 80% video. So is the movement going to move from Twitter to Vine? Currently, see, Vine we embed in Twitter and we watch those there. So are you saying then people will go for such type of Vine type of application?
So when I said...
Can I add to his question? Well, can you share some insights into what's coming before your big video that you're planning next month? Can you share some insights into how the product is actually shaping up, as an addition to what he's asking?
I have one more question.
I don't think Navita will allow that, by the way.
So when I said a tweet with a video gets 6 times more engagement, I also meant a video which is embedded on the Twitter tweet itself. So for example, I'm not sure if you know, now you can actually natively upload videos up to 30 seconds. That's available to all Twitter users. We also whitelist certain partners to upload videos up to 10 minutes, right? So when I said 6 times engagement, I meant Vine or native videos which are uploaded up to 10 minutes, right? So that's the clarification. What we are seeing is that a lot of content being tweeted out with videos is actually longer format, and that is getting very good engagement. So like I mentioned earlier, even a video which is 5 minutes long is actually getting completion rate of 50%, which is very high. And it completely depends on the content. At the same time, we are also getting good engagement for a tweet with the wine on it. So it's both. Depends on the content and depends on how and when it's tweeted out. About your question, I think future next 6 months we are going to see a lot more videos on Twitter. What we are doing is we are making it more and more easy for our partners as well as consumers to consume videos and upload videos. So that's a big strategy for us going forward. Like tools like Snappy TV is going to make it more and more easy for partners to upload videos. With video being autoplay in the stream now, we are seeing very good engagement, so that is working very well. We'll see Periscope, which will be basically becoming an integral part of Twitter stream. That's going to be the big thing for us. And I think all the three platforms, Twitter video, which is the long form 10-minute video, Vine as well as Periscope, will all of them will converge in some form on the platform. And we have some interesting announcements coming up for the video summit. So watch more for that.
For those who don't know, Twitter is doing a video summit in December in this very city. So you should watch out for more. What I was also going to look for, at least by then, is I've not seen you guys do enough beyond shortened URL to allow embedding, multiple applications. I'm going to keep my eyes open, watch out for how more open as a platform you get, because video is going to explode on 10 other platforms. And how you play alongside those platforms is going to be very interesting to watch.
One short question. Viral, when is
that or
Moments
not?
coming in India?
Sorry?
When are you getting the Moments, that thing which has been launched in USA? Because that's a very nice tangent idea. And
Right.
along with this video, that's what is catching up.
Absolutely. So you hit the nail on the head, exactly. So we don't have a date yet, but it should be in India very soon.
December he'll announce.
Can we have one last question from this side?
The photographs saw Instagram coming, so everyone became a photographer of sorts. So what's that moment for videos? So everyone cannot direct ideally, but what is that moment for videos, and are we there yet with the videos? That's my very basic question.
Is it to anybody specific or?
Ideally to him, he's a content creator. So,
Sorry, can you ask me
You
again?
caught him napping.
For Instagram, I could take a photo, put some filters on it. It was a beautiful photograph suddenly. Now with videos, it's not the same and not so simple. Are we there yet with videos wherein everyone can be a creator?
I think everyone can. You just need a camera, go out and shoot. That's how we started when we started off going out and producing content. I mean, that's how it begins. But then how well you train yourself along with those filters, what really matters is how well you can tell a story eventually. But there is no answer per se saying, if video has arrived or no. There is no point of discussion on both of them.
I think
you
we've
still go out and
seen,
put a video anyways. Nothing changes there.
I think something like a dub smash, for example, is a classic example of how video is becoming easier for someone to produce, right? So yeah, we are getting there. I think we are seeing on Twitter a lot of users actually uploading dub smash videos natively, right? And we've seen a lot of Bollywood actors, for example, use it. A lot of TV actors globally. So yeah, I think something like dub smash is probably making it very easy for people to create interesting videos.
So my personal take is, I think, just looking at the public announcements, there are at least 4 major players who have made serious investments in the last 90 days. Google, Facebook, Amazon and Apple, around the technology to make it much, much easier to produce the kind of video that you're talking. Dubsmash is a very interesting startup. How many of you are Dubsmash users in the room? Quite a few. How many of you have created videos on Dubsmash? Okay, all of you again. And how many of you know where Dubsmash comes from? Germany, right? So it's somehow sometimes unthinkable that innovation can happen in Israel or Germany, but actually you're going to see a lot more of that also happening. So we will have products in video space with very Indian flavor. I don't know how many of people on the, not you, you're still not that entrepreneurial yet, but I guess some of the people on the stage are going to build out. But you're going to tech that works very differently than how Silicon Valley innovates today, and leveraging all the benefits and learning curve from there. So that's another bet that I'm going to make on the kind of products that are going to come out. But yes, at least 4 big names have invested significant monies, either through acquisition or building out teams to be able to do that. And not only from what might be interesting, I don't know whether Viral, it's on your radar, is from text to video as well, is getting much more simplified and not just images to video. So we're going to see much more of that. And my guess is, because these announcements are recent, so it'll be at least another year before a consumer offering which is eye-popping like Dubsmash comes out from these companies.
What do you exactly mean by text to videos, wherein I just write out text and it comes out in a good form, like a PPT of sorts or something?
A video. I have no idea, right? But there are startups out there. Why don't you just Google it and figure out what's happening there? There are a bunch of companies around the planet who are working on that as well. And Navita's now almost getting angry. Impatient? Do you have time for any more questions? Okay. Thank you so much. You guys have been fabulous audience. Thank you so much, panelists, Viral, Vimal, and Anand, for taking your time.
Our social life, our social interactions within ourselves as human beings, or within an institute, or within a social space, has more to do with social media of late. And now we need to understand how social media, creative upstarts, and intellectual property connect together to create something different. And we have industry experts here to give you more insights into it. So I have here Dr. Kalyan. Dr. Kalyan here. He's the founding partner for Brain League. He's also a national expert on IP for the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. He's also the managing partner for Banana IP. So welcome, Kalyan. And along with Kalyan, I have Rohit. Rohit has been he's an entrepreneur, he's a strategic advisor for Thai Mumbai. He's also part of Indian Angel Network. So Rohit has been a business leader in the entertainment and licensing industry. So without further delay, I leave the main of stage dais to the speakers. Thank you.
Good evening, folks. Thank you for inviting us on this interesting panel. I am Rohit Sopti, executive turned entrepreneur recently with my strength in entertainment industry from last 17 years. I took Robert Kiyosaki very seriously of his 4 quadrants, which is employee, self-employed, business and investor. I'm in the hovering around between second and third one, hoping to reach the 4th one quickly. So today the topic is very, very interesting, which is intellectual property, social media, and creative upstarts. Because why I think it's interesting, because the game is getting bigger. Every day it's not about just casual interaction on social media. This year, 2015, we are going to clock about 23 billion of revenues on social media. By 2017, is expected to be about 37 billion. And I'm sure we are going to reach 100 billion revenue very soon. I think in India, approximately whatever data I could gather, we have spent about $1 billion, around $1 billion in this year. So the game is getting bigger. The game is getting more related to content. We see a lot of content being created by brands and campaigns only around social media. I think we have one of the best speakers to take this topic ahead. I treat Dr. Kalyan as one of the top 10 IP professionals we have in India. I know him from last 6 years, right from when I was a student in National Law School, Bangalore. And so he runs Banana IP. He is associated with United Nations Industrial Development. He teaches at the premier institutes like Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, and National Law School, Bangalore. He has highly influenced national and international papers on IP, patent, and international law. He is also a novelist and social entrepreneur. With this, I invite him to the stage. He has a presentation to make. But we can ask questions anytime. The idea is not to preach anything here. The idea is to take your queries, your questions out and ask Dr. Kalyan whatever time you feel it's right. So I'll invite Dr. Kalyan for that. Should I hold your thing?
The sound is off.
Should I increase it?
Asking if it has come on the screen. Now I made the duplicate slip. This is a USB. This is a USB device. Have we connected the slide changer to this? Correct. But is it connected to the screen to a USB device? No. So what is this? This slide changer. This actually causes the problem. Sorry, we have to restart.
Apologies, will take 2 more minutes.
There is a folder called way forward. Okay. You want me to talk to them? See the folder way forward on the screen? That folder called way forward.
Yeah, way forward. Click here.
stand. I prefer to stand. Okay. All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm very sorry about the delay. I think a lot of times we are driven by technology. We don't drive technology as much as we want to. So we'll proceed without the presentation. I think presentation is just a mode of elucidating what I wanted to speak. All right, so I am assuming here that all of you at some level have heard about intellectual property. Yes? No? So all of you know what is intellectual property, right? So intellectual property is of various types. So intellectual property is of various types. Right? Now, before getting into types of intellectual property, let me quickly give you a perspective of why we have different types of intellectual property. Intellectual property basically protects products of the mind or intellect. So if you create something from your mind, something creative, something inventive, something innovative, then you can protect it as intellectual property. But creativity has multiple dimensions, right? It's not of one form. Your creativity can manifest in the form of a photograph that you take, a selfie of yourself or photograph of somebody else, right? Your creativity can manifest in the form of a book. Your creativity can manifest in the form of a video. Your creativity can manifest in the form of creating a new app. Or your creativity can manifest in the form of creating or inventing a new word for your business, right? So your creativity can manifest in many ways. Intellectual property has been divided into various forms to help you protect different forms of creativity. So different forms of innovative or intellectual products that you create are protected under different forms of intellectual property. So what are these forms? There are more than 15 forms of intellectual property that can protect different facets of your creativity. The basic forms that are largely applicable when you are dealing with social media are patents, copyrights, trademarks, trade secrets, and publicity rights. Now what are patents? Patents basically protect anything that is inventive. So inventions are protected as patents. So if you come up with an app to show video, if you come up with an app to create a video, if you come up with an app to, with a software to share information, if you come up with a device to communicate with somebody, all these are inventions. They are protected as patents. Now anything that manifests in the form of a creative work, which is in the form of a photograph, video, and so on and so forth, are protected as copyrights. These are treated as works of authorship. These are, generating business value for yourself. That can be protected as trade secrets. And publicity rights are rights that attach to people who are famous, who are popular. Okay? So intellectual property broadly protects products of the mind. Your products of the mind can be of different types. It can be in the form of an invention which is protected by patent. It can be in the form of a work of authorship which is protected as a copyright, representation which is protected as a trademark, and any information that gives you business value can be your trade secret. Right? Now the question is, when it comes to social media, these forms of intellectual property have been existing for more than 100 years, some of them for even more than 300 years, some of them for even more than 5,000 years. Now when it comes to social media, how are you going to deal with these forms of intellectual property? Right? Because on a daily basis, social media allows you to create something new, something that did not exist earlier. Right? Social media is in my perception, as an attorney, I look at social media as a new society. I don't really look at it as a media. Right? Media means it's just a mode of communication, right? Media is a means by which you are able to communicate with somebody. But I don't look at social media as a typical definition that is given to media. I look at it as a society. It's a totally new society. For example, a group of people who like bikes can come together, form a plan on going for a bike ride in the Himalayas, and these group of people can come from different parts of the world, and all of them are coming together and making up a society, right? Like that you have millions and millions of societies on social media, people coming together, people existing together, people sharing information with each other, people sharing emotions, and so on and so forth. So social media, by enabling you to create these societies, actually opens the door to a new form of society. So when it comes to dealing with intellectual property rights, if you are either a creative, I use the word creative upstart. I don't use the word creative startup, because creative startup would mean a creative business, a startup which is being started by somebody to make profits. Whereas creative upstart can also be an individual. Somebody who is creating on a daily basis is a creative upstart, right? If you have uploaded one picture on Facebook, you are a creative upstart. Now the question is, social media creates a new society, and this society encourages people to create content. It encourages people to share content. It encourages people to distribute content. It encourages people to modify content. And it also encourages people to communicate with content. Now, in this society where there are so many tools provided to you, you have a tool for sharing text, you have a tool for sharing videos, you have a tool for sharing photographs, you have a tool for creating new tools. In this context, what is the role of your intellectual property? Where does your creativity start, and where does your somebody else's creativity end? Right? For example, let's say I have created a picture. I have taken a picture of mine and uploaded it on Facebook. In fact, I had created a few pictures as a part of my presentation. Unfortunately, it's not working right now. However, let's say, for example, you have created a picture, uploaded it on Facebook. What can I do with your picture? What tools are available for me to play around with your picture? Right? So typically, intellectual property says you are the owner of that picture.
The clicker is in my hand. You
Okay.
are on your second picture.
Oh. Okay, fine. So I think you are able to see a picture on the screen now? Yes? Alright. Let's say, for example, I create this picture. What do I own on it? Am I the owner of this picture? If I upload it on Facebook, on social media? I am not the owner? Facebook becomes the owner? Any other thoughts? So which means what you are saying is, you have a Facebook account? So all the pictures that you have uploaded on Facebook, Facebook is the owner of them. You can't do anything about them. Facebook can do whatever they want with it. Somebody disagrees. So somebody says you are the owner. So you believe you are the owner of your picture, then what rights does Facebook have on your pictures? So Facebook, technically speaking, if you go to the basics of the law, any person who clicks a picture is the owner of that picture. If I take a photograph, I am the owner. Of course, my photograph has been taken by somebody else. He is the owner of that picture. Now, when he uploads it to Facebook, when he makes it available on Facebook, Facebook has a set of terms and conditions. How many of you have gone through these terms and conditions? No one, right? These terms and conditions say that you are giving rights to Facebook to use your picture in whatever way they want for commercial or non-commercial purposes. And if they make money out of your photograph, you are not going to be paid anything out of it. Right? But you are the owner. Facebook says, you are the owner of your photograph, but we can do anything we want with it. If you don't want us to do anything we want with this photograph, you delete your account. The moment you delete your account, all photographs that you have uploaded, their ownership comes back to you. Our license is terminated. However, if somebody has already shared it with someone, then there is nothing we can do about it. So you uploaded a picture, you shared it with somebody, you don't want these pictures to be used by Facebook. So you deleted your account. You removed your account, or you removed these pictures. Still, Facebook will have rights on it, because by then somebody would have liked it. Everybody likes it when somebody likes your photograph, right? So now let's look at the next slide. what can somebody do with my photographs? If you upload a photograph, what can somebody do with it? Facebook provides more than, probably, I don't know, I mean, you experts will know it better than me. I think more than 100 tools to play with photographs, right? So let's see the next slide. Are we on the next slide? So one of my friends took this picture and made me look like this. Can he do it? Why do you say he can do it? Because it is there on Facebook? So any picture on Facebook, everybody is free to do whatever they want to do about it? Because he is my friend, because he has the confidence that I won't sue him. Is it? Very good. Any other thoughts? Right now, Facebook, in its terms and conditions, says that once you upload your photograph, you are not only giving the right to distribute that photograph on Facebook, but also to modify it in whatever way somebody wants to modify it. So if somebody wants to make me look like a monkey, it's fine. There's, as per the Facebook terms and conditions, you really do not have a very strong cause of action. You have a cause of action under something else, but we'll discuss that later. Let's look at the next slide. So there is a company called Bon, which sells coffee. So they decided, fine, there is a picture of some guy drinking coffee. So let me remove his company's logo from there, from his coffee cup, and put my logo and I'll promote it. Can they do it? So any company can come take your photographs and put their logos on it and start promoting? No? Why not? But you just said that. Okay, sorry. So, Mr. Rohit just warned me that you don't want to fall off before you leave. So you just said that anybody can do whatever they want with your photograph, right? Okay, but earlier that photograph was not modified by Facebook, right? It was modified by somebody else, another user of Facebook. Oh, but didn't we say that earlier Facebook allows you are giving a license to Facebook to use it for commercial or non-commercial purposes? So what I'm doing is, I am giving a license to Facebook but not for somebody else. Is that right? Is that your response? So let's say, for example, I am annoyed, okay? So first of all, one fellow has made me look like a monkey. And then over and above that, another company says even monkeys like our coffee and is promoting me extensively. Of course, some people may not make out that that is me, but whoever is able to make out, I am really upset. So what do I do? What can I do? Right now, obviously nothing. Any other thoughts? There is an option known as what? Report. Oh, okay, there is an option where I can report to Facebook. I can tell Facebook, look, somebody has taken my picture and they are using it for some purpose which I don't like, and they are abusing my rights. So please get it out of Facebook. Has anyone tried using this feature? I think we had people from Twitter and all earlier here. So has anyone tried using this feature on any of the platforms? Facebook, Twitter? Okay, you tried using it. How did it work? How responsive were they? Not at all. So they didn't take out your content. So technically speaking, you are putting all your content out there. People are using it in whatever way they want to use. And if you use the take off appropriate content feature on all these social media platforms, you really cannot expect quick positive response. So when I said we are living in a different society because of social media, this is what I mean, right? Social media provides you the tools and encourages you to do a lot of things. But whether they are legally valid, if they are not legally valid, do you have an appropriate recourse to take them out? how do we handle these situations? Now, in this specific picture, they are violating several of my rights. They are violating my copyright. They are violating my publicity rights. What if it is not my picture, this picture is not my picture and it is Shah Rukh Khan's picture? Would he have a strong cause of action? I think one of our friends was saying there is nothing you can do. What if it is Shah Rukh Khan? Well, is it because he is popular? So what difference does popularity make on social media? So if you are popular, you have a higher social standing. Does that mean that you are treated in a different way on social media? Is it a society where celebrities are treated differently? Probably yes. Any other thoughts? Somebody said no. Why no? So as long as you are making Shah Rukh Khan look like a monkey and you are promoting his picture to your advantage, it is fine if you are not making money. Okay? Any other thoughts? Now social media is one place where, see, in our real society what happens, in today's society, in order to get celebrity rights, celebrities have what are called as celebrity rights. In order to get celebrity rights, they have to become a popular person, as one of our friends was suggesting. You have to become a popular figure in the society. Public has to recognize you. Once public recognizes you, you have the right to stop somebody from using your name, your image, your voice, and so on and so forth for commercial benefit. But an ordinary person like me or like you, of course, I am not saying you are ordinary, like me, do not get that advantage. Right? I cannot stop somebody from using my persona for commercial benefit. But on social media, it is different. On social media, every single user is treated as a celebrity. So if you think your image is being used, your name is being used, your identity is being used for commercial benefit by either Facebook or another entity, you can always go after them and stop them. It happened in one case where Facebook started a sponsored ad program where they started picking up all profiles of people who liked certain products. And they gave the opportunity to companies to put all their profiles together and the comments they made about their products, make video and promote it. These guys went after Facebook and the court said, you cannot do that. These people are celebrities. Then Facebook argued saying, no, they are just ordinary people who are using Facebook. Then the court said, ordinary people using Facebook are also celebrities on social media. Whereas that is not the case otherwise. Right now, we spoke about taking action. How do you take action? Right? Somebody said you can take, can you go to the next slide please? Yeah. So, no, this is a US court, but Indian court will most probably rule in the same way. As I said, as far as social media is concerned, at some level, legal institutions are on the same page. So now, how do you make sure that if somebody is taking advantage? See, basically, if you are a creator, right? You are uploading a picture, you are uploading a video. Now, all the platforms, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, you take any other platform. What they say is, the moment you upload your content, what they are simply doing, what exactly are these people doing? They are giving you platforms. They are just providing a platform where you can create an account, you can upload the content. Who is the creator of the content? You are the creator. Who is creating the account? You are creating the account. Who is promoting the content? You are promoting the content. But who is benefiting? The platforms are benefiting. Right? Today, by merely providing you a platform, they are taking away all your content and they are taking advantage of that content. Of course, if I am representing Facebook, Twitter or somebody in the court, I would definitely not take this line of argument. But assume for a minute that, I am on the consumer side now. I am on the user side, right? So I am unhappy with Facebook. I am unhappy with Twitter because among the three, Twitter has one of the broadest licenses. They say that we can use it commercial, non-commercial for broadcasting in or out of Twitter. So basically, if you upload content onto Twitter, they can use it outside Twitter also. They can make, for example, they can put 1 million videos together and start selling them on a different platform. There is nothing you can do about it. Right? Because you are giving away all your rights to them. Now let's say you want to take it down. How do you do it? Normally, they have a takedown form that you can fill up. Once you fill up that form, they may get back to you. In my experience, we normally represent businesses, right? Very rarely we represent individuals unless they are celebrities, right? So most of the people we represent are businesses or celebrities. When we go after Twitter or Facebook or YouTube, our first step is to talk to the person who actually uploaded the content. Because we know that if you go directly to Twitter, Facebook, they are not going to respond very easily. Right? So if you go to the person who has actually uploaded the content, there is a very high chance that he may take it down. It's very easy to identify. Right? So that would be a better way of taking down content. Then go to these people. Out of the social media, LinkedIn is the most responsive. If you write a notice to LinkedIn, they normally respond faster than the others. That is my experience. Others may have had a different experience. Also, it depends on what kind of a relationship you share with these platforms. If you are an ordinary user, then they deal with you in a different way. If you are a corporate user, they deal with you in a different way, and so on and so forth. Then the last resort is filing a suit. People who ever have filed a suit against these social media platforms have in several instances been quite successful, and several other instances been very unsuccessful. Let's look at one instance which is very interesting. I thought brings out a lot of issues that we need to remember with respect to intellectual property on social media. Next slide. Oh, the media is the speaker is not there. Volume is coming. So if it doesn't play, we can just go to the next. Next slide is a video, so when the sound doesn't come, you can see that. So we'll go to the next. Yeah. All right. I believe once again technology is driving us. So let's go through the next slide. So I wanted to play for you the video, the audio of Prince's song "Let's Go Crazy." Then the next slide that you see, are you able to see the video? I think you have to go slightly back, the video will come. I mean, go back to the slide again. So, the next one. After the video? No, the next. Prince one is the slide. Next slide is the video slide. Oh, it's not playing. Okay. Anyway, so basically this is a video. You see a kid on the screen? So this is a video of a kid who dances to Prince's tunes. Okay, Let's Go Crazy is playing in the background. His mom is shooting the video. This guy is jumping up and down. So his mother, Stephanie, uploaded the video on YouTube. And nobody bothered about it initially because nobody cares, there are millions of videos there. Then this video started picking up. It started getting a lot of hits. It touched 1 million hits. Once it touched 1 million hits, Universal Music, who owns Prince's music, noticed it. And they decided that this is getting way too many hits and our music is there in the background. So let's take it down. They sent a takedown notice to YouTube. Now, as I told you, YouTube will respond differently if you write and if Universal Music writes, right? So the moment they wrote, they took it down. Then Stephanie was really upset. So Stephanie wrote back to them saying, you just cannot take down my video just like that. You will have to put it back. Because the use of that song in my video is fair use. I am using it for fair purposes, and fair purposes are permitted under the law. Fair use and fair dealing is permitted under the law. So if you are using somebody else's content and it is fair use, you can use it, no problem. So she wrote to YouTube, and YouTube saw sense in it and uploaded the video back. And the video started getting more and more hits. Then Universal Music sent a notice to Stephanie saying that you are a copyright infringer, you pay us so much damages. Right, so you are violating our copyrights. So Stephanie was annoyed and she went to court saying that Universal Music is unnecessarily troubling me. I am just my son is dancing in the video and the music is merely playing in the background. How can you hold me liable? So after reviewing the video, in fact, I wish I could show the video, but this is available online. You can just check Stephanie Lee's video and you will be able to get this video. So once you see this video, you will understand. The court reviewed and said that this is fair use. You can use somebody else's music as long as it is fair use on the screen. And that will not amount to any copyright infringement. The video still stands. And the case has gone in favor of the user of the content. Would it be the same if there is a celebrity dancing on the screen and he uploads the video? Would the court have said the same thing? Right? What if an elderly person was dancing, not a kid? Would the court have come to a different conclusion? Yes? No? Might have. So basically, on this society of social media, or society created by social media, right, the ability to play with content is very high. But the responses to whatever you do on social media is same as the responses you get in the society today. For example, if a kid uploads some content. Yeah. Somebody had a question. Actors put dub smash videos with somebody else's music in the background.
Hello. Yeah.
They are not allowed to do it.
So it still happens, right?
That is what the music owners would say.
So
right?
There isn't any case till now
Yes? No. On dub smash there is no particular case, but there are several cases
on dub smash.
where music was used by somebody and a video was uploaded and that video was taken down. And the court said that that is copyright infringement. But
because dub smash, the videos on dub smash, they're viral on Facebook and other platforms as well, on other social media platforms, including YouTube.
So for example, let's say you take Universal Music's music, you create a video on dub smash. Can Universal Music take the video down? Yes, they can.
Yeah.
But it depends on what you are showing in the video. If you are showing a kid dancing, music is playing in the background, it will be considered as fair use. On the other hand, you have danced on the video and then you have added the music to it. There is a clear, music video sync that you have done. You will be liable for violation.
Sir, I have one question.
Yeah.
This is not with respect to Facebook, Twitter, where they own our content. This is with
They don't own your content. They are just mere license holders.
Hosting our content. Sorry.
You are the owner of your content.
Yeah. My question is, what about WhatsApp? See, I had read somewhere faintly that if you post something within the group and if somebody gets hurt, he can go to the police. So can you put some light on?
No, that can be done anywhere, not just WhatsApp. If you put something, say, today I heard Kalyan talking, what nonsense he spoke. Right? Until then, I can say it is a critical comment, therefore, you are somewhere, fine, whatever you made was your personal impression. Then you say that the way he spoke, he seems like one of the most stupidest fellow on earth. I can surely go to court. It doesn't matter where you put it. You put it on WhatsApp, you put it on Facebook, you put it anywhere.
So are you saying that even WhatsApp comes under the same category of social media?
Of course.
Okay, fine.
See, obviously, what is social media? People define it in different ways. In my opinion, any online system that allows people to upload and share content is social media.
Okay.
It could be written content, it could be audiovisual content, it could be visual content, anything.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right. So, that's pretty much it from me. I was just wrapping up saying that everything is not straightforward on this new society. Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Roli.
Hi, Roli.
I'm towards this side, sorry.
This side?
I want this side.
That side, okay, sorry.
I wanted to ask, what's your view, because all social media or rather / you're talking about content. So what's your view about data governance? Generally, how much access to data should governments have? And what are the cases about private players and data that's collected?
No, you're asking my personal opinion or see, today, if you look at the law, obviously in India, we really don't have a data privacy and protection law. We have a set of guidelines that have been promulgated by the government under the aegis of the IT Act, but those guidelines their applicability is very limited, right? So if you look at how private is your data online, can you really protect your data online? Under existing law in India today, I don't think we really have a good law in place to protect the privacy of your data. Right now, Europe has a very good system in place in terms of data protection from the legal as well as the administrative perspective. US has a decent law, but still there are always complaints that there is too much of leeway being given to organizations like Facebook and Google, where they have the right to decide on how much of data should be private and how much should not be. That's one of the reasons why there has been a lot of efforts towards pushing for stronger data protection laws, even in countries like US and Europe, which have much stronger laws than India. My personal opinion is, I think the term privacy by itself is a figment of each person's personality, right? What is privacy for you may not be privacy for me, right? And in my perspective, the ability to control what should be private data for me should be left to me. So as individual, you should be left to decide what should be your private data. There should not be a law which decides what is private and what is not private. I should be left to decide what is private, and law should enable me to decide what is private and what is not private and take steps to safeguard it. That's my personal opinion, but
what about data theft?
What about data theft?
Data theft. So my question is, how do you think...
Can you steal or not steal?
But I mean to ask that, are there any governance structures or laws in place?
As far as data theft is concerned, you have, look at it this way. Social media is not something that requires new law. For example, you don't need a social media act, right? So data theft can be treated like any other theft, right? You have criminal law where you are stealing my mic, for example. As opposed to you are stealing my data, I can go after you under the provisions of criminal law. There are provisions under IT laws where you can go after somebody. So there are enough systems in place. If somebody steals your data, you can go after them. But the question is, because of the internet, because of social media and various other systems, people can easily mask themselves. It becomes difficult for you to identify who has stolen your data. And even if you identify, that person who stole your data may not be here in India. So there is an issue of where is the person located. Can you, for example, it's easy for you to go after somebody in US and India as opposed to somebody who is in Iraq and Syria. Right? Can you really go after these people if your data is stolen? And what is the ability of somebody to steal data in Iraq when compared to somebody in India? Probably the same, right? But your ability to take action is pretty limited depending on where the person is located. So data theft has laws in place, but because of the nature, the ubiquitous nature of social media, it becomes difficult for you to really safeguard your data and prevent and take action against all types of data theft.
Hello?
We are done with our time.
I think we're done with the time.
With that, we thank Dr. Kalyan for his valuable insights. You can always chat with him online. He is here for some time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Yeah. The next session which we have here is, it's a product showcase, and we have some very cool kick-ass startups lined up to showcase their product. And to introduce each of those startups, I call upon Kumar from TI Mumbai. Kumar, welcome to the Made of Braid dais.
Okay, just to give a quick explanation, we kind of checked out what Mumbai was all about in terms of media entertainment startups. So before Social Media Week, we asked everybody saying that what is new, innovative in the media and entertainment startup space, and we got quite a good response. Out of that, there was a shortlisting process, and there are 3 startups who are going to be presenting today, starting with Spot Chat. Do we have Dhaval? Is Dhaval here? Yeah. So I'm going to introduce them one by one, and so we're going to start with Spot Chat. Since we are a bit behind schedule, they're going to run through basically a product demo, and we will then move on. We take the Q&A offline. Okay.
Hi everybody. Due to the short time that we have, we're straight away moving on to the video demo, and we will just walk you through the app, and probably, I don't know if you have time for Q&A, we'll take that later.
Yeah, so this is the first screen of the app, the welcome screen. We just have a chat interface here to make everyone show how the chat is going to look like inside. The user can log in using Facebook. We get the basic details, his public profile and his email ID, and then he's brought back to the app. Now, once you are in the app, you will get a list of spots that are around you. So it may be restaurants, it may be cafes, it may be any public spot that you could think of, and it will be listed here. So it will give you all the details about the spot, like the address, how many users are currently checked in, what is the distance, and whether you can check in or not. But say we want to look at only the cafes that are around us. So you could just filter out based on the spot types, and you could say that whether I want to sort or based on distance or popularity. So now it will come up, we have just the cafes here, and now you can check into Starbucks and see who all are present there. So Bao seems to be an interesting guy, and let's check out what's his profile like. This is the public dashboard where everyone will chat in. And let's have a look at Bao now. So we can just chat with Bao, say hi to him, and then wait for his response. So once we send a message to Bao, he becomes a connection. So connections are basically the people that you had met in some or the other spot. Like for example, we have Abby over here, who is also into scuba. So let's ask him how his scuba experience has been till now. So all your connections, you can chat them even if you have left the spot and you are into your home or cafes or schools, you can still chat with them. Once again, let's get back to connections and have a look at what the other connections have been up to. Let's have a look at Jennifer. So she is basically been into Friends, Big Bang Theory, and been reading Dan Brown. So she has been more of indoors currently. But recently Mike had a spat with Barbara and he wants to disconnect with her. So he could just tap on the disconnect button and disconnect. So she is no more a connection. But what if they patch up and they want to reconnect? So he could just go to the settings, and then there is a sorted list for disconnections. He can just reconnect with Barbara here. Let's get back to interactions and see ABO is not much responding, probably he's scuba diving. So let's just buzz him. Buzz is basically the small bell icon that is there in the left hand corner. So you could just buzz someone to grab the attention of them. Next, let's look at the connections. All of them have some hashtags associated with them. So what if Mike wants to add scuba to his hashtags? He could go to settings, click on his hashtags, add scuba to it, and hit on save, so that everyone around him knows that he's also into scuba now. Next, let's have a look at what we could do in the active spot. So in all the tabs, you have active spot on the top right hand corner. So you could go to active spot from whichever screen you want and have a look at who people are checked in and what is going on currently in the spot. Now you could check out from inside the active spot screen also, or you could come back to the explore screen and hit the checkout and check out from the Starbucks. But in case you just move out of Starbucks, you would automatically get checked out because we have your current location. That's the demo of Spot Chat.
So SpotChat basically is a geo-location-based chatting experience that lets you instantly connect with people around you. The spots can be restaurants, airports, metro stations, railway stations, anywhere. So if you're looking to make new friends or wanting to share your experiences with like-minded people or looking for networking opportunities for your business, SpotChat will help you. Thank you.
Just to add to it, I mean, an event like this could also be a spot and you could connect with everyone that's currently here. So it's very useful in such scenarios also. Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. Okay, we're moving on. So if you guys have questions, you can catch them offline. Next, we have Kaushal from Sports Jig.
Hi guys, I'm Kaushal Karkhanis. So I head the creative team at Jigserve Digital. So on one side we are a digital agency, and one side we have this app. We are just foraying into this app ecosystem now. How many of you guys play sports on a regular basis here? Awesome. And did you play any sports today? Anyone? Only one person? So that's what we are trying to change with our product here. I think we'll just start with a quick video. Vinay, can you play the video, please?
Have you been tied to your desk? Are you always staring at a screen? Do you only daydream about an active life? Then it's time to make a change and get back to a healthier you. Introducing SportsJig.com, an online platform which helps you step out for sporting activities and stay fit. SportsJig.com is easy to use. Choose your favorite activity or sport, and the map will light up with possible play spaces you can go to near your current location. Or select your preferred location and you will be served a wide range of fitness or sports activities available in the area. Or if you want a partner or an entire team, find sports buddies and play pals to share the journey with you. SportsJig.com will leave you spoiled for choices, and all at the convenience of a few clicks. If you ever played a sport, now is the time to take it up again. If you thought your neighborhood did not have any sports activities, it is time to think again. If you were bored to go it alone, it is time to meet new people. SportsJig.com enables you to do all this to stay in touch with your game and on course with your fitness goals. So stop making excuses. Wake up to every moment and work towards your most awesome self. Download the SportsJig app today. SportsJig.com. Get back to play.
So yeah, I think that leaves me with just about 2 minutes. So I'll just quickly take you through the app. This is the first screen which you see when you land onto the app. So you have 4 tabs here: play spaces, events, people, and offers. So you have the search on top, which will immediately detect where you, if your location services are enabled, it will know that these are the play spaces around you. Then you have this is the events part. The second event which you see here is a sports carnival which we are doing pretty soon in December. I'll talk about that later if we have the time. Then you have people. Here you will obviously be able to see all the people currently who are signed in or who are using the app. So currently we don't have the filter set here, but you'll be able to check whether the person is online or not. And you have offers. Offers are obviously as simple as getting some discounts or something which would be a free trial session. This is how a play space looks like. This is a play space UI. You can do multiple actions on a play space, like check in, review it, edit the play space. So what we've done is we've crowdsourced everything, which means that you can add play spaces, you can add events. It's not something where we have created all the play spaces and we've created all the events. There will be some which will be curated by us, but a lot of it will be crowdsourced. And this is a sports carnival. So this is an actual thing which we are doing on the 6th of December. This is something which we did in June earlier. And in December, we're going to be doing the second version. So if you guys are interested, you should just come there. It's about $100 through the app. It's $500 if you just show up without the app. That was my pitch, of course. So hope you get back to play.
Thank you, Kaushal. Okay, last we have Wingage over here. So, go.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vishal Chaudhary. I am a co-founder of Wingage Wi-Fi. Wingage means Wi-Fi plus engagement, and we create an innovative solution over Wi-Fi, which create a social engagement. Yeah, okay, sorry. So, your customer expects a free Wi-Fi wherever they go. For example, coffee shop, restaurant, maybe at gym, maybe at mall. So it's everywhere. So, but small business thinks that why should we provide a free Wi-Fi to my customer? What I am getting out of it? And we answer this question. We created an innovative Wi-Fi solution which convert your Wi-Fi into a powerful social media marketing tool. Let's see how we do it. So whenever the customer try to access a free Wi-Fi, whenever he access to try a free Wi-Fi, he has to like the Facebook page of that restaurant, or maybe do a follow, or then we can ask him to do a share for him or do a check-in, and after that he will be redirected to any success page, maybe it is a Zomato review page, or maybe it is a app download page, anything. Let's see how the customer experience will go. So first when he connects to a Wi-Fi, he asked for the mobile number. When he enters his mobile number, SMS authentication, SMS OTP will come and he do a authentication. This is a mandatory procedure by Government of India. We can't skip that. After that, we ask him to log in through a Facebook, Twitter, contact form or access code. Suppose he did a login through a Facebook, we will collect his profile data like a photo, email ID, date of birth and all. After that, we ask him to like the Facebook page of that particular restaurant or particular location. So you get a free likes. Then after that, we can also tell them to do a check-in. So average Facebook user have a 250 people in their friend list. So even if you get a 20 people who did a login, you will nearly reach to a 10,000 people in a one single day. After that, you can redirect him to a discount coupon or maybe a Zomato review page. As a business owner, you get a dashboard where you get the social analytics data, where you can see that how many likes you get, or maybe how many updates or how many check-ins you got. You can also see that how many the male-female ratio also. In this in a Facebook data tab, you get a detailed data of your customer, like a mobile number, his name, email ID, male, female, date of birth, and you can use this data for CRM purpose. By using an email or SMS, you can send a birthday offer to him. And you can also personalize the experience using a logo setting where you can add your logo in a process. So you get all kind of the which is expected setting in this dashboard. We provide all kind of the all expected features of the Wi-Fi, like user blocking, user session data management, MB limit, time limit, and all. So you get everything, whatever the enterprise Wi-Fi has. So one of the innovative thing what we did is that, so earlier when we wanted to set up a public Wi-Fi at a restaurant or any cafe, you require a very high-end hardware like a Wi-Fi server, Wi-Fi controller, access point. So it costs nearly 1 lakh or 2 lakh rupees per access point. But what we did is that we completely eliminated this hardware need and place it at a cloud level, okay? And you just need an access point on your premise, that's it. So we reduce the cost of the providing a public Wi-Fi, and we made it a very affordable one. So it's very easy. It's as easy as connecting a laptop, and you can start it within 3 minutes. So this is our Wi-Fi router. So you can use this social Wi-Fi for any purpose, like an event, gym, hospital, pubs, restaurant, cafe, everywhere. So we charge it for the 15,000 per annum. It's a SaaS model. We are live at a 30 location in Mumbai. Our nearest place is a Cafe Zoe. And Anurag look after the business inquiries and business related details. We are mentored and incubated by the Zone Startup India, which is a joint collaboration of the Bombay Stock Exchange and Ryerson University, Canada. We also featured in a Your Story and other publication. Thanks.
All right. Thanks a lot, Vishal. I'd also like to invite back Kaushal, Dhaval, and Siddharth. We'll do a quick Q&A. If Vishal, come back. Yeah. So let's just do a quick Q&A if anybody has any questions for them. Anybody?
That Wi-Fi device you explained, and you said that it can be used in parties. But the annual fee you're charging is 15,000, sorry.
Yeah.
So let's say if I have some event at my home, at my place. So is there possible to have for at least 2 days or 3 days, or do I have to give you a 1 year?
No, so we have a different product for events and all. So our current this product only support 15 people at a time.
Okay.
So it's it's for the cafes and restaurant. For the event and all, we are having a different. So at an event, you will have nearly 75 or 100 people at your place.
Yeah.
So we are having a different product and different price set for that.
So I can use for 2 days and I can return the product. That's possible.
Exactly. So basically, we just wanted to one thing clear that we are not internet service provider. So internet is yours.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah. It's just an instrument to.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's a very good product.
Yeah.
Keep it up.
Hi, it's about the Wi-Fi thing. So you said that, in places like Dibella and all, you'll probably give them like the free Wi-Fi only if they like your page or something like that.
Right.
So agreed, people will do that. It's a good strategy. But like, what makes you believe that, when they leave, they won't actually unlike it? Because actually it's an engineered kind of a like. It's
Right.
not, they're not liking it on their own. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So what makes you think that they won't unlike it right after they go home? So you'll get the stats that, the analytics will show that, so many people liked you. But is there analytics to even give you that thing that, okay, people actually unlike me right after they went out or in the future?
So basically, it's not a perfect environment, okay? So many people, most of people don't do this kind of the thing, okay? If there's 100 people, maybe 10 or 5 people will do, but you will still get a 90 likes.
So you have stats to back you up on that, or you're just saying that people would do this,
So it's just my assumption, okay?
Hi. I want to ask you, what about the security when somebody uses your Wi-Fi instead of...
Yeah. So the government guidelines says that you need to have for each person different username and different password. So in our case, we consider mobile number as a user, and each user has a different password for them. So Government of India says that you just need to collect the session details. That's it.
To the Spot Chat app, what kind of users do you have right now, and what is your monetization strategy?
We are currently live. We are currently live in Android, and for iOS it's under review, so it will be live soon. So we are just starting off, and we have thought of monetization, but we are waiting for it to pick up, and then we'll start on that.
to you. What will be the difference between this and Foursquare? Currently, I use Foursquare to check into restaurants and this thing. So I see my friends who are on Twitter. So what is that USP you are offering?
So as I said earlier, this is a geo-fence-based chatting experience where so you have your settings. In that settings, you define a radius, right? So if let's say if I have defined a radius of 500 meters around this spot, so you can only chat to people of that radius. So not someone sitting in Jaipur or Delhi, or you can't even see someone outside the radius of 500 meters.
Actually, yours, right? This is with friends. Yours is for people around.
Yeah. So this is for meeting new people. So what you are also doing is trying to see where your friends are around, right? So this is also, like meeting new people at any spot here or in a restaurant or a pub, wherever. Not yet. You should. I should have, but yeah, it's slightly late. We are running short a lot.
Okay. The first two ideas are very community oriented. I guess you guys are just launching or going to launch your app. How do you plan to build your app and the community around it? So what's the strategy over there? Because the success of the app depends on how well you build your community and engage it, right?
Yeah, you're right. So there are few challenges that we are facing right now. Of course, we don't have that kind of money to blow up on marketing. So right now we are relying a lot on events like this and word of mouth as of now. But yes, we do have plans for taking this to the next level, probably by marketing and maybe sponsoring some events and making events like this spots. So yeah.
My question is to Kaushal for Sports Jig. I think it's a fabulous app, and given people are not being very mobile and not doing many activities like sports and stuff. So are you keeping any sort of say weekly events or some motivation to just let people come out and play? I mean that's the whole concept, right? So some reward based something, or I mean.
So your question is whether we are rewarding people or
not rewarding. I mean some motivation to actually get people out, get off the couch.
Right. So at the moment we are hoping that people who are genuinely interested. So our tagline is "Get back to play." Right. It's for people who are currently not playing sports and trying to get them back onto the playground. So currently we are at a very early stage, and we are hoping that people are genuinely interested in playing at least something. So it could be even something as simple as going and doing a hula hoop. It doesn't have to be something which is hardcore football or tennis. So if right now we are at that stage, if we see not a lot of traction happening, then after some time we'll probably do some more of gamification, keep trying different models. It's at this stage it's a lot of learning and giving back.
Thanks.
Excuse me. This is for the spot chat people. There were these kind of apps abroad also, which was primarily ended up being used for women trafficking. Okay? It was the business setup of, without getting into police connect or anything, come, be at an area geocentric, connect with a girl, take her out and finish. In India, government will come very heavy if you do not have protection against this kind of thing. Please watch out if you have already plans for that.
So I have a question about the sports app. I mean, do you also push some notifications in case suppose somebody is really traveling back from his office to home and he's in some area, maybe in a traffic jam, or do you push a notification saying that somebody needs a partner for some game, or somewhere you can just get an entry and play it for half an hour and go, so that people are actually encouraged to really go and decide on spot that yes, let me try. And
I wish we could have an app where we could predict the person is stuck in traffic. But we do have notifications, and those notifications are currently very topical about when you are in a certain location or you follow certain sports. So for example, if you follow football, or cricket or basketball, whatever it is, then we'll try to keep sending you notifications about sports which are happening or events which are happening around that sport in your area. Right? Because chances are that you're interested only in that specific sport or things happening around your area. We cannot keep tracking around where you are right now all the time unless you go and you click the location button and say, show me things around me.
Yeah, this is regarding this sports app. Yeah, yeah.
Right.
Very nice concept. So, do you also have plans to rate the players? Okay, how fit he is?
Do we have plans to?
Rate a player. Okay, how fit he is playing football, because he said that he can
So
find.
this has been feedback which has been given to us. We thought of implementing this in the early stage, but we then realized that let's not clutter the app in the very initial stage. Let's do a lot of learning. So currently we are just moved beyond the MVP stage, right? So we don't want to clutter it with, like somebody asked about gamification. So we don't want to add too many features early on, but as we learn and as we realize what people want, we will keep adding these features.
And the next question is for the sport chat. So all the, because I somehow I missed it. Also all the names are pulled from Facebook, or those are the community members who are logged into the chat?
The ones that you saw in video,
yeah.
those were actually Facebook test users. So those were not actual users per se, because we are currently in the production phase and it's live on Android.
So all the users will be Facebook users?
Yeah, all the Facebooks will be, all the users will be Facebook only eventually.
Okay.
We'll add other logins also, because we wanted to create this app as more of a collaborative app. So where you could find people of who have the interest that you are interested, the things that you are interested in, or like-minded people.
So it's basically you are just simplifying the Facebook searching process in your app.
Yeah, you could say that in a way that you are getting to know the people around you who are Facebook users.
You can also do that using Facebook as well.
You can't look for people who are not your friends. You could only look the friends that you are around, around you, but you can't look at other people who are not your friends and they are in your vicinity.
How does your app pulls that if they are not your friends?
So basically, if someone is checked in into a particular restaurant using our app, even if you are not friends on Facebook, you will still see him or her, and then you can connect with them. So he may not be a Facebook friend per se, but you can connect with them. That's the entire crux of the idea, that you meet new people and then eventually you get connected with them.
Thanks.
So, sorry, Spotify. So basically, once the connection is made, then what's the interest of people in your app?
They'll still continue chatting with each other. They'll still continue exploring new places.
They can alternate it within, they can next level take it to friends on Facebook and then connect
Yeah, but
separately.
that thing you could do in everywhere, right? You could connect on Facebook and then leave Facebook at one place and then start connecting on WhatsApp. That's the case with every social app that is live currently. So you could connect on Twitter with someone, for example, and it might be that it's a different, so Twitter is basically anonymous. You could post as anyone, and then eventually you would be someone else. So you could connect on Facebook at that social media as well, right? So that's the case with everything. So the thing that will drive this is the more you want to connect with new people and the more you want to stay connected with the people around you in that particular spot. Say for example, you are at a cricket match and you want to chat with everyone that's in that particular stadium currently. So that's when you'll use spot chat predominantly, so that you can have a live chat kind of an experience with the people around you. That's a particular use case where you could use spot chat.
Okay. And can you define your the people you want to connect with? Like for example, I only want to connect with people between the age group of 25 plus to say 40, or I want to connect with a certain liking. You mentioned liking, but can I filter it further per age group or per other criterias?
So currently the filtering criteria are only for the spots and not for the users, because these spots will predominantly be such that there are 30-35 people around you, and if you could just when you are in an active spot, you could just browse through all the users, see their hashtags and then connect with them.
Okay.
So currently we have not included age and gender filters because once you put in age and gender, then people start thinking that it's more of a dating app. And they start looking at it like you want to connect with someone from the opposite gender. But we wanted to keep it as collaborative as possible. So that's why we didn't try for it now.
Okay, thanks.
All right, guys, let's give them a big round of applause. Thanks, guys. So there were actually quite a few entries we got. There are a lot of startups doing a lot of interesting things. Just quick show of hands. How many of you all know what TIE and TIE Mumbai is all about? Okay, not many. So anyways, we basically are a platform, we're a non-profit that helps startups and entrepreneurs. We are basically everything. So like media entertainment is one of the things that we look at because it's extremely specific to Mumbai. We have the Thai food network. We have technology is also an integral part, and healthcare is also something that we're looking very closely. So we basically work with a lot of startups. We create connects with mentors. We have investor connect sessions and things like that. Another big announcement is we are doing, so this was a small product showcase that we're doing as part of Social Media Week. We are doing something big called TICON, which is happening in January 6th and 7th. We're kind of curating India's largest startup pitch event. Like if you're a startup, you can apply for that. And if you get shortlisted, you'll be presenting to a jury panel. There will be live jury panel, there'll be investors over there, and the 5 top startups will get a chance to go to TICON Silicon Valley also. So yeah, that's about it. So you can catch me later offline, and Navita, I'm going to hand it back to you now. Thanks.
So thank you, Kumar, and thank you all the startups who have come on stage. So next is a panel which we have, which is quite interesting, is celebrities on social. I think that is one of the most talked discussions online as well as offline, because we usually have seen celebrities getting bullied on social, celebrities getting judged on social. Unlike others, sometimes they're not even treated like humans. I mean, they can't even have their personal opinions because they get scrutinized worse than any other normal Twitter handle. So when it comes to that, we have a very interesting panel next. We are just waiting for one of the panelists to arrive. They've already reached the venue. They're just inside the venue, lost. So we're just getting them back to the stage, getting them to the venue area. So just to give a quick heads up on what we're going to discuss in this particular session is how celebrities use social media as a tool for their PR, and does that help them or sometimes does that backfire? And how is it being used for their endorsements, and how brands are connected in this whole social and celebrity world. So for this particular panel, we have here Nikhil Chinnappa. Nikhil Chinnappa is the festival director, and he also have co-founded Sunburn. And currently, he's the festival director for VH1 Supersonic. And along with Nikhil, we'll be having Gaurav. Gaurav is the Indian television anchor, and also he's also a sports presenter for Indian television for Indian Premier League. So along with these two panelists, we have Tiska Chopra joining, and she is a contemporary actress in the Indian film industry. She has played a very well-known and a very interesting role in Tare Zameen Par as the mother of the child protagonist. So the next session, yeah, we have our speakers finally here. So without much delay, let me welcome the moderator and the host for this particular panel, Lavin, on stage. Lavin, welcome to the Made of Great stage.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Before I welcome my esteemed panelists, I'd like to share a little story that starts with a fantastic quote that goes like, love can conquer all things in the world except poverty and toothache. And this was a line that was shared by my dentist when he popped my tooth out. So I'm in a bit of pain, so please bear with me if I don't sound very sharp. But the good news is that all the talking is going to be done by three fantastic panelists. We got a stellar panel. And the better news is that two of my panelists are ace presenters and anchors. So they've told me that, Lavin, whenever you're in pain, just raise your left hand and we'll take up the job of moderation. So we'll ask the questions and answer them ourselves. So I'm in great company. But without further ado, I'd love to welcome all my panelists, the gorgeous Tiska Chopra and my favorite VJs, Gaurav and Nikhil. Although they're not VJs, but they've moved on in life. But I first know them as my favorite VJs. So, ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause.
Messi is also here.
Great. So thanks for coming along for this panel at Social Media Week. And I think we are here to talk about Tiska said let's call it has social is social media.
Has social media.
Has social media, right? So the context is how are celebrities using new media with the emerging. We've seen people from Twitter, YouTube, and other platforms here earlier in the day. They're talking about the big things, the big plans that they have in the pipeline, which are changing our lives, and more so the lives of some very important people with blue ticks, as I call you. So the idea is how is social media changing your lives and impacting? And if I could start with Nikhil, how long have you been on Twitter?
I think I've been on Twitter for maybe 5 or 6 years.
5 or 6 years.
But I've been using the internet for communication, and which is what I think social media is all about, for a lot longer than that. We started a forum in about 2005, which is a music forum in India. It was called the Submerge Forum. And we were able to use that forum to communicate ideas about music, talk about events, promote and market our events, and basically become what was the library of knowledge, a knowledge repository for dance music and electronic music. So I've been active on the internet before social media became what it is today. And even now, I kind of use social media in much the same way that I used the internet back then, which is just to speak out, to reach out, communicate, and share ideas.
And the news is that you dragged Gaurav onto Twitter. Is that correct, Gaurav?
That's right. Actually, Nikhil, I think this was in December of 2009 when, so Nikhil has two modes. One when he's performing, which is, and the other when he's not performing, which is, and mostly with a remote in his hand. And there was one time like that where I said, dude, you think I should get on Twitter? And he got really confused, and from like this he became like that, and then he became like that. And he essentially started making a squealing sound saying that I should be on Twitter. You're the one who got me that Twitter handle, if I remember correct. He was very surprised that Gaurav Kapoor was there. I got very lucky. I didn't realize at the time I was very lucky. And Rishi Jaitley, in fact, from Twitter told me that, bastard, how do you have your name, man? I don't have my name, and I've got RS Jaitley 2632 or something like that. So I didn't realize. I was very lucky to get my handle at the time. And then to increase the follower count, we both sat at Bagel Shop one evening and had a pretend fight on Twitter while sitting across each other. And we had a pretend fight, and then people sort of came on like that. So, I mean, those were the early days. Now, of course, you don't need to have any pretend fights on Twitter. There are 10 people willing to fight with you at any given point in time in the day. But yeah, that was 2009.
We'll come back to trolling. I think we've got some talking to do about trolls. Tiska, when did you start using, what was your first social platform?
Actually, I'm not very social at all. And social media, I think, is an extension of being social. You have to engage with vast numbers of people, and I can only engage very well with the camera on. I see several, so I'm all right for now. But otherwise, it's not the best place for slightly reclusive people. The good thing is that when you're part of some sort of activity. I was part of this thing called the Star Anchor Hunt, which was part of Star News. They were looking, I was the judge. So they wanted me and Chetan Bhagat, who was heavily on social media. He was on Twitter all the time. He had 1 lakh followers before I'd even heard of Twitter. So they said, no, you have to be on Twitter. And so they opened my Twitter account and they set it up for me. And I just, dragged my feet and went along with it. But I do see now how useful it is, because you can be you and you can say what you want to say, when you want to say, how much you want to say, at your own time and pace. So that is the useful part. So you cut out the middleman. That for me is very useful. Otherwise you have dregs of humanity who are posing as journalists, quoting you and saying things which are complete untruths. So this is where you come out and say what you want to say. And you say it in a short, concise manner, exactly what you want to say. And you're done with it.
So you got rid of Sunny thanks to social media.
Social media, no. Sunny, who's Sunny?
Sunny?
Like,
Sunny, as in you saying what you're basically getting quoted for what you said and not getting misquoted.
not getting misquoted, absolutely not getting misquoted. At least, or you can correct people who are misquoting you and say, I never said that. Oops. So that gets sorted.
But you also have to be careful, because you know what happens is that we, as human beings, we have, obviously through the day we have many thoughts, and sometimes and it's human, right, on the same topic, you could, like the sands of time, it just, it shifts sometimes, and you can change your viewpoint on something. Like you could be thinking a particular way today, and maybe 4 years ago you thought another way, and that's fairly normal and natural. It's evolution, and there's more knowledge and more information, and you change your decision making. But my favorite are those people who will pick out that quote from 4 years ago and say, but 4 years ago you said something else.
I love them.
If 4 years ago you were non-vegetarian, you must never become vegetarian. You will eat meat all your life. So it's almost as inane as that. And that I feel is absolutely fantastic. So I actually know some people now who go back and delete their old tweets.
I think social media is vastly entertaining. I mean, for yourself and for other people as well. And once in a while, when somebody actually digs out stuff like this about you, saying, "But you said this back then," and now you just kind of shrug and go, "Really? It really matters to you?" It obviously does matter to some people, and I find that very entertaining. And that's just me.
In fact, I heard there's a job profile where somebody has to just take screenshots of popular people on Twitter when they tweet something which is,
That's his day job?
Yeah, that's his
That's
day
what he
job.
does?
I just heard, yeah, there's a day job, and just take screenshots and archive them. Kabhi na kabhi kaam.
Does he wear khaki shorts to work?
Let's not go there.
I'm just asking about the dress code at work. I mean, what do you guys, anyway, carry on.
Do screenshots, other shots later. So Nikhil, how has it been for you? What's the new change that you faced when you used? I think 2005 was very, very early. You said that you started a forum. So I mean,
we basically started a forum to talk about the music that we were playing. We were promoting electronic music at the time at Submerge, and there were other forums that existed at the time. There was Isra Trance, that was a very popular forum. There was Trance Addict, which is based out of the US, which is very popular. And we created a knowledge base for Indian fans of dance music, DJs, clubbers, club owners, promoters, to kind of come there and talk about different events that they were doing. And what we noticed very quickly was international forums were extremely abusive. So trolling is not something that's new to social media. The internet is an enormously negative space. It's very difficult to find people on the internet who will come up to you and say, "Well done," and pat you on the back. But it's quite easy to find people who just say, "You're a fucking asshole, you're a retard, you should go kill yourself right now." That's the most common basic kind of emotion that you will find on the internet. And even back then, we found that the forums, people were quite abusive. So on our forum, we made a couple of rules. All the people that we'd banned, we unbanned them. We made one simple rule, which is you could criticize a DJ for his music, for his style of playing, for his choice of, for his track selection, for the clothes that he or she was wearing. But the minute you said you're a dickhead, you got banned. There were no warnings. And we became then the most well-moderated, well-behaved, and also slightly boring forum on the planet. As opposed to Trance Addict, where Armin van Buren could have saved a child on the first page. By the end of the first page, he was fucking his mother. It happened on all threads across all different subtopics and subsections. It was bizarre. But in the middle of all of that, there was also a lot of information, knowledge, wit, sarcasm, all of that being shared.
Who needs that though?
Nobody.
We just need the abuse. My problem with trolls in India is that they're really boring. They're very unimaginative. Their abuses are sort of template. I get very insulted by the fact that you're using the same abuse for me that you used for somebody else before. I think you should use a fresh abuse for me. You should come up with something, because only then I'll know that I impacted your life in some way. If you're using the same thing you've been using for the last 15 years, then, I mean, I thought I was more special than that. So that for me is the disappointing part.
So how should somebody troll? I mean,
I honestly,
what's your advice for people?
Jokes apart, and I love it. See, I love banter. Okay, I think that banter is amazing. I think you can be irreverent without being disrespectful. I believe you can be cheeky without being abusive, and I think that's the idea. And sometimes, I'll see a thread and there'll be some really funny trolls, and mostly they come out of the UK, because that kind of sense of humor is the most tongue-in-cheek, and they come out of there, and you'll find, like the other day I found a troll in the UK. So there was this whole, Prime Minister Modi in England, and this entire back and forth that was happening, and there was one UK troll who was taking on about 20 Indian trolls. It was like a scene from an old Hindi film, where the hero was fighting 20 and winning, right? He was winning. 20 were attacking him and getting even more riled up, and he was just sitting somewhere in England, being sarcastic, being cheeky, and getting the better of them and getting under their skin. So I think that, for me, is really clever trolling, and our guys could just keep coming back with, "You white bastard!" I mean, come on, that's not, like, what's that?
No, but that's still a theoretical answer. I need to know. Give me an example.
Bloody hell, let them do their work themselves.
If you were to troll Nikhil,
I have trolled him. I trolled him about his snorkel just this afternoon. Wink, wink. I went diving with him once, and he made me touch his snorkel, just to check if there were no leaks in it. Guys are disgusting. What's wrong with you?
Touch a snorkel. I like the sound of it.
Yeah.
It's plastic, shiny and long.
And you have to put it to your mouth to save your life when you're underwater.
Yes.
Just saying.
It works best when you wrap your lips around it.
And you must also wear glasses so you can see clearly as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If anybody's ever been scuba diving or snorkeling, you'll know, why is everybody laughing?
Yeah. I also had to say once, for breathing, I had to say suck, suck, blow is just a figure of speech. See, now that's trolling. Now we're trolling you.
Guys. I think a big round of applause. That's
We're trolling you now.
So Tiska, how do you troll people?
I don't.
She doesn't. She's good there.
I don't, yeah.
Okay, how do you get trolled?
Oh my God, all sorts of funny things about mostly about clothes, about what one is wearing or hairstyles, things like that. That's a lot that happens. A lot of people try and flirt. That's a kind of a trolling. I don't know if it's really trolling, but it's a kind of a thing which they try and swing by. Stuff like that. Quite boring actually. I think I need to hit some UK people. Yeah, get some of those guys.
But also, it's, I've noticed though, it's a little tougher for women than for men, because for women, they can do anything. They can put a picture up of food and suddenly you get back sexual innuendo. And not even innuendo, it's just directly sexual. Like, it's a sex. It's just dirty. And there, then you can't even, it's not even like, hang on, you don't even want to engage that troll, right? I mean, that's just stupid. You just let it go. So yeah, for that I agree that women have it harder. Like, we guys don't have, and you know that. I mean, that's a universal phenomenon. Men don't have that happening, but that happens to women. And I think that should stop, because I think that's quite disgusting.
I'm just thinking the next 24 hours is going to be really interesting, because here we are, the three of us sitting going, trolls are unimaginative, they're no good, we don't really engage with them because they're boring. And now the internet's waking up going, okay, challenge accepted.
Let's rip these guys a new one.
Oh, there is a webcast happening?
Oh, hello, nice people. Hi. We love you.
Extra brownie points for wit, especially if it's British style.
Yeah. Hashtag shit, we're screwed.
So let's imagine that these social platforms weren't there. Let's go back to MTV Select and MTV Super Select, one of my favorite shows. Used to call in and send SMSs to request songs, and once he actually did that, and I thought, this works. So without Facebook, without Twitter, you've done a form of social media. A form of socially connected, TV show. Say you were to run a Super Select now on Twitter or on Facebook, how would that be? And the question to you is, if you get rid of all the platforms, how would your life be as a celebrity?
My life wouldn't be that much different, honestly. It's extremely useful to have access to a couple of lakh people at any point when you want to promote your films, when you want to promote an idea or a cause or work for something. And it's extremely useful, and I haven't gone and bought or acquired followers. I haven't even staged a fight. Maybe I should. Yeah. So I haven't done any of that. So
That's an
they're
interesting
actually.
question. Do people buy followers? I mean, do people
I've heard.
I've also heard about
yes,
it.
what heard? I know. Yes, they do.
Yeah.
And it doesn't really work out because the thing is, if you're not consistent with what you're saying, if you're not consistent with your messaging, even fans that you've acquired organically don't really care.
Okay.
So I'm sorry to say this. If you show up just when you want to promote a film, nobody really cares about it. If you're consistent in your messaging throughout the year with either something that you're passionate about, could be fashion, could be traveling, could be bicycling, fans tend to be more receptive to what you have to say when you want to try and push a message across if you're just talking to them regularly. That's something that I found.
My sense is that if they're following me, then they're interested in the work that I do, which is acting, by and large. They're also interested in where I'm going to and what I'm doing with my life broadly, but I'm not really interested in letting them into the subtext of my life. I'm really not. It's too much, and sometimes I have this like a inner battle where I'm thinking, I don't really want to engage that much. I don't want to get out there and tell them, this is where I'm going and that's what I'm doing. I haven't committed myself to that sort of thing. I don't get up in the morning and say, hello everybody, good morning, and the sun is shining. I'm not interested in that. It's not my thing. So when something radical occurs to me, which is very rarely, if at all, then I do post it. And if not, then, it's all right. I engage on a need-to-know basis. If somebody asks me something that's interesting or that I haven't already answered, like the meaning of my name, then I will engage. Otherwise, I'll go back to refer to this page on this tweet on this day, and you will find your answer type of thing.
You do that?
Yeah.
Refer to tweet number 1234 like Mr. Bachchan? E numbers always tweet.
Yeah, E numbers.
There's a few, you have to choose. When you get on, your social media profile, whether it's Facebook or Twitter or Instagram or whatever you're doing, is an extension of you. You choose how much of an extension of you it's going to be and what part of it's going to be. We as human beings can't grapple with the totality of our own existence. So it's very difficult to portray that in 140 characters. So therefore, you're going to choose which aspect of it that you want to show. Now, for Nikhil, I know because I follow him, and anyone who follows him knows Nikhil is now for me for India's ambassador for particular kind of music. So therefore, it's very easy for somebody is imaging. They go that, all right, if I want to know anything that's happening in the world of, he's been trying to tell me the term all through, so it's still EDM, right? It's EDM, all right. So so he's the face of EDM. So you know that if that's the kind of music you're interested in, you want to follow him because you know what's happening in the world in that world. With me, I chose that for me, most of mine was going to be reactive humor. So my strength is when something happens, my strength is that there's some reactive humor. My reaction to it can be sort of irreverent and funny. So I chose that it's going to be that. Plus, I'm going to give people a taste of sort of behind the scenes of the things I do because people really like cricket and people really like films. These are the two things that India loves. So I'll give them a little behind the scenes thing. There are some things that I will never do. For example, I have never put a picture of my nephews and nieces on it, right? I don't think I'll put a picture of my kids when I have them and if I have them. So there are a few things that I draw the line as well, right? Because I know...
I agree with him. I put up one picture of my daughter one time and then I immediately regretted it because she doesn't need that. I don't think that's an area one needs to go into. One's immediate family functions, things like that. People want to know everything. But it's up to you how much you want to say. And I think, coming back to what you were saying, they're so interested in films and anecdotes from what's happening and, maybe selfies with a few of the cast members and, rap parties and things like that, things that you do as part of your work. I don't think they mind too much if you stay at that level and you don't offer them more and then go and hide behind a wall.
No, I'm not saying that you need to expose your entire life to them, but what Gaurav's also talking about, it's something that I call having a digital personality. That personality needs to be consistent. Like when I think of Gaurav, I think about his humorous take on social issues.
I don't really have a consistent personality in
You
life.
do. If you're on social media, trust me, you have a digital personality.
No,
The
no,
way
I'm
fans
saying I
see
don't
you,
even think I have a consistent personality in life.
you do. Even if it's inconsistent, there'll be
That's the
consistency in it. We
consistency,
won't
yeah,
go there.
okay.
This is like nuclear physics now. But when you think of different people on social media, whether it's Kapoor or whether it's Gulpanag or whether it's myself or I don't know, Kardashians, they all have certain traits to them, and those are those traits that stand out about those people. And that's what I call having a digital personality. It goes beyond your immediate profession. Like Gaurav is a sports commentator, I might be a DJ or a musician, but there are things that we address on social media that create a larger world around us, which is what fans are able to relate to. So which is why when you start putting stuff out on social media, you really need to be careful about what you're doing, because it creates an illusion or an image of who you are and what you are in somebody else's mind. And if that's not the image that you want to create, then you have to be careful about that.
You have to be, see, you're controlling your narrative. When you're on digital media, you're controlling your narrative. It's yours. It's your story. So you choose what part of the story you want to tell. But I agree with Nikhil, there has to be some consistency even in the inconsistency. There has to be some consistency, and I've noticed that as well. Now, if I go back, and I've done this sometimes, because a lot of brands, when they want to engage with you, they obviously want to engage with you in the things that you'd be good at, right? So nobody's calling me on a fashion portal and saying, you know, tell us about makeup. Or no one's calling.
Damn, I wonder why not.
They really should, honestly. I've got great skin, but somehow they don't seem to do that. But there are certain things. So even when I tweet, if I tweet something about cricket, I'll notice that the interaction of that is much higher than if I was to tweet something about, you know,
Red shoes?
economy, red shoes, biochemistry, you know, there's things. So even though you as a person may think about 25 different topics every day, the world doesn't want to hear you thinking about 25 topics a day. They know they like you for these 3 particular things. So you want to stick to those 3 and maybe push the 4th. So I think it's also very important that when you are on social media, and if you're using it as a channel, see, some people are just using it to shoot the breeze. If you're using it to shoot the breeze, do whatever, man. Nobody cares. If you're just going out for a walk in the park, nobody cares what your technique is. But if you're going out for a run, then a technique matters, right? So that's what you need to do. You need to decide whether it's just a stroll in the park, your digital presence, and it can be, and no one's complaining, or whether it's a sprint or whether it's a marathon, because then your technique and your efficiency comes into play then, and that's when you have to pay attention to a few more things than just that.
So just to build on Nikhil's point, I think Nikhil, you and Gaurav, the line of work you all do, it's yourself as the person, right? As a sports commentator, as an EDM, as an ambassador of the music space. But for Tiska, I think she's doing a lot of different characters in her movie, and she's not always Tiska Chopra. At times she's Ishan Awasthi's mom. At times she's the character in Dil To Bachcha Hai Ji. You know, diverse characters that she plays. And at times, while promoting films, you have to be in that zone. So what's your take on having those inconsistencies as a part of her work?
Okay, this is my opinion. I don't think it works. Because irrespective of what characters you play in film, people know you as a person as well, irrespective of the characters. Let's take Salman Khan or Shah Rukh Khan or Farhan Akhtar for that matter. They all have heavy presences on social media. They all have personalities that extend onto social media that is not consistent with the characters that they play in film. So when they do come out and talk about a film, their fans know that they're talking about a film, and yes, it's being promoted, they're listening to it. But when Shah Rukh talks about the IPL or Farhan talks about his stance on women empowerment or gender equality, those are consistent with his image as well. And I have a feeling, and this is a gut feeling, I don't have any statistics to prove it, that when you come out and talk about a film to your fans who've been following you for issues beyond what you do professionally, your fans tend to listen just a little bit harder. Just a little bit. I found that on MTV as well. I'm an MTV presenter. People knew me as the MTV Select guy. When I started throwing dance music parties and I said, hey, this is really nice music, you should come and listen to it, I found that people paid a little more attention to it than they would normally have done if I wasn't really on MTV, if I was just some other guy who was a model or a celebrity and I was throwing a dance music party.
What's your experience been, Tiska?
Food for
With
thought.
films, yeah.
Food for thought. Honestly, for me, it's cutting out the middleman, like I said. You're going out there and you're saying what you want to say in exactly the way that you want to say it, as I said earlier. For me, I haven't taken it that seriously. the number of people who follow me, I think they follow me because of the films that I do. And my understanding has been, I'm open to changing that, is that they're interested in me for my films. I'm not sure how interested they are in knowing what I'm doing with my daughter, or which school I'm choosing or how I'm choosing it, or they're interested in women's issues, sure. They're interested in what travel I'm doing. They're interested in the cars that I like, because I really like cars. So, they're interested in that. But I'm not sure how much beyond that they're interested. I am not.
Oh, so I have to debunk everything that I've said so far, and also say that the first thing that we said was social media is an extension of your own personality. It works for some people, it works differently for other people, it doesn't work at all for some people. So what works for Gaurav doesn't work for me, what works for me won't work for you. So you've just got to find your own happy place, and if that happy place is in complete disagreement with what I believe in, hard cheese. Because that's an extension of what you believe in and who you are.
This guy, they follow you because you're hot. That's why they follow you. Come on, let's address the elephant in the room. That's why they follow you. And of course it helps that you like cars as well, because cars are pretty hot as well. But then that's it. Like I guess we're all in agreement here is that you choose how much you want to portray. And that's up to you. Like even when you're playing a character, there are people who will play the same, you give the same line and the same character to 10 different actors and they all play it differently, right? It's how much of you bring to it. So somebody may play it like this and somebody play it like that, or somebody may cry loudly, somebody may just have a sad face. So exactly like that, when you bring it out to people, and people who are being honest, they are not being dishonest if they don't include a part of their life. Nobody even, we are being very self-important if we think everybody wants to know everything about our lives. Nobody wants to know everything about anything. We saw that happen with Salman as well. When Salman had a comment, a political comment to make, this is the person who is, I think, loved the most in this country on social media, right? All you need to do is, Salman's film is so-so, and you will have thousands of people crawling out from the woodwork wanting to kill you, right? He being criticized on social media, I thought, was a very big sort of case study for people to do, because even with him, there are some things that people think are no-fly zones, even for the most loved guy. So I think there itself is the lesson for all of us who are lower on the food chain on social media than he is in India. That's an important lesson for everyone to learn. Because some things are just no-fly zones, you should just stay away from them, because nobody really wants to hear everything and every thought that you have through the day.
You mentioned endorsements, Gaurav. I think that's an evolving space where endorsements are moving from offline to online thanks to all these new properties. So, a celebrity or a micro celebrity or influencers, as we call them, command a lot of fans, their communities on Instagram, on Twitter, on Facebook. So, have you been experiencing, participating, approached for a lot of endorsement deals?
I've done a few. But my USP and what I tell every brand that I worked with, first of all, every brand that I worked with, I use. So if it's for a brand that I don't use, I say no, right?
Okay.
So so I've done stuff with Vodafone, I did something recently with Maggie, I did one time with Samsung phones when I was using Androids. So whenever I do stuff with a particular brand, I make sure, because I feel that endorsement and digital influencing are two completely different things. When you're endorsing a product, you don't need to be using it. Like, we know that Shah Rukh Khan doesn't go to Big Basket and shop, right? And he doesn't drive a Santro. You know that. But it's an ad and he's playing a character, so you buy it and you know that's true. When it's digital, there has to be a very, very high degree of sincerity, because if it's not there, people will completely dismiss it. You can see it when people are tweeting about brands that is very evident is a paid tweet. You will notice that the interactions are probably about 10% of what they would be for one of their normal tweets saying, hey, the sun is shining today, right? As inane as that. But if you do it cleverly, so the one thing that I say is, one, it's a product that I must be using myself. And secondly, let me control the narrative. So I'm going to do the creatives. I'm going to make sure it's done in such a way that it doesn't look like a paid for tweet, and it's almost like advertising. So this is my channel. It's where I entertain people. And here I'm going to do something for a brand where I will engage people and get you more interactions than you get from any of your other influencers, because I will do it in my own sort of irreverent sort of style, my own creatives. So that's how I do it. And I think that works for me, and I'm very choosy about it, and I do it only when I think I'm going to have fun.
So you're the copywriter, you're the creative director, and you're the distributor as well.
Yeah, I think I'm all of them.
He's his
Is
own
the money three
advertising
times?
agency.
Is the money three times?
He's cutting out the advertising agency.
Cutting out everyone.
Let me be honest about
I am
this.
the Yash Raj.
90% of people doing sponsored tweets with celebrities, you're doing it wrong, it's not working. It is just not working because when you have a celebrity who doesn't use the product that you're trying to promote through the sponsored tweet, it just comes across as a sponsored tweet. It's like watching an advert on television. It doesn't work. In fact, it's worse because you're using a medium that fans believe in, fans think are sincere, and when that sponsored tweet comes out, it reeks of insincerity. The only thing that's going to happen is it's going to make your target audience hate your product. So if you're going to do a sponsored tweet, please make sure that the person that you're doing it with understands what the hell's going on. I've done it a few times as well, and I never do one tweet. It's built into a narrative. It's always a story. And I believe in the products that I put out. Like these pair of shoes. Nike sent it to me. I wear them every single day. Otherwise, don't do it. And any brand manager or social media manager who thinks, these are my KRAs, I need to tick these boxes, I got these 40 people to tweet about my product, it's not working. And if you think it is, you're doing a lousy job. A lot of social media managers need to wake up because being a social media manager means really understanding the medium. And over the past 2 years, I've worked with so many people who are fantastic with graphs and pie charts and statistics. They're not even on social media themselves. And I'm not joking about this.
Yeah.
They're not freaking on social media themselves. I had somebody yesterday message me saying, you've got 420,000 people on Twitter? I never knew. This guy's the head of social media in a really big company. He joined Twitter a month and a half ago. He's the head of social media. Go figure. Very good with charts, very good with pie graphs and everything.
But actually, this is a very good point that Nikhil is making, which is you can't just say, I'm going to carpet bomb this. I'm going to find 40 people, they will tweet about my product. I'll get lucky because 10 of them will get stickability and the other 30 will just be of low utility. They won't be of low utility, they'll be of negative utility. Be very careful of this. Your 10 people, curate them well. Those 10 people will do stuff for you, save your money, probably pay them more money, and don't pay to the other 30 people because they are doing your brand negative justice. So be careful of this. Don't just carpet bomb something. I said no, I kid you not. I said no to, and I'm not going to name the brand, but it was essentially a new cooking masala that was coming out. Right? Now they approached me for a cooking masala. I'm like, dude, this is not happening. Right? It's not happening. No, but we want you and your wife to be involved. And we wanted to be on Karwa Chauth, and you're cooking for her. Right? I said, exactly. I said, first of all,
I think that's fucking creative, man. There's a sketch in there
I
somewhere.
really think
It's
there's
amazing,
something
right?
there. I think there's something there.
Well, one second, let me add to it. I said, first of all, let me explain to you. I have actually said, everybody knows my stand is very anti all these Indian traditions. And it's anti for me. When everybody else wants to do it, that's fine, but I'm not going to do it. My wife doesn't want to do it. I have even tweeted before, if you go through my social media, I have said the surest way for me to guarantee a short life is to deny my wife food. Right? So I have said that if I make my wife fast, instead of having a long life, she will kill me by about 3 p.m. Right? So she is not fasting. I said, despite knowing that you guys are coming to me, you know this will look completely fake. So people are not doing their homework. You should have not come to me. And I actually said to the person who I spoke with, I said, this should have been, my name and my wife's name should have been a joke in your conference room. You guys should have said, oh, who should we call for this? Oh, let's tell Gaurav and Kirat. Ha 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 ha. And you should have moved on. This should have never have come out and become an actual phone call. So this is happening, and I think this should stop, and you should really just call. For example, the one thing that I did was Maggie, because I love Maggie. So when Maggie came and said, let's do something, I said happily, because, we all love Maggie, right? Everybody loves Maggie. And, if Baba Ramdev had come with Patanjali noodles, I would probably not have done it.
That's what these people in those conference room think, Everybody loves my product, right? So probably that's why they came to you for Karwa Chauth as well.
Yeah.
Everybody loves this masala.
Everybody loves masala. The other thing was for Nissan, because I had done a couple of car launches for them, and Nissan tied up with ICC for cricket. So there again, it's a natural sort of for me to blend into the tapestry there. So you need to be careful, I guess. Also, not just social media managers, I think we should tell people who are influencers as well, don't get greedy just because someone is offering you some money. Don't do something that's insincere because in the long run, you're doing a brand damage.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said about sincerity. I don't know whether people properly understand what that means, but like you said, people follow you because they're fans of yours.
Fans of the work that I do, yeah.
Fans of, that's what I mean. Fans of the work that you do. So when you say something that is not part of your personality, your fans will smell it just like that.
Yeah,
So,
I think they will.
They will, exactly.
I agree they will.
So social media managers, you just have to figure out what that word sincerity
Or you
means.
have to find a way to plait it in neatly into the person's life. It should be a seamless thing, as Gaurav was saying. You have to find a connect and build a story around that. Build it into your life, maybe take a little bit of time, and then start fitting it into your life, and then see how that goes.
Could you share an example?
Maybe up until next Karwa Chauth, something can happen there.
You should pass it
There's
on.
a possibility of that. Starting now, Karwa Chauth's just gotten over.
On Karwa Chauth, I can do Fast and the Furious Part 8.
Yes.
But any examples of how some brand has very subtly, gracefully intertwined the story with yours?
A couple of car things, because I love cars, and that's a genuine thing. I do love them. I mean, I start salivating looking at cars and fantasizing about taking that somewhere or the other and doing stuff with it. So that's my thing. So yeah, the cars are always things that happen very naturally. And then there was something I did with Fanta, which was fantastic, because we used to have a lot of Fanta growing up. It was like our thing to do. And then they said, let's cook different things with Fanta, which was also very interesting. So they got a chef, and we made all sorts of different frozen things and ice creams and jellies and things like that. So that was great fun, innovative, and good for kids, and all of that. That was a nice connect. And a few other interesting things, yeah.
Nikhil, any interesting brand endorsements?
Yes, I'd like not to talk about them, except the one that I just spoke about, which is Nike. Nike wasn't really a brand endorsement. They know I like sneakers. They sent this to me. There's a limited edition pair. I was happy to tweet about it, happy to post it on social media. I got paid no money for it, and I love the shoes. I wear them all the time.
Well, you got paid no money till now. Wait till tomorrow. Ka-ching.
So, Tiska, you mentioned about the cutting of the middleman, and I was just reading this article by Rohit Brijnath, which I shared with Gaurav as well. Very interesting piece about the sports journalist, and he talks about how a journalist used to spend immense amount of energy. It was a big task to get a quote out of a sports star, waiting outside the pavilion, the commentary box, etc. But we've seen a very different kind of journalism as well. If you read Rohit Brijnath's work, you'll understand. But with the advent of new media, you're just a tweet away for journos, for blogs which are fly-by-night blogs who think they're publishers, and everybody's a publisher basically with social media. So how has this whole Journo Connect scenario changed for you in the last 4 or 5 years?
It's amazing what has happened, honestly, and I'll give you a few examples as well. I was just thinking this morning, I read the glossies this morning, and I said, there's no point reading the glossies today, because everything I see in the glossies today I saw on Twitter yesterday. All the tabloid journalism has essentially become from Twitter. If you're going to pick it up from Twitter and put it on a newspaper, then as far as I'm concerned, you're wasting a tree. Because I'm already seeing it on digital yesterday. And if you are a journalist and you're seeing it, even I'm seeing it. We are all seeing it. So you're putting the same things again. So that said, there's a certain, we, I guess, deal with more entertainment journalists. They've become extremely lazy. I don't think you can call them journalists also anymore. I think they're just people who are picking up Twitter and doing it. And a couple of examples on that. I feel that till a few years ago, when it came to entertainment journalism, you were just asked one question, which is, do you know Hindi or English? And they would say, yeah, I know one of them, so you're hired. Then a few years later, it just became, do you have a pen? Yeah, okay, you're hired. Now it's become, do you have a camera in your phone? That's all. If you have a camera in your phone, you're hired, right?
3G?
Sorry?
3G?
3G, नहीं तो Wi-Fi तो मिल ही जाता है कहीं ना कहीं पे ना, किसी से चोरी करके you can get some data. Now, I'll tell you two incidents that I saw which make me believe, and it's so interesting you use the phrase middleman, because I feel, and I was having this conversation with Kabir Khan the other day, and I said, how far do you think we are from a press conference for a film happening entirely on Twitter, right? Because
0 degrees.
Yeah, we're there. We're absolutely there. Because all your fans, when you're releasing a trailer, you're releasing it without anybody being there asking you questions, and the people who want to ask you questions are actually your fans, and now you have a way of going directly to them. So if Shah Rukh or Salman or Amir or any of these actors are coming up with their next film, they just release the trailer and they decide they're going to take 10 questions from their fans. Why do you need a rabble-rousing, trouble-making journalist in the middle? And I say this with a certain degree of
Who
experience.
will ask you the all-important question कि आपको shooting में कैसे मजा आया?
क्या आपने क्या किया? किसी ने कोई प्रैंक किया क्या? मैंने कहा भाई शूटिंग करने गए थे, प्रैंक करने के लिए नहीं गए थे. MTV बकरा की शूटिंग नहीं हो रही थी.
It's like your job. It's your work. You don't ask people आपने आज ऑफिस में कैसे मजे किए?
You sometimes feel pressurized saying कि man, you going to a press conference, you think bloody hell, I must remember the pranks. Don't remember the story. Don't remember your character. Remember 3 pranks that the actors played on each other because that's all they want to know. So we were in. I had gone along with Shah Rukh for the trailer launch of Ravan 3 years ago. And that was, the trailer launch was I think a week or 2 weeks before one of Salman's films. And this was the time when every journalist was having wet dreams about Shah Rukh and Salman's fight, right? So they were just waking up in the middle of the night with, real fantasies about how they could build up this fight. And Shah Rukh was sitting and we said we were going to moderate this, so we had a moderated discussion, got all the communication of the film out, and then he said, journalists can ask me a question. We were in a small town somewhere, forgotten where, and he points to this girl who looks about 18 or 19, it looks like it's her first job, and he says, let her ask the first question. So she gets up and she says, Shah Rukh, आपका ट्रेलर आज रिलीज हो रहा है, congratulations, रावण का ट्रेलर बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ कि आपने ये अभी रिलीज इसलिए किया क्योंकि एक हफ्ते बाद सलमान खान की फिल्म आ रही है. Shah Rukh looks at her, says, how old are you? Asks her a question. She says, she gets really shocked. She says, I'm 19 or 20. She says, is this your first job? She says, yeah, yes sir, it's my first job. This must be the first big gig that you've got. She said, yes sir, this is my first big press conference. Says, in your first big press conference, in your first job in your career, one of the biggest superstars of India has given you a chance to ask the first question, and this is the question you ask. You will not believe all the journos there started clapping. Everybody there started clapping because he has the balls and the wit to actually point that out. And that made me think that it's not that poor girl's fault. She has seen her seniors do exactly that. So she has decided this golden opportunity of asking Shah Rukh Khan a question. You'll probably never meet him again in your career. And this is the question she asked. And he pointed that out to her. And I realized that why would now Shah Rukh subject himself to this, I'm sorry, but limited intellect, when he can sit at home and answer 10 questions from his fans who truly love him and genuinely want to know without, doing all this ungli in the middle. So I feel that it's not very far when even narrative of these things that require press conferences will just be controlled internally and say, listen man, I'm just going to go directly to people who actually want to know about me rather than troublemakers.
It's going to go a step further. People are going to start making content for their communities. People are going to start making specified films, shorts, docus, fiction, other stuff for people who are interested in that kind of work, like similar to what Nikhil's doing, a certain kind of music. People are listening to a certain kind of music because they follow you. People are going to start watching a certain kind of cinema, a certain kind of stuff which is created for that, and that's going to be web content, and that's the next level of it.
Well, we actually did something quite interesting to announce our festival lineup this year. Our festival comes out is in December, at the end of December, and normally
that's not paid for, right? This part is not paid for.
No, it's my festival.
It's his own festival.
He's the founder. No, just clarifying. just clarifying.
पांच उंगलियां घी में, सर कढ़ाई में.
So normally, I mean, the norm was to be that you have a press conference, you have a release party, you invite a lot of people, you make a lot of noise, you play a video of all the artists that are playing. And this time, the team at Supersonic came up with a pretty interesting idea to have a phone line where fans, not journalists, not anybody else, fans could call the phone line and they'd get clues to who the artists were. They would get questions and they would answer the question, and then they would post the answer on social media, and if the answer was right, we'd retweet it. So we just let the entire engagement be between the festival and the fans, got everybody else out in between, and it did really well for us, worked really, really well.
So I've noticed that during our conversation, whenever we talk about social media, the second sentence always has the word tweet. So is social media only about Twitter, or how do you look at Instagram?
I think specific communication is a lot more efficient on Twitter, whereas other aspects, I don't know, I mean, this could also be my opinion because I genuinely like Twitter, and I've curated my feed in a way that all the information that I need, everything that I'm interested in comes to me right there. And I think that if we did a show of hands in this room, when you hear, if you get a message or you get something about something that has happened in the world, how many of you's first reaction is to go to Twitter? Let me just do a show of hands. Yeah, pretty much everyone, right? I don't
read the paper anymore. I read Twitter.
Yeah.
In the morning, I'm on all the important news channels.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I just go to all of them and I see and I get to know what I need to know.
Like that, it's the first thing.
Yeah.
Like I have a family group and I have a cousin who lives in Paris, and it just I woke up at 6 o'clock day before yesterday, and there was a message from my uncle to my cousin saying, "Beta, hope you're okay, be safe in Paris." And it was just on my home screen at the time. And I remember at 6 in the morning just doing this, I just immediately went to Twitter. I realized that even my half asleep reaction is, I didn't know what had happened, but I went immediately to Twitter to see what had happened, and your news feed tells you everything you need to know. So I think that's why probably what we're talking about, a lot of it goes to Twitter, whereas I think for me, I still use Facebook for sort of, pictures of my holiday and stuff like that.
And since you have good skin, Instagram as well?
Facebook is a lot more like my mother-in-law and my mother are together on Facebook. So it's a slightly...
Probably the only place where they're together, right?
They're together. So it's a slightly tricky space because all your cousins and all, so you can't have like drunken parties and other sorts of things put on that. So you're little careful on Facebook.
So different personalities on different platforms. So Facebook is the very...
Different aspects of personality on different platforms.
So how's Instagram for you?
Often, generally irregular personality.
Right.
I'm not on Instagram.
What other platforms?
I'm not on Instagram. I'm on Twitter and I'm on Facebook. And my Facebook is not a page. It's just me and my 3,400 close friends.
Wow, me and my 3,400
close friends. Close friends.
Very, very modest of you.
Just tight group. But yeah, it's just that. So essentially, if you were to just talk about public communication and persona, for me it's just Twitter. That's why I say. I think for Nikhil it's also a lot of Instagram because he spends half of his time underwater these days.
I think he's on Vine a lot, right? I think.
No, so I'm not that regular on Vine. I use Snapchat for, I use all the different platforms slightly differently. So they're all aspects of my life. Twitter I use more for conversations where I can chat with people and it goes backwards and forwards. And once you have a conversation, it goes down the timeline, people forget about it. For something that's a little more permanent or for making announcements or proclamations of, love and so on and so forth, there's Facebook because you can then go back to a conversation that you've had yesterday and then kind of revive that with different people on your Facebook post. On Instagram, I just love the idea of sharing photographs. So one of the things that I do with Instagram is I only put up photographs that I believe are Instagram worthy. Why I do that, I don't have an explanation for it.
What does Instagram worthy mean?
It just has to be a really nice photograph. It has to be a photograph that if I was to see it on somebody else's feed, I would feel better for it. It's not just a random picture. Randomness is reserved for Snapchat. I usually use that when I'm traveling, which is behind the scenes, green room, views from the stage, food pictures, traveling in planes, all of that goes onto Snapchat.
And your alternate persona, sexy boy from Coorg, is on Tinder, right?
I was going to come to that. It's actually Grindr, Gaurav, that's where I found your profile. And I use Path. I'm not that regular on Path. I used to be a huge fan of Path because Path limited the number of friends you could add to 150 because the belief was you don't really have more friends than 150. And I was in touch with people that I really wanted to know what their lives were all about and what they were doing and where they were and share pictures with them. So that was a very personal medium. For some reason, Path didn't take off as strongly as I thought that it would. But I still am on it once in a while. And yeah, that's about the extent of my social profile. Oh, Periscope, yeah. I haven't gotten around to doing Periscope as often as I should because I just find it pointless to just randomly Periscope for the sake of Periscoping. It's a bit of the Instagram kind of filter that I'm using. Something has to be worth Periscoping. And the other problem with Periscope is that just regular 3G sometimes doesn't cut it. You need a really strong, steady internet connection, and that's not always possible.
That's a cue for the organizers. They've planned some Periscoping after this session. So I'm going to open the session for questions from the audience, and we'll take about 3 questions, and then I'm going to wrap it up with a final question to all 3, which is give me one anecdote where you put your foot in mouth with something you did on social media. So after we take the audience questions, time to think. Questions, show of hands. Okay, do you have a mic, or can I give you one?
I think our question is going to be, why are we doing this discussion in the week that Salman's film is released?
my question is, you know KRK and Poonam Pandey on Twitter, right? So their strategy is like people love to hate them, right? So would you, do something like that, for gaining more followers or,
Do something like which one? Because I believe the two of them are completely different and
Yeah,
not to be
yeah.
confused with each
Yeah,
other.
So KRK does, movie reviews and you know what Poonam Pandey does.
Yeah. You don't want KRK doing what Poonam Pandey does.
Of course.
No, we don't want that. I think he should though. I think he's very sexy. But would we do that? I think I can answer for all three of us, but safely say I don't think we'd do that. Tiska definitely would not do that, as she has said. I think there is also a line. You have a personal line. I think that KRK goes into a line of being disrespectful, as we have seen. I don't follow him, but I've seen that in a few places, and he's also tried to engage with me a few places. When he did engage me once, I thought of it as a compliment. I thought it was amazing. I must be someone important that he's taken time to abuse me, which I thought was I don't know, man. Maybe I'm crazy. I thought it was a great compliment. I thought, thank you, man. That's pretty cool. I must be important. But I don't think anybody wants to see Nikhil or me do what Poonam Pandey does.
No, but what do you
Tiska, you can ask that question yourself.
what do you think about, people doing such kind of
And to each his own. I mean, if they're doing it and they're successful and it's working for them, that's that aspect of their personality that they want to show.
I don't really have an opinion on it. It's like, I love my butter chicken. I don't have an opinion on people who are vegan. It's their life. I just made
I have an
vegan sound
opinion
like
on people who are vegan.
I just made vegan sound like a bad thing.
But it is.
Show of hands, questions. We have one here. And the next one also, we could pass the mic.
Often there are rumors for the celebrities on Twitter, Facebook, whatever, and it is often said that every publicity is a good publicity. So when there are rumors which are false, so what is your reaction? That whether it will affect your life, you feel sad, or whether you feel excited, oh, I'm trending on Twitter and all?
I don't think we've ever. Have you ever trended on Twitter for something obnoxious or sensational? I haven't.
Just as something bad. I mean, you only start trending when a lot of people see here. Let's face it. We live in a world where nobody really has anything nice
Has
to
the
say about the
hashtag
other.
Gaurav on Grindr ever trended? I don't know.
Gaurav on
Grindr.
Gaurav on Grindr.
Has it? No.
See, I'm laughing. I don't even know what a grinder is, honestly. I'm thinking it's like
I
a
have to
mixer
admit,
grinder or
I
something.
found out yesterday. It's the Tinder for gay people.
It's a Tinder for gay people.
Yeah, I didn't know. I found out yesterday.
Word. That's a very cool name, though. I just think that the gay community's got it better with the name. I think Grindr is a much better name. I think Tinder just seems wrong. It rhymes with tender, and it just.
It always
makes
reminds me of that vegetable, which I don't like.
Tinder. Yeah. I think Grindr is a much nicer name. It's like, yeah, okay, I like that. Interesting, because as soon as that happened, within the next 1 week, I got approached for 3 digital campaigns. And I found it really strange, but that's when I realized that what you're saying is absolutely true. It's not just a fancy quote that all publicity is good publicity.
I'm thinking I better shake up my image a little bit. Maybe I'll plant a story.
We could help you.
Maybe you should get a profile on Grindr. That would be interesting.
Thank you.
One last question. No takers? Fantastic. So coming
That's
back.
it. We've answered all the questions possible. Oh no, the gentleman in the front has a question.
Hi. Do you really feel that celebrities need a social media manager? Like you all mentioned that a celebrity has his own say.
Absolutely not. I think it's really important that it's an extension of your own personality. If you don't have time to put out your own messages on Facebook or Twitter, I don't think you should be on there. I think it's a bit lame to have somebody else think for you, tweet for you, write for you, express opinions for you on your behalf. It's a bit stupid.
I'll give you a slightly different take on that. Actresses never wear their own clothes. You know that, right?
Yeah.
You didn't know that. You know that.
I know
that.
Today, Tiska's wearing my dress. She borrowed it this morning.
they wear brands.
So So we have somebody send us shoes, somebody send us the dress, somebody else send us jewelry, bag, whatever. So you need to, in exchange, put the picture up on Instagram and then, cross-plug it on Twitter and Facebook and wherever else it can go so that they can get maximum mileage out of that, and then you start getting better and better clothes and so on and so forth. So the person who was taking my pictures was my spot boy, and he is not really that well equipped to take pictures. Murad, I'm very sorry. I don't mean badly, but he's really not good at it. So there was lopsided pictures, there was like the color of the outfit changed and the shoes looked like they were not there, and then he took random pictures when my head was cropped and stuff like that. So it didn't really work. So I think on one level you need to have somebody who can take decent pictures if you plan to put them on Instagram of yourself. So you need somebody to assist you with that. The other thing is that I went into this like a little education program because I'm really not out there about these things. Like these two guys are really like out there on this. There's a particular time to tweet, which is where you're going to get maximum.
That's the biggest lie on social media, by the way. We'll come to that after this. Yes.
Okay, we'll discuss that. See, I'm learning today. So there's times which are hot to tweet. That's when your tweet will get maximum retweets or maximum people will access it. They're using their phone, so all this data. So all of this stuff, you need somebody to guide you through this. So I've had a few friends who are not really my managers on social media. I say what I need to say and I put up my own pictures, etc. But sometimes you do need assistance because it's a newish medium. So you need, like you're changing your phone, you need to get different kinds of filters, you need to get a few apps, you need to be into the game. If you're into that, then you should do it properly. That's
to optimize it, more than manage it, optimize it.
Optimize it and also make sure that what you're doing then, actually optimize it.
Yeah. I had somebody who called me and said, social media manager who said, can I manage your Twitter account? So I told them, तो मैं क्या करूँगा सारा दिन? एक काम तो करता हूँ मैं पूरा दिन, ये भी ले लोगे मेरे से यार, ये तो करने दो. So I feel, yes, if there are people who can advise you on how to optimize it, well, that doesn't hurt. But as far as managing your account in terms of having access to it and running it for you, then no. I think that should not be there because I don't think that's good.
Okay, so how many of you know of this 11 o'clock and 5 o'clock thing that they talk about on social media? That the best time to post something on Facebook, on Twitter, 11 o'clock in the morning or 5 o'clock in the evening. You know, how many of you know this? Put your hands up. Do you know what bullshit that is? Because everybody does the same thing, which means your message will never get heard because everybody's posting at 11 o'clock and everybody's posting at 5 o'clock. That's just freaking clutter on social media. I've found that most people who listen to dance music, they're awake at night. So every time I want to have a conversation with somebody about dance music, I do it at 9 o'clock at night. I do it at midnight. And I get far better traction because the people who I want to speak to are around at that time. 11 o'clock in the day, there's everybody from bank accountants to shopkeepers to people in auto rickshaws to students to... Who the fuck cares?
Yeah, there's another thing also, the second screen experience, what they call in social media, which is you're watching something on television and you're tweeting about it. So that's very prevalent in sport, right? We all know. We all watch football and cricket and tennis with two screens now. You're watching it on your television and you're tweeting about it and you're engaging people and you're having fun with another community that's watching it as well. Now, if that were true, if 11 o'clock, 5 o'clock, or 4:30, or 6:37, or 8:46 were all true, then the second screen experience would not be valid. And you can't say that, oh, these are aberrations, because there is a big match on some sport or the other happening every second day. So if it's happening every second day, that means that's not the exception, that's more the norm. So yes, I'm not a big believer in that. Yes, there could be some truth in the fact that if it's a video that's for 3 minutes, which is intrusive, you can't watch it in office, so then you'd watch it more at 6:30 when you're traveling, or that was more traditional media, like drive time radio was different from daytime radio, was different from late night radio. So it's something intrusive like watching a video, but as far as a tweet is concerned, which you can read while pretty much walking to the bathroom, I don't think that there are times like this that are relevant for it.
So I follow a two-pronged approach, if anybody's interested. I normally do a build-up from 7 o'clock to about 9:30, 10 o'clock when I want to talk about something, or if we're promoting an event or we're doing an announcement.
2 hour foreplay?
Yeah, 2 hours foreplay. And then I do the announcement at about 10:30 or 11 o'clock at night, and then I repeat again at 10:30 in the morning. But I find that I have more valuable interactions at night than I do during the day.
See, he told you that the times are wrong and then he's adhering to times as well. He's trying to break the system and own it. It's like the British, I tell you. Completely.
So coming to the closing question, foot and mouth moments.
None at all, dude.
Come on.
Probably this
You
one.
have 3,400
This one, where
close
I'm
friends.
saying none at all and then people take out 26 tweets of mine from the past. Damn, I completely forgot about this. You had asked this. See, I live so much in the moment, I completely forgot you'd given us a heads up. So I'll let Tiska take this first and then I'll come back.
Yeah, but that guy took a few screenshots of your tweets. I could share that with you.
Those can come back, yeah. Play them. We do it, yeah, it happens. It happens sometimes. You end up, I mean, none of us have had that. Which actor had that, the Nobel Prize for Masala moment? Very proud of the Nobel Prize won by Masala for the work. Was that Jackie Bhagnani? Was that? Yeah. That was autocorrect, yeah. Instead of Malala, it became Masala. It just auto-corrected. Poor guy, yeah, nothing. But that happens a lot of times. You're not doing this because it just happens, you know. You forget to autocorrect and it goes, and then the thing is you're just running to delete it before somebody notices it. So luckily for me, even if I'm not aware while pressing tweet, I've been aware in the next 3 seconds and have deleted whatever tweet if it was a a foot in mouth kind of, and not tongue in cheek.
None really, man. I've been thinking about it since you asked me the question. And I don't think we've really had any
So difficult.
kind of WTF moment on social media.
So perfect on social media.
Not really. It's just
You know
I
your
just
times.
talk about stuff that's happening around me and stuff that's going on. It's never been a huge kind of faux pas or WTF moment. I try and stay away from politics by and large. I try and stay away from religion. Stuff that I wouldn't discuss in polite company, I try and stay away from topics like that. And I talk about sport when I feel like it. I talk about music most of the time. I talk about my other interests, which is food, scuba diving, travel. My abhorrence for security checks at airports, even though I know they're very necessary. Nothing else.
There's two interesting things. My husband's a pilot with Air India. So I travel a lot via Air India, but also airports are like his workspace. So I hate the carpet at the Delhi T3. And I bitch it out continuously because I look at it and I want to puke on it. It's disgusting. I don't know who chose it. So I said, on this hideous carpet again, and it looks like an atlas gone astray, and it's like a mad carpet and whatever. I keep talking about it all the time. So T3 wrote to me saying, ma'am, can you please tell us what kind of carpet would you like? I was like, whoops, that's not so good. So I've stopped talking about the carpet. The other time, I don't know if it was like foot and mouth or anything. I'd seen this, I was in London for a shoot for a film, and there was this gorgeous Merc SUV. That was like to die for. And I tried to take a picture, but it just whizzed past so fast. So I found out the model and everything, and I got a picture off the internet and said, just saw this at Ken High Street. And somebody said, that picture is from the internet, madam. You didn't see it really. So I was like, okay, sorry. So
I love the geeks.
that sort of thing. So I wanted to say, actually, I saw this one, but doesn't mean that picture. I took that picture, but I couldn't say that in like.
We had a lot of I did a photograph of the flag underwater for the 15th of August last year, and a whole bunch of people went nuts trying to find it on the internet, and they're like, "Where's this from? It's somewhere in the internet. We know we've seen it," and it wasn't, because it was a real picture that we taken. But one time that I won over the nerds.
Yeah, it's amazing how sometimes you need to explain a joke when people don't get a joke and don't get sarcasm. And I really wish there was some button which colored your tweet.
New app.
A new app that you could just color the tweet for
They're called
sarcasm. Like
hashtags.
sarcasm is going to be all green, tweets are going to be sarcasm. So if you read a green colored tweet, even the stupidest person knows that, color code them for like really idiot proof it. I think that's the next place that Twitter should really
They
explore.
got hashtags for that, right? #Sarki.
नहीं समझ आता है लोगों को.
No, this actually, I retweeted a tweet which I thought was hilarious. Somebody posted a message about, if Van Persie had never left Arsenal, he was at Arsenal, then Chile would have won the Copa America or something like that. And it was just ridiculous. The number of responses I got for that saying, Van Persie doesn't play in the Copa America, and what does that have to do with Chile winning?
I have a feeling that people don't read the full thing. It's 140 characters. Don't be so lazy. They will just see one thing and they will just say, I am offended. You didn't read the whole tweet. or reflect on it for 1 second.
That's film journalists who are responding to
They,
those.
probably, yeah, probably. I tweeted something about Shah Rukh, and it was a completely sarcastic tweet saying Shah Rukh says that the country is intolerant, and we respond by saying, how dare you say that? No, we are not going to Pakistan. Right? So I wrote that. I thought the sarcasm was pretty evident. And I had about 200-300 people who agreed with that and said, haha. And then I had about 20 people saying, how dare you tell him, we love Shah Rukh, he will never go to Pakistan, you go to Pakistan. You. First of all, I think Pakistan is great. I would like to go to Pakistan. I think there are some beautiful cities over there. Secondly, you idiot. Read what I'm writing. I am siding with your guy. So I replied to one guy saying, Einstein, I am siding with Shah Rukh on this. And he actually replied saying, oh, so sorry brother, carry on.
Next time you should
मतलब
try
बस देख के बस वो पत्थर है हाथ में किसी की गाड़ी जा रही, मारो पत्थर, क्यों मारा पत्थर, दुश्मन है तुम्हारा, नहीं गाड़ी अच्छी नहीं लगी उसकी, नहीं क्यों पत्थर हाथ में था मार दिया. They've literally become like that. So it's a very interesting place to be.
I think try it for Salman, you'll get a much better show. Pyrox.
Pyrox, yeah. You need to, there's some people, like for example, even Saurav Ganguly, Sachin, if any of these people, for example, Virender Sehwag and Rahul Dravid are my two favorite batsmen of all time. But whenever I write that, I will have at least 30 responses from people saying, but what about God? तुम्हारा भगवान होगा, मेरा नहीं है. ठीक है? He may be your favorite batsman, he's not mine. There's no law in the Constitution of India. Sachin Tendulkar himself will tell you that there is no necessity that I have to be everyone's favorite batsman. Like some of my... Sachin's favorite batsman is Virender Sehwag. So why can't he be mine? Right? But there are just people out there who are just waiting to... And you know, that's fine, man. Let them live. They don't have too much entertainment in their life. This is the only thing they have. They have anonymity. They have a chance to say, you know, fuck you to the biggest superstars in the country. So they use that. And let them use it. Let's not worry about them and give them more importance.
Fantastic. I think you may find a consulting assignment with British Airways on that point. But thanks to all three of you for joining us, and I think it was a great session. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Nikhil, Tiska, and Gaurav.
Thank you very much, everybody. Hashtag thank you.
Hashtag thank you. Oh yeah, what's your Twitter handle? I think it's not your name. It's got some digits.
No, mine doesn't have any digits. Mine is Gaurav Kapoor. Thankfully, my Periscope also is Gaurav Kapoor. I've got the most common surname in the world and even more common first name, but somehow I've managed to find Gaurav Kapoor, Kapur, on both, on Periscope and on Twitter.
Look for the blue tick. That'll be easier.
Yeah.
Tiska, what's your handle?
My handle's at Tiska Time.
I'm at Nikhil Chinappa.
How do you spell Chinappa?
Single N and single P.
Perfect. That's it, and now you know where to send your trolling tweets. And
bring him, baby.
Let's help the boys get some WTF moments, because there was just one on the panel who had some.
Just one request: if you are going to send any trolling tweets, can you please make sure the grammar is okay? Because that's one thing that really pisses the
Hash grammar
out of me. There's a difference between your and you are, for example.
Well, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, guys.
Pleasure.
Thank you very much for having us. Thank you.
Thank you, Lavin. Thank you, Nikhil. Thank you, Tiska. And thank you, Gaurav, for an interesting and a funny session. I request everyone to please be seated. We have one more session, and after which we'll be breaking for the break. So the next session is on, it's a very interesting session. I personally think it's very relevant as well in the current scenario. Because right now we have a lot of different social media like Twitter, Facebook. There are different varieties of social platforms, and how do you maintain your content in this various social platform is very critical. So next we have a very interesting conversational panel on board. Okay, first, may I request everybody to please be seated and settle down, please. Thank you. So the next speaker we have here is Amrita Chaudhary. She has been the author. She's the author for Breach, a cyber crime thriller, and Faking It. It's an art crime thriller. She's been a business strategist, innovator, and she's also been the former country head for Harkal India. So along with Amrita Chaudhary, we have Amit Gurbaksamy. He is the founder and editor of the Daily Pao. So without further delay, let me invite Amit and Amrita on stage. Thank you. And the session has been hosted by Avid Learning.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. So we're quite excited to be here to talk about content because we've been hearing about marketing. But I always feel like, the mediums change, channels change, but ultimately what counts is what you say, and that is content. And today there is a writer in all of us. So I'll quickly introduce myself because I've been on the writing shoe and the publishing shoe as well. But there's been a writer in all of us, and everybody is a writer today, everybody is a publisher today. So how do we then navigate this world? How do we find our own voices? And how do we make sure that the voice that we have is relevant to the platform and the channel on which we are speaking? So just a quick word about myself, and then Amit will introduce himself. I've written 2 books, but I've also been a publisher for Harlequin, which is a multinational publishes romances. In addition to that, currently I'm heading a brand strategy firm, and again, interestingly, we use digital content in a very different way, in some ways that you might have heard of today, speaking about brands, speaking about products, speaking about services, and so on. So it's a very different lens and a very different kind of content that comes into play over there. And I hope that today we talk and have a very interesting dialogue about what it means to be a writer today and what it means to be a publisher today in this digital medium.
Yeah, so now I am the kind of writer that has just been given a really bad name, the journalist. But I assure you, I am not an entertainment journalist. I have worked extensively as an online journalist, but prior to that, I used to work in print. I have worked with the Times of India group and the Indian Express group, but I spent months with them, where I've actually chosen to spend my career with more independent and alternative forms of publications, people like Time Out magazine and this website called Mumbai Boss. And now I recently founded this website called the Daily Pao, which is a city-centric website. It basically it's about Bombay, tells you things to do there, and basically we want to be your guide to the city. Our tagline is keeping your city fresh. And for me, I think the most exciting thing about working online, and Amrita asked me this just before our panel, as to why I decided to make the switch, was, being on the web as a journalist gives you so much freedom, as opposed to being a print journalist. Just to give you an example, when I was working at Time Out, I was the music writer there. I would cover, concerts, albums, and I would be restricted by a word count, at a very basic level. And that means depending on how many pages I got from my story, whether there was an ad on that page, I would give in 300 words, 800 words, at best 1400 words, which is sometimes really not enough for what you want to say. But when you're online, you not only have the freedom to decide how you're going to present what you want to present, and not just how many words, but it also frees you up to make the experience so much more layered. When I'm writing about a band, for example, I can, if I'm mentioning a band's influences, I just have to link to an artist that they talk about. Or if I'm referencing their music, all I have to do is, embed a video or a sound clip, and then you're getting to listen to hear what I'm talking about. It's not just me, not just my voice that you have to you're reading. It's not so. and that was one of the main things that sort of attracted me to sort of making the switch from being a print journalist to being an internet journalist. And, I wanted to ask Amrita as to, but it's kind of different when you're sort of like, when you're writing fiction, for instance. I mean, obviously the are clear differences. So how different has that experience been, when you were, as a print, as somebody who ran a publishing house, who were working mainly in print, and then when you sort of made us, and you've seen like the switch over happening, nowadays with every kind of, now, just a very, the introduction of the Kindle itself has sort of changed the way people read. So is there, what are the sort of key differences that you found?
So I think first of all, let me just lay the stage of how publishing is really working in India, because for any publisher, when we are talking about books, at most 3 to 5% of books are being sold digitally, which are then read through Kindle or any other format or any other device. So 95% of books are still in India, print books. Now this is different when I look at my counterparts, if I looked at my counterparts in other countries where they had, say, anywhere from 30 to 50% of any particular book or any particular genre would sell in the digital format over Kindle or over your mobile phone or Kindle on iPad or whatever device that you read it on. So clearly in India, it's it wasn't a huge driver for us. And publishing, I think to some extent the exciting changes that are to come are still to come in the future. So when we think of books, you're still thinking of let's say 40,000 to 50,000 to 100,000 word length. And it really takes a different kind of ability to actually conceptualize that book, to write it, and then to engage with the reader who's reading that particular book. So as far as a novel or a non-fiction publishing of books goes, it's slightly different, where the digital medium becomes more of a marketing tool, an engagement tool. How do you reach out to people? How do you tell what is it that you are writing about? Because as there are so many screens, there are so many formats, there are so many channels of entertainment today that reading as a habit is really fighting for time, right? So authors today necessarily have to be marketers and necessarily have to reach out to people, and then the digital platforms become a way. But what we were increasingly seeing was this whole notion of flash fiction. So flash fiction, could be 3,000 to 10,000 word long stories. Now, it's still not a huge revenue driver for a publishing house, because there is enough and more free content out there on the internet which people can publish and people can read. So there are other platforms and free platforms, so it doesn't become a money generator. But yes, it's there. The other interesting thing that's happening now is Twitter novels, blog novels, and it's it's a really good way to engage with readers. It's very instant, it's very topical. There were formats like haiku before. There were formats like sonnet poetry before. Our own Vikram Seth wrote a whole novel in sonnets. Dorothy Porter out of Australia has written a lot of books which are short, non-rhyming poems strung together into a story. So maybe there is room for exploration of new kinds of writing, which is happening now.
Yeah, but what about in terms of an approach? While you're seeing a lot of writers experiment with different formats, do you, for instance, when you knew that your book was going to be read also, on a tablet or, on Kindle, did that change the way you sort of approached? So, the straight on Kindle doesn't really change the reading format, your approach to writing as much, because you're still, it's still a very linear read that you have to do. Now, there are some new devices which are being experimented with at the moment, where you can actually, just like you build in things into like a journalistic site, you can have links, right? And you can have links not just to like names, places, explanations, and so on, but you can actually link it to brands. So you're in building marketing. So
imagine like, you're reading a novel which very few people read today, and then even there, like, you can have brands coming in.
Basically ads.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you must be seeing a lot of that, right? Like, the interlinked world of journalistic writing and curating content online is very different, I think. Like.
Well, the thing is, this is a question that I'm often asked as to, is there much of a difference? And I really feel that there isn't, because as a writer, I think your basic job is to make your writing interesting. It's just as easy to, click the next link as it is to flip the page. So, but what I do feel is that you do have to sort of figure out what works best for what story. Like, for instance, at the Daily Pow, we have different sections. We have a section on food, we have a section on culture, and we have a section on shopping. And what we found is that when it comes to something like shopping, people really want to see what you're talking about. So you would sort of pick out, say you're reviewing a store. What we do is we'll sort of go and take photographs of 10 things at that store that we think are interesting, that people should, are worth buying. Or we're doing a roundup of a certain kind of new product. Or if it's like, cool new graphic t-shirt designers that we really think are interesting to feature, we will sort of put in a link to some of their best t-shirts, and we put a link to sort of buying, where you can buy them. So I think that's the other sort of thing that you have to figure out what works the best for which story,
And I think, one of the most exciting things that I find online is that there is an absolute democratization of content, because each one of us is an individual, and each one of us wants to read and consume, like, some different kind of content. So today, the internet really offers that platform that I can write whatever I want to write, and there is a reader out there for me, and that reader will find me. It's not as easy as, like, saying the reader will find me, so you have to do a little bit of effort in making sure that the reader does find you. But the good news is that, once a set of readers find you, more will automatically come through to you, which is very different from, traditional publishing. Because in traditional publishing, the publisher is curating, right? It's what is coming on my table as a publisher, and what is it that I like, along with, like, my team of editors, of course, and, that is what, like, I'm the gatekeeper. But on the internet, there is no gatekeeper, to some extent. I mean, like, you have curators,
yeah,
but
I mean,
like,
I think
you can, like, bypass
where,
to some extent.
No, I think that's where somebody like us comes in, right? I mean, you have, why is anybody bothering to sort of come to a website to have, like, basic information? But the thing is, you're offering more than information, and I think that, now, this is one of the things that we find between, say, print and, say, newspapers who cover the certain kind of things that we do. One of the things that you will find at most newspapers in their feature sections, I mean, where basically our website is a features writing website, right? At a newspaper, a feature writer will be divided into two types. One is the Bollywood beat, which is, as you've heard in the previous panel, perhaps somebody who's the entertainment journalist, and you will see that out of 5 pages devoted to features in a newspaper, 4 will be for Bollywood and film news, and 1 will be devoted to other kinds of, whether it's theatre or music or film. And so it's one person, quite often, the same writer who is sort of being asked to cover, today you cover an art show, tomorrow you cover a play, day after it's a music concert. So you're not really getting any depth of knowledge, and it's quite simple. I mean, as newsrooms are run today, you find that this is how it works. I mean, it doesn't make sense to hire 5 people to cover 5 different beats for just 1 page. The advantage that we have is that we are, we're basically specialized in what we do. And that's, I think, what you have in the internet. And also, one of the advantages of the democratization of the internet is that you have experts who are so sort of, clued into what they do, the so-called geeks and the nerds, but those are the guys who really know what they're talking about. So if you really want a depth of knowledge, you can get that on the internet, which sometimes you don't get, like, in other forms of, in print, for instance. And you can get, sort of superficial kind of stuff also. Like, often people say that they get their news on Twitter or Facebook. But look, you'll get your news, you'll get the headlines, but even if you don't click on that link, or if you're just seeing the headline, you're not going to get any sort of, you're not going to get beyond that because all the news headlines are the same, right? They all say the same thing. This happened. If you want to know why it happened, if you want to know how it happened, you're going to have to sort of click and go beyond that. But, you know, sort of, I guess it's very different for you. I mean, when you're sort of having to examine, you know, in the publishing world, how to sort of navigate this, the online space. And have you found that it makes any difference what kind of genre you're dealing with? You know, because you have different, I mean, for instance, you write thrillers, right? So, like, how, do you find, how have you sort of integrated that aspect into writing and editing?
Sure. So I think, you know, again, there is a difference in where we are in India at the moment versus where, like, you know, it tends to be outside of India. So outside of India, like, you know, from my counterparts, I would, like, you know, like, I know that when you're looking at genre fiction, when you're looking at, say, like, you know, romances, thrillers, like, you know, mysteries, ghost stories, whatever, like, you know, so, which, like, you know, are fast reads, people are a lot more willing to engage with that content on the go, on the move, and hence, like, you know, on your electronic device. Versus, like, you know, something that requires, like, you know, a little bit more of thinking, like, you know, probably, like, you know, like, you really need a quiet spot, and, like, you know, so then that would be different, and, you know, they might prefer to engage with it on a print medium. And, but in India, I think where we are at is that, you know, when you're writing stories, when you're crafting your story from a publishing perspective, like, you know, you're really thinking of the story itself. Like, you know, the story has to be the hero, your protagonists have to be, like, you know, the heroes. The plot, like, you know, the way it drives forward, that is the important part. Because it is ultimately, like, you know, a long form of writing. And it is not just, like, you know, long form journalism, right? Like, you know, you literally, like, you know, this is 10 times, like, you know, the length of a typical, like, you know, like, analysis piece that you might, like, you know, think of, right? So the reader has to be engaged for the, you know, 2 to 3 to 5 hour duration or more that the reader is going to be spending with the book. So the book becomes important, and then the digital medium, you know, it's not that different when you're reading a book on Kindle versus whether you're reading it in print.
But it's interesting that you said that, you know, when you're sort of more like crime fiction and, you know, the kinds of, like what you call a fast read, that kind of stuff works better on this. But when you're sort of, is it more literary forms of journalism, I mean, so more literary forms of writing wherein, you know, a heavy sort of, I mean, what would you say, what about, like, in terms of, what about poetry, for instance? Is that something that you find that works well with electronic medium?
So I think poetry is something that could find its place, perhaps, like, you know, in social media. Because today poetry, unfortunately, like, you know, has very few takers, and it's a really beautiful form of writing, and it really lends itself so well to social media because you're condensing thoughts into very few words, right?
Yeah.
And that's like, you know, the beauty of poetry, and that's what attracts, like, you know, people. And what I've known from influencers, like, you know, and we had a panel of influencers, and speaking to other kinds of influencers, and what they've told me, even in India, when they, you know, obviously Bollywood, like, you know, gets a lot of engagement, and so, sports get a lot of engagement, but if they put out Sher-o-Shairi, that tends to get a lot of engagement, you know, and it's something because it's like in a succinct way, in a witty way, you're communicating something.
Yeah. And what about non-fiction? I mean, how far has that been able to?
So non-fiction, like, you know, it's really interesting because, see, non-fiction, lends itself beautifully to the digital format, right? Because you can literally, like, you know, you can zoom in on text, you can zoom in on charts, and so on. And, you know, so one is, like, you know, writing the book itself. Right? So in writing the book itself and, like, you know, taking it to the digital medium, like, you know, the way it is sort of laid out and the way it is structured is, you know, you can do some interesting things with it. And then when you're marketing that particular book, the way you put information out on different channels, it's not just Twitter there. Yeah. Then you have to be on, let's say, like, you know, if you're a subject matter expert, then you talk about it on Quora, you build your following on Quora, you put out infographics on Pinterest, and, like, you know, you try to generate, like, you know, interest through that. Sure. So there are different mediums that you can use if you're a non-fiction writer to then, like, you know, really amplify your message. Because ultimately, as a writer, what do I want to do? I want to write because I want to communicate with my reader. right?
Mhm.
And how do I communicate with my reader? And and especially today when attention spans, as we
Yeah.
all know, are really
Yeah.
limited. How do we engage with them? So then these mediums become really important in
Yeah.
engaging with people.
Yeah.
Yeah. So tell me, for you, when you're curating content, what is the lens that you look at? I mean, you mentioned subject matter experts and experts writing about things, but what is the lens? What's the voice that you want to generate?
Well, at the Daily Power, the kind of voice we've decided to use is, I'd say we want to be your digital concierge, somebody who you'd go to for advice, and advice being not really serious advice, but stuff like, where do I go to eat dinner tonight? What's the one gig worth attending this week, or which film should I watch? Those kinds of things. So the kind of voice that we've adopted is neither is it too sort of frumpy, which sort of a lot of say writing tends to be. If you read, sometimes you read writing about certain subjects and be really obtuse. And then at the other extreme, you have really kind of frivolous tones where people are writing. I mean, we are very conscious of the fact that we're not a blog. A blog is opposed to a website, and our style is informal, but it's not it's not superficial. And I think that's the one thing that we've made clear, that so it's kind of like this. We want to be the person that you come to for advice, but we also want to be approachable enough for you to be comfortable to come and say, I'm not going to be talked down to, or I'm not going to be dumbed down to, when I come to a website like that. And that's the sort of, I think, throughout all the publications that I've worked at, I mean, I think that's been the general sort of tone that we've taken, I think, because that is the, I think that is sort of the tone to sort of take with, you shouldn't insult the intelligence of your reader, which often you find people do.
Well, yes, there is sarcasm. But, it's an interesting point as to, how do you really, talk about different genres of books on different platforms? So, for example, for Harlequin, we had a very strong line of books under, say, Mills and Boon. And it had one of the hugest engagements that you can think of in the social media world for a publisher. And the whole tone of voice over there was very interactive. It was very, sort of soft, fuzzy, warm, loving, you're my friend, and we're talking about relationships, and we're talking about what makes you happy, and people really engaged with that. So we had a whole sense of one-on-one equal parity engagement on that. Now, when I look at other books that we published, so for example, if it's a non-fiction book, and if it's a book on whatever topic it might be, the author and hence our stance on that particular book would have to be more of a sage, a philosopher. I know this topic, and hence I'm talking about it, whatever it might be. It might be as simple as parenting.
Yeah.
It might be as out there as a book on entrepreneurship. So whatever it might be, the author in that case has to have that tone where it connects, but also make sure that the reader knows that the author is an expert.
Sure, but that's interesting, because authors sometimes, and being writers essentially, I know that you can often have various types of personalities, and quite a few authors are not on social media, and so then you sort of have to, have you had that experience where you're sort of almost kind of warming them up to the idea of getting on Twitter, or like you said, other sort of mediums, say Instagram or whatever it is, and because, and how comfortable have you found authors being sort of having a different kind of persona? Because I mean, as an author, you're essentially, and especially a fiction writer, you're creating these worlds, and because you actually, it's kind of like you're separating yourself from the rest of the world by the very nature of your job. So
I think today, you cannot have an author who says that I will not engage on social media. You do still find some of them, but interestingly, many more are very open to having a persona or a set of personas, as you're talking about, and when reaching out to readers, because it's important. And if you think of, let's say, J.K. Rowling and whatever, she does through her books and through the movies, if you go to Pottermore's site, I mean, that is a way, the books have been monetized way beyond what could have been imagined by a traditional publisher, what could have been imagined by even the film producers, right? So there's a way of engaging with audiences. There's also a way of monetizing your writing, and it goes beyond. In India, yes, there are a lot of commercial authors that people either love to love or love to hate, and they are very active and very avid on social media, and they engage with their readers, and the readers respond, and there are two ways of looking at publishing, and there are two ways of looking at any kind of writing, right? So, yes, in earlier eras, authors were necessarily shy creatures who lived in their ivory tower and wrote and didn't really want to interact with the world. And there was an instance a couple of years back at Jaipur Literature Festival where Katsi came, and he's a Nobel laureate, amazing writer, extremely reclusive, doesn't really want to engage with people. So there was pin drop silence. He spoke softly, people listened. It was a huge thing for him to actually speak to an audience like that. Jhumpa Lahiri, again, another reclusive author. So there are still reclusive authors who manage who cut across, because the writing is and the voice, the story itself is so powerful that it doesn't need that medium of interaction and engagement to reach out to people, to reach out to readers, and to sort of get imprinted in people's hearts and minds. But more often than not, you do. Right?
Yeah.
And we've had instances of really interesting instances. Again, with my firm, globally, we had authors who were very popular in the fantasy genre. And in the fantasy genre, they go, really wild with social media, because they have alternate universes.
And they have hardcore fans.
They have hardcore fans. They have hardcore fans. So anything from Harry Potter to even the kinds of girly fantasy, action adventure fantasy books that we created. They were diehard fans, and the characters had their Twitter accounts, and the characters would live on Twitter, and fans would engage with those characters, and it was a really live way of engaging with people and continuing the book between series, because in anything like that, in a fantasy genre, series is important, right? So you need one of 20, right? So how do you generate enthusiasm for the 20th one?
So how does that work? I mean, is that the author doing that, or is there is there a whole team, a marketing team behind that? It's sort of you can let us in secret and tell us whether it's actually the author or all those Dumbledore Twitter accounts, or is that really?
No, so I think it has to begin. See, I think Dumbledore Twitter account may be different. There might be a fan account, fans running those accounts. But increasingly, authors themselves have to be engaging
and
online.
sort of creating these different
and creating so if the and in many scenarios, if the author is really huge, then there is a huge team of publishing marketeers and so on, who would be helping out with that. But the author needs to still be willing to engage on that platform, because the fans are coming as much for the characters as for the author.
Yeah, it's just kind of strange. But luckily, of course, anybody who has watched Indian TV news knows that Indian journalists are not short of things to say. They all have opinions, and so you will see a lot of them very active on Twitter. For us, interestingly, at the Daily Pow, I mean, we're three of us, and we're actually three very socially awkward people, and we have sort of figured out a way to engage with our readers in a slightly different way. And we were talking about formats, and one of the formats that we've decided to use, and which surprisingly is kind of underutilized in India, is a podcast. Now, what we have started is a podcast about how three journalists with absolutely no business background have decided to become entrepreneurs and start this website. And we launched with that story. And you can sort of see, and that sort of tells you our journey in a way that us writing a run-on sort of story would definitely not be able to tell you, because you can sort of see the difference in our voices from the first podcast to the latest one that we did. And we're not doing too many, we only want to do them as when we have something important to say. But in the first one, you can see how uncomfortable we are with the whole idea about talking about ourselves. And by the third one, we got relatively more confident. So, there is kind of different ways to sort of package content, and that's something that, we've found as journalists, the web gives us. And but interestingly for you, for instance, like we've seen nowadays, like this whole, was it Amish Tripathi that had a video for his last book?
Yes, like I think today everybody has a trailer.
Yeah.
Right.
A trailer for a book, which is
a book trailer, because ultimately we are visual people, and it's quite sad because you're talking about the it's sad and it's exciting that you're talking about the written word, but in order to attract readers to the written word, you have to use different formats. But interestingly, to your point, like if you think of The Fault in Our Stars and John Green, who's such an international phenomenon, and he is one of the most followed people on YouTube. So he runs this vlog with his brother. Mm-hmm. And it's not just about his writing. He'll talk about any issue in the world, from teenage education in America to animal killing in Alaska, and he'll talk about it. And what he does have is he's got influence, right? Mm-hmm. And what he's doing is he's using his influence then to communicate with his readers on a variety of topics, educate, entertain, whatever you call it, but maintaining that contact, and sharing his journey, sharing his thoughts.
Yeah. So we're seeing it being used extensively as a marketing tool, as a communication tool, as a sort of a fan connection medium. But what about emerging writers, people who are just starting out? How effectively can they use social media to sort of build a fan base? Because a lot of the people that we talk about, authors on these mediums, they're all people who already have an established following. So if I'm a writer coming out with my first book, is it really, has that been effective so far to find people using it?
I'll ask the question back to you, but from a publishing perspective, the digital medium really has been a huge equalizer, because you can, authors have the ability to publish their own stories, their blogs, and many authors, even in India, have been discovered. Their voices, their stories, their way of writing, both in fiction and non-fiction, has been discovered through what they are putting out there in blogs, in in social media, in posts, and so on. So it's an excellent way to get started, to get noticed, to build your repertoire, and really writing like any other craft. Like music, like art, like any of the creative mediums, it's a there's a practice and there's a craft to it. So that 10,000 hour rule perhaps applies equally over here in writing. So many young writers, if they continue to write on a daily basis, which is what the advice used to be even, in older times for traditional, writing platforms that write daily, right? Your 2 chapters or 300 words a day and so on. Now it's so much more easier because you don't need to just write it in your diary. It doesn't need to go unnoticed. You can publish it. You can publish it daily. And soon enough, somebody would notice you. And do you find the same thing with journalists?
Well, of course. Again, one of the biggest differences between print and online is the instant feedback that you get. And I think even for writers, right? Even for authors, you know exactly what people are reading, how many people are reading it, and which can be both exhilarating and sort of heartbreaking, because when you find out that, you might have written this sort of long analytical piece about something that you're really passionate about, and the most read thing on your site has been a list. It's always a list of 10 things to, best places to eat butter chicken or whatever. And but it's not as long as as long as some people are reading the more sort of in-depth stuff, then, you don't feel that depressed. But, I think instant feedback is the biggest thing, one of the biggest advantages of the internet and social media, for instance. When people are sharing your stuff, or people are, talking about something that they're really excited about it. And this is the way that sort of, for instance, we've also used social media as ways of teasing news. For instance, if it's a new restaurant opening, we will put up a picture on Instagram, and people will and then say, come back to the site for more information later on and things like that. So it's both things. You get feedback, and you sort of you also share stuff out there, which not necessarily you might have just you're walking past. Literally, we've actually done this. We're walking down the street or in a cab, and you see something new. You will get out of the cab, take a picture of it, tweet about it, And then, you'll go back the next day and find out what the story is. Like, for instance, recently there was a fire in Bandra a couple of months ago. And some restaurants, there's been the KFC building, and, it had this really popular restaurant called Kofuku's, Korean restaurant. It had this other ice cream shop that got burned down. So one of our writers was actually there. And look, if it was any other fire, I'm not sure we would have necessarily covered, because we're not a news website, but this was of interest to our readers because, hey, we write about these places all the time. And, if something's happened to it or if it's shut down, people would be interested.
So I'm curious a little bit, just to shift gears for a second and ask you a tough question. That with so much of analytics at hand and so much of monitoring of engagement levels, is there a fear that what you curate might get skewed in a particular direction, crowding out the important and sort of the fast and the furious and the urgent and the immediate gets more visibility?
Well, yes, unfortunately, but then at the same time, you want to write for people who, you want to give the people what they want to an extent. But like I said, I think the important thing for you to do is to make sure that you're not dumbing down your content, right? You might be okay, so you decide, okay, maybe nobody wants to read about, certain kind of theater, for experimental theater. Nobody's reading about it. You might be really passionate about it. So you decide, okay, I'm not going to focus that much on that. Does that mean you stop writing about it completely? Not necessarily. Okay, but you don't do 5 pieces a month. You'll do 1 piece about it. Or, then do you increase the amount of stuff that people do want to read about? Now, one thing that we don't do is we don't do a lot of Bollywood content. And that is automatically means that, we're getting a lot of people who aren't coming to us. But there are a fair amount of people who are inundated with Bollywood content, are just not interested in another site that says the same thing. So you're getting a different kind of reader. Now, do we want to sort of be everything to everyone? We can't be, so we're not going to be. So we've made a choice that, and, true enough, if we sort of we do film reviews because we think, that's sort of a guide and people do watch films. We're not going to do Bollywood news or gossip or any kind of that kind of thing. But with the film reviews, we'll find that, consistently they get a decent number of hits because, hey, film like food is something that everybody is interested in, but we sort of decide, we make sure that there's a healthy balance. And yes, we have found that, you have to, we decide, okay, we don't do, we change the way we approach something, we don't necessarily, we're not going to push something down people's throat if they're just not interested in it.
So, one of the exciting things that happened because of the digital format in publishing was that we have something called the long tail, which means that there are a few books which sell a lot in print. And print requires a lot of logistics, right? First you need to print, pay in advance for the printing. So there's a lot of any seed investor. I've always likened myself to a seed investor, where I'm investing money in a particular author and his or her writing. So you put that money out, you ship the book, and we all know how logistics works in this country.
Yeah.
So you ship the book out to multiple bookstores. It sells, it doesn't sell. Now what happens with the digital format is that different kinds of writings, which have necessarily fewer readers. So for example, science fiction, or if you're looking at a book on geography or rivers of India or something, which might do well in limited quantities in print, ends up having a much longer life online, ends up having a life in the first place online, because it's just so much easier to identify, publish, print, curate, edit for the digital platform. So necessarily then you end up having a space for these kinds of books and writing, which unfortunately in the last few years has been getting smaller and smaller.
Yeah, but like you said, the long tail is something that, it's as an approach we too use, because you know that there's different kinds of audiences for different kinds of things. But have you ever experimented with sort of stuff that's only published online that you don't think would lend itself to a print version? Vice versa is also true, because I suppose, when you're looking at a coffee table book of photographs, it's obviously meant to be, have a hard copy, but
So yes, and like that's the exciting space where you're looking at many books which are print only or print first. So there are entire so in publishing we have imprints. So it's like so there are many imprints that we had which were digital only or digital first, and digital first means that it first goes online like in a digital format, in an ebook format. If it does really well, then we print out a few some copies and it goes out into the bookstores as well. So I think today writers are also comfortable with being online because they know that they can find an audience online. And so certainly, I mean, that's a space. The other thing that's happening quite a lot is, chunking, where we take a book and that, you put it out chapter-wise in, either a serialized novel, or, how did Sherlock Holmes come to play originally? It was every
serialized,
week, serialized, a story would come out. So similarly, serialization on the digital medium is happening. Chunking of non-fiction chapters, so if it's a book around, say, marketing, we don't need to have the whole book. If I'm interested only in social media marketing, then I can only buy the chapter on social media marketing and so on. Right, so there are many interesting ways in which it can be done.
I suppose that's also an economic decision because
it's economical for the reader, right? So then the readers come,
and for the publisher because you're not investing in. I mean, you're not killing trees, and for the environment as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there is a certain charm to print. Still in when you're looking at books. But increasingly there are other forms of writing where we would.
For sure.
Discover authors first.
Now this is something that, of course, the advantage that we have as opposed to, book publishers is we can actually use Twitter as a story generator and as a source. And I've seen this increasingly in the recent past where, sites will do, and this is kind of lazy journalism in some sense, like just the recent incident where you saw, the whole British Airways, Sachin Tendulkar thing, where, people published 10 funniest tweets about the Sachin British Airways sort of controversy. And at one level, this guy is just, whoever's been assigned this task has just been sitting, has gone on Twitter or wherever and is copy pasting. That's all they've done. On another level, I think, okay, maybe there's been some effort and you're relying on this person's judgment to see out of the thousands and thousands of tweets, hopefully that they've gone there and actually seen and not just seen the first 10 that they found, that they've actually done some amount of curation, if you can call it that, and sort of, done that. But at the other, but that's one way that you can use social media to actually give you a story. And especially nowadays when, you're expected to sort of generate so much content to sort of gain attention and to engage with readers because they're so hungry for stuff, right? And no matter how much you give them, they just want more and more because there's, somebody's coming to your website, they're not going to come back every day unless you give them something new. And another way we did this is the previous website that I worked at, we would sort of generate a story out of say some random person suddenly came into the news, say some obscure film star, suddenly trending on Twitter. So we'd actually make a story out of it and say, why is so-and-so trending on Twitter? And, tell people who actually want online that day, what was going on. And
so tell me, do you find it tough to find authors, online journalists who will give you those insightful pieces?
Who will give us those?
Who would so how do you find journalists who you want to include on your platform?
Well, now this is the thing. We get approached by a lot of writers, and everybody who says I want to write. Now this is a standard email that we receive almost every week. We get 2 or 3 of these, which is essentially, I really like your blog. Blog firstly when it's a website. So I really like your blog, and okay, so the next line is going to be, can I write for you? So our standard reply is, yes, thank you so much. We appreciate the fact that you're enjoying it. Can you send us some ideas? 9 times out of 10, we don't get a reply. People just want to write. They think that, because like you said, the online is democratic, I can write anything, I can write whatever I want, and somebody's going to publish it. Why not? Why won't you publish it? And this is what I find that, the kind of, how do we find writers? It's very easy to find writers. It's very difficult to find a good writer, which is, and to me, the definition of a good writer is somebody, not necessarily somebody who can write like in the, so, you know, who is really eloquent, say, but somebody who has a basic understanding of the language and basic, you know, understanding of grammar, and somebody who has ideas. That to me is a you know, the kind of person I'm looking for. Because you can train somebody to write better, you know, you can teach them grammar, you can, you know, sort of train them in certain ways, but you can't train them to sort of look at the world differently, because that's what you need. I mean, I guess that's the same with authors as well, right? That's what you need. You need somebody who, everybody can write, right? Everybody wants to write. We've all been made to sort of write compositions in school. So we all have that basic idea of, you know, write a short story about so and so. So we've all done it, but, you know, not everybody can actually has that skill.
No, I'd you know, completely agree with you on that. Now I'm going to open up to questions, but you know, I can't resist adding one comment to that. That in publishing, especially, like, you know, you see a lot of authors, like, you know, sending you their first stream of writing, and expecting that that will get published, and, like, you know, there is so much of editing, chiseling, polishing that is required, and all of the great writers, like, you know, you can think of, like, you know, do that. So clearly, like, you know, there's a lot of lazy writing, like, you know, that does get submitted in the hope of, like, you know, finding its way into print somehow. So now, actually, like, you know, I'm getting the signals here, so let's see if we can open up to questions.
Have any questions?
If there are any questions. So we'll probably take two. One? Okay.
So
Okay, so we'll just take one.
One quick question.
I don't think anybody has a question.
Any questions? Any questions?
We can.
Okay, there's one.
Hi, my name is Vanita, and my question to you is, there are a lot of thought leaders on social media who are now experimenting and getting into blogging. You know, they want to experiment using Instagram and different platforms. But since they are like little geeky, or, you know, they are more into B2B and not so much trained into social media marketing, what are your, like, you know, thoughts on, or tips to them? Like, you know, if I were to ask like top 3 tips for them to be more active on social media, how can they leverage their social media channels?
Well, one of the ways, and I tell this to people who also ask us questions, any sort of form of writing, is maybe you start looking at the people that you follow, you know, or whoever somebody wants to sort of learn how to be more engaging. Who are the people that you follow and who you like and who you think are interesting? And you just observe the kind of stuff that they do. And, you know, so that's a great start, is just sort of follow. Secondly, I think that the idea is, what you say has to be more than just information. On social media, people are looking for an opinion. They just don't want information, right? So if you're, say, somebody who's working in a B2B field, you want to sort of present some kind of analysis, because you also have some kind of, you know, you have a greater level of understanding about a subject than somebody else, because, you know, you're surrounded by a particular depth of knowledge, and that you meet people in your industry who sort of. So I think that's the second thing to do, to sort of make sure that you're saying something more than just a statement, something that sort of gives, it's difficult to do, like, say, on something like Twitter, where you have only 140 characters, but that's a skill you learn with time, where you kind of learn how to say something that nobody else is saying, you know, a fresh thought about a subject that you haven't seen before, but you have, you know, and I mean,
so I'll just give you two quick things. Like, you know, one is channels matter. So Twitter is not the only one for a subject matter expert. Think LinkedIn, blogs, like, you know, think Quora, like, you know, so there are other platforms. If you are writing about something that lends itself to infographics, then, like, you know, Pinterest. So there are multiple platforms, A. I think the second thing is that there is a certain immediacy to it. So keep writing, because, you know, if you think too much and don't execute, you'll keep thinking.
Yeah.
So I think with that, thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, we come to end of that session. Thank you, Amit and Amrita. You could tweet your questions to @avidlearning. As we have very short time, we couldn't take much questions. Please tweet your questions with hashtag hash SMW. Now next, we have a panel of 5 super energetic, enthusiastic people, and this is something which is interesting, especially to think on a level where these days online, on social media especially, it is too cluttered with too many things happening at the same time. So this particular session discusses on how to be relevant on digital, and especially, let's say, from an artist's perspective, from the publisher's perspective, from the content creator's perspective, how important it is to be relevant on digital, and what are the strategies and what are the tips for that. So to start the session, I invite the session host. We have Tuhin Menon here, and he's the head of business development and talent at Culture Machine. Welcome, Tuhin. And along with Tuhin, we have Dhruv Jageshwar joining, CEO Big Bad Wolf. Welcome, Dhruv. And we have Tej Brar joining, head of artist management at Only Much Louder. And then we have Bobby Talwar, co-founder, Only Much Louder. And then the last panelist for the session is Vijay Subramaniam. Oh, he's not joining. Okay, sorry, Vijay Subramaniam couldn't join, so I open the stage.
I'll be playing the part of Vijay Subramaniam today.
Okay, so I open the stage.
If you have any questions, I'll answer with a very distinct South Indian accent.
Distinguished audience, august and attentive. Thank you for being here.
Thumbs up. So just a quick one, and to add to what Navita said, the topic of discussion obviously is being relevant on digital. Now that's a pretty broad sort of topic, and I think it's intentionally broad to a certain extent because everyone approaches it differently depending on sort of how you're tackling it, right? Whether you're tackling it as an artist, whether you're tackling it as a publisher, whether you're tackling it as a ticketing platform, a media platform of any sort. And I think we've lived through pretty interesting times, most of us, if not all of us, where we've actually seen what Vice calls the changing of the guard, right? To use a very sort of abused example of sort of old media passing on to new media. But how much does that actually affect us is, I think, what we're trying to unearth in this discussion. I think we have a pretty awesome panel to tackle that. So maybe do a quick sort of round of intros and then get into it. DJ, you want to kick this off? Just like
you don't need an introduction. Is that
I don't need an introduction.
So he is irrelevant because he doesn't need an introduction. तो क्या मेरे बारे में नहीं सुना उसने क्या बोला है?
Yours is too long. I don't know where to start. Yeah,
just log on to my website and you'll learn. I've been in the independent music business or arts business for about 10, 11, 12 years, depending on how many single women there are in the audience. I've been managing Indian Ocean and Medieval Pundits and Kirsch Kale for about 11 years. I also had the pleasure of being one of the people who helped put NH7 Weekend together. I used to work at OML for about 2-3 years. Then I moved back to Delhi. I've done some work with Culture Machine, which is where Tuhin is from. I was there for about 6 months, and we put together this tour of somebody who I'd never heard of, a lady called Lily Singh, aka Superwoman. And then when we put her tickets on sale, we all realized who she was. I'm the most analog out of all of these guys in the digital world, and he's young.
Yeah, honestly,
he's on Twitter.
Just to follow up from that, I'm very privileged to be on this panel with everybody else. They have years and years and years of experience on me, so I'm genuinely humbled to be on this panel with them. I am fortunate to be the head of artist management for OML now. We've got about 18 artists on the roster. That is a cross-section of pretty much the best independent music in the country right now. Ranging across electronic, indie bands, singer-songwriters, as well as some fusion stuff on the roster. And, all of them very active on social media, so I'm looking forward to getting into this panel.
Hello, my name Girish Talwar. I have studied in school in Dadar. I've gone to college in
I thought
Ruia.
I was filling in for Vijay.
I have, no, so I'm, my name is Bobby, and the co-founder of OML. I've exited the company around 2 years ago. Play in a band myself called Zero. I've done a lot of work in the independent music. Not as old as what Tej is now indicating, saying many, many, many years of experience, and he's neither that young. But yeah, I have done some interesting work in the independent space, and currently I'm working with Book My Show, also involved with a comedy company called Weird Ass, and at some point I've worked with everyone on this panel, I think.
He actually hired me. Real story. He hired me.
It was many, many, many years ago.
Very incestuous business, obviously. So I think
the best always ride with the best, bro.
There you go. So I think there's a few different ways to do this. I think we can. What might be best is just to keep it interactive. If anyone wants to jump
can I
in.
suggest one thing?
Yeah.
How many students in the audience? Oh,
Why are you out so late?
Okay. How many professionals in terms of people working got like day jobs?
How many of you don't like your day jobs? Very good. You're perfect candidates. Come on this side.
That can't be right. That can't be right.
Okay. And media? How many people in the media here? From media businesses, not necessarily sitting behind a camera types. Okay. So just trying to identify the audience. So we've got a mix of student and, so we can just kind of maybe keep this discussion, like you're saying, free flow.
Yeah, absolutely. So anytime anyone wants to jump in, just feel free, right?
So we just start with Q&A?
Yeah, let's go. Any questions on being relevant on digital? Seriously, go for it.
So you know who we are. So you guys, if
let me cue it up with a question and maybe take it from there. So, so since we're talking about being relevant, right? What does it mean to be relevant? Right? So I think that might be a good jump off for us, because it meant something 10 years ago, it meant something 15 years ago, but what does it really mean in today's context? What does it mean in a time when immediacy is everything, where staying in touch almost obsessively so with your fan base and with your community, if you're a media company, is incredibly important. Just as from a layperson's perspective, certainly with not as much experience as some of you have, since we're all complimenting each other.
Nobody's complimented you so far. Let's just get that clear.
So it'll just be interesting to know how that's affected our lives, I guess. Dealing from a time where artists were kind of had this mystical aura about them almost, where traditional media kind of propped them up. There were, in some cases, millions of dollars or the rupee equivalent going into sort of creating a name, sustaining a name, maintaining that sort of, almost aura around an artist, to a point in time now where it's all fluid, right? So it's all about the immediate connection.
One of the things that I've always been fascinated with is the advent of the internet, right? And from an independent music perspective, when you're looking at artists, it literally sees the graph go up with the advent of the internet and mobile hitting us. Before that, we've had independent music since the early 50s, 60s, but it's never really taken on the kind of influence that it has in the last 10 years, and that's been with the advent of the internet. And some numbers that I get very fascinated about is, if you look at the United Kingdom as a whole, it's like 60 million people there. That's the number of people there. There are 120 million users in India on mobile itself. So when you start comparing numbers like that, the amount of population that's there in Australia is the same as the number of people that are there in Pune. And most of those people are kind of connected online. So when we start comparing businesses and potential, and this is a 20% escalation is happening on that number year on year in India. So we are going to be hitting 500, 600,000, 600 million people that are going to be connected within the next 8 to 10 years. And to me, that's so exciting because it automatically gives us the reach. Sorry. So that's the home. Probably
you want to take that call live?
No.
He's married. Forgive him.
Yeah,
It's 8 o'clock. Sajan kab aoge?
Yeah. So some calls you can't avoid, right? And so that for me is a very interesting, it's always been an interesting statistic, which is a constantly growing statistic, and therefore the internet has literally fueled our business. Because if the internet wasn't there and mobile wasn't there, you wouldn't have independent music at the level at what you had it in today's day and age.
Yeah, just to press you on that, you've probably sort of seen that from the inception almost, right? Because OML obviously had this, rode this independent wave. And so what was that transition like? Because literally you went from a time when it was all Bollywood to now where it's 81% Bollywood. I think that's the stat in terms of music consumption.
Well, yeah, it's
so
still,
clearly more can be done, right?
Yeah, it's still 90% Bollywood consumption, 10% international, which then comes on 2% indie. But I mean, it's a relevant statistic because the overall number is fairly large. From an OML perspective, we were in business for a good 6 years before the internet kind of really took off. It allowed us to actually reach out to communities that were existing. So there was a lot of communities that existed in Delhi, in Bangalore, in Chennai, that were not really connected to each other. So there were 5,000 people in each of the top metros that were interested in music, liked independent music, liked non-film music, but they didn't really know how to connect to each other. The internet, there's a website called GigPad, which was, way ahead of its age, which actually connected. It had chat services, it had communities, it had blogs, it had people who were musicians that could put up their opinions there. And that suddenly made 5,000 people in each city become a movement of like 50,000 people because they all started connecting. And that's when independent bands started realizing that there is an avenue for people, for bands out there. The minute you have an audience on a platform, you have to have someone on it. And if someone sees a platform or an audience, they're just going to do something to get up on it. Today we're looking at The Weekender and you're seeing it as a platform, which is why there are so many bands whose only aim in life is to play at The Weekender and nothing else. But that's a good thing because, they effectively are going to be creating their smaller communities of friends who are first their fans and then therefore tie up into the overall community. So we have seen that as it's almost a direct correlation in that sense, which has helped, everything, whether it's OML, whether it's Weekender, actually become what it is at today's day and age.
Yeah, and from an artist perspective, I guess if you guys could maybe talk a little bit about how, if the rules of engagement have changed completely. So now there's this constant pressure to be on social, to create content for YouTube, to create content, well now for Facebook, the largest video platform. Has that changed and does that somewhat detract from, the artistry of it all?
Yeah, I can definitely jump in there. I think, like Bobby was mentioning, the scale is absolutely there now. There is definitely a pressure to create content and always have stuff out there for your audience. But one thing that, I've seen a number of artists use and that we've also done with some of our artists is that the best way that we've been able to leverage the internet is by giving stuff away for free. Who doesn't love free stuff, especially free music from your favorite artist? The way that we've kind of gone about doing that is that when we have a release and we know that it's something that people are really going to be excited about and people are really going to be into, let's make it as easy as possible for them to get it.
Yeah. You did that recently, right? You did that recently with Nuclear's bass.
We did that with the Nuclear album. We've done a bunch of stuff with Duelist Inquiry as well. But the game here is really, So wants to say something right now.
No.
But the game here is that, we give the stuff away for free. Kids in colleges are all online. None of them have a credit card. Nobody wants to go online and purchase it through iTunes or any kind of payment gateway. So let's make sure that we're giving it to them and making it as accessible as possible. And once they have it, they're going to share it. So then it ends up going viral in different colleges. They're showing it to their friends. What we get in return is interest in the market where they want to book our acts now. And now we're in markets where we would never have access to without the internet. Nuclear 2 nights ago played in Jamshedpur. We've done Bhubaneswar, we've done Vizag, we've done Raipur, we've done Indore. These are all markets that would not have opened up to us without the internet and without us giving stuff away for free because people would not really have access to that music without it. The other thing that we do is that when we give it away for free, we make sure that we get something in return. That something in return will be a tweet or a repost or their email address. Email address being the most important because all of our data then goes into one aggregator and we can geotag it. We know where the fans are. The next time that we're going to have an event in a certain city, we'll go through our entire database, which is roughly about 50,000 email addresses now, just for Nuclear, just for that one artist. And we'll say, okay, who's in Chandigarh? And then we'll geotag everyone in Chandigarh and we'll send a mailer out saying, Next show, Chandigarh, this date, here's the flyer, we'll see you guys there. What that has enabled us to do is pack every show for the last 2 years. I'm talking specifically about Nuclear. Now that's something that's worked well for him. I'm not saying it'll work well for every artist. I'm not advocating giving away all music for free, but that is one example where we've been able to leverage social media and the internet to turn into real financial numbers for us, as well as converting it into a larger fan base. So that's where it's worked well for us.
I hate to I hate to sound a little nasty, but I don't think either Tej or Nuclear or anybody else should take credit for the fact that they're giving stuff away for free. The reason why they're giving it away for free is because nobody ain't buying. Nobody's buying music, all right? Let's just be really clear. It's not just Nuclear, it's the only artist that's really broken through and sold some CDs, which are also numbers completely debatable, are people like Adele and U2 and so on and so forth.
Like who, sorry?
It's okay, it's beyond your generation.
You're dissing YouTubers?
You too. Get out of your YouTube bubble. Right? So what a lot of people realize, which we did as well, that boss कोई खरीद तो रहा है नहीं, तो फ्री में ही देना पड़ेगा, वरना वो चोरी कर लेंगे, चोरी वैसे ही कर रहे हैं, तो फ्री में देके फिर उनसे कुछ ले लेते हैं. So it's actually not free. What I'm taking from you is your information. And as you go down in history and you get a little boring like me and you start reading stuff, you realize that information is the largest and most powerful resource you can have in order to make money. So what he's just said is that we like giving away for free and blah, blah, blah. But it's not an idea that sparked. It was the need of the hour, firstly. Going back to what Tuhin said, there is still an aura about artists. There is still a lot of aura which is created even about digital artists. A great example is Lily Singh, whose tour that we did. I had no idea who she was because, and it's, the only thing is that it's so poignantly targeted these days that it's awesome. I didn't know about Lily Singh because I'm not her target. Her target is this certain age group between 12 and 16, super rich kids. Not even everyday regular Joes. It's super rich kids who find it very difficult to find meaning in life. So there were these 16-year-old, 12-year-old girls and boys coming up to her when they were doing a meet and greet and saying, had I not seen your video, I would have killed myself. There was this one girl who started shouting at me in Delhi, you're lying to me, you fat bastard. I was like, easy there, yaar. Only my wife gets to talk to me like that. Because I get something in return, you know what I'm saying? But this girl was super aggro and her dad was standing behind her with folded hands apologizing to me, and I've just had a daughter who's like 16 months old now, and I looked at him like I knew everything and said, शर्म आनी चाहिए आपको, बच्चों को बड़ा करना नहीं आता है. वो बंदा कह रहा है यार मैं कुछ कर ही नहीं सकता, मेरे पास वक्त नहीं है, मैं पैसे दे सकता हूं. और अब क्योंकि इंटरनेट हिंदुस्तान में इतना इजीली एक्सेसिबल है, it is really cheap to go online. And people are accessing that. But the aura around Lily Singh is huge. She can literally make and break your brand today. If she tweets that she does not like Tata Motors or they were not nice to her, these kids will ruin their parents' life if they buy a Tata car. I'm not even kidding you. This was the first show, and if there is somebody here from the government, I apologize already. This was the first show where all the free passes that we gave to cops, etc., came back. Because they had bought tickets for their kids who had lost their minds कि भैया मेरे को नहीं पता तेरे को फ्री में मिलेगा या नहीं मिलेगा, मेरे को टिकट चाहिए. That is someone who has never been on television, never done a radio spot, never been in the paper. She's not Shah Rukh Khan or so on and so forth. She's a huge Shah Rukh Khan fan and whatever. But there is a definite aura about her which is created not by agencies but by her fans. They are the ones who are putting her on a pedestal, and brands are now trying to attach themselves with her in order to make money. As far as numbers and demographic goes, of course, but please, like I said, I'm the most analog guy on this panel, all right? I manage bands, some of them who are social media friendly, like a Pratik Kuhad, or Veer Das has a comedy rock band called Alien Chutney, or Karan Singh, who's this illusionist, etc., who we are trying to work with and trying to create some amount of presence. But it is not tweets and posts about "Aaj maine chole bhature khaye, bahut maza aaya, yo." None of that. Indian Ocean's Facebook page is never filled with, I'm sorry to disagree with Tej, but it's never filled with our opinion. We don't use tragedies or great human upheavals to have any benefit. We do not post things about solidarity when there is a bomb blast or when there's something wrong as Indian Ocean. Because Indian Ocean, according to us, is an apolitical entity. Rahul Ram, yes. Amit Kilam, for sure. That's their choice, no problem. Numbers and demographics work, but they work specifically for specific people. If today Indian Ocean started telling you about what dal chawal they had, unless there is an interesting story behind it, you will not read it. And you will most probably, if you're one of the 400,000 people on our Facebook, leave. So it's very specific to who you're talking to. There are some people who, people like Tuhin and Culture Machine actually end up working a lot with, who are stars made by the internet for the internet. You bring them off the internet and you put them on a stage and ask them to make a song or tell a joke, ill-prepared.
But
it's a problem.
That's not
So
Lily
let me,
Singh,
let, me,
right?
let me just finish, 1 second. The internet has done the same thing that television did to radio. There is a superb documentary, if you guys have the patience, called Standing By, which has been produced by a very dear friend of mine called Arjun Ravi and also produced by OML and Red Bull, where he tells you the advent of music or independent music in India. One of the episodes, which is episode number 4 that just came out, right? Yeah. It tells you how a band like Euphoria or Rock Machine was propelled to be stars, and in fact, people, I don't know how much of this is true, but I saw Bobby the first time, or I knew of him when he was a judge on Channel V as a bass player of Zero, right? It was Channel V, right? So television helped Indian Ocean and everybody else, and now the internet is doing something similar.
Saurabh, who actually was responsible for that, is in the
Yeah, that
audience as
gentleman at the back there who put up his hand that he's from the media, he's being very aloof with us today. Maybe we're not successful enough for him anymore. No hair. Should have told me, darling. Again, you're butting in. Nobody cares. So the internet has done wonders. It has made businesses so much cheap. For a startup like us, it was impossible to send faxes because they were really expensive. To have a fax machine, I used to use my dad's. But with the internet, everything has changed. The rules of engagement have changed, but it is still very specific to who you are. Before I tend to get long-winded, I'm really sorry. The ultimate thing that I wanted to start off with, but these guys said some really interesting things, so I had to comment on it, is that you still have to be true to yourself. You still have to be true to who you are. Just because there's the internet doesn't mean that you can create a fake persona and be somebody else. There is a very favorite group of artists who I'm not going to name because I've been told by my friends that I shouldn't do stuff like that anymore. I'm old. But they speak and they interact with a very, very heavy accent. And they talk about Rastafari and so on and so forth. And that's the whole act. But they get off stage and their mom calls and says, "हाँ मम्मी आज राजमा चावल खा लूँगा यार मैं." मैं ये क्या हुआ यार suddenly? Come on, big ups, man. And then suddenly you go to, "हाँ जी, हाँ मम्मी." No, the entire, I have no problem with music, okay? I mean, that's what you like, no problem. But if your entire persona on the internet is going to be this guy who's waving a Rastafari flag, but then you get off stage and you're someone else, it don't work for me. But that's me.
Can I ask you a question? With your permission.
Depends on the question.
So that's an interesting observation, right? Because basically, and correct me if I'm wrong, basically what you're saying is the medieval pundits of the world, the Karshkalis of the world, the Indian Oceans of the world, have obviously reached a certain level of prominence, view digital purely as maybe a promotional medium, which is, my next gig is in Delhi, targeted email blasts and sort of social media messaging around that, but you really don't view it as a content creation platform. And do you see that changing?
No, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why we see it like that. It's pretty similar to my dad with a smartphone. My daughter knows how to unlock my iPhone. She's 16 months old, and I'm not kidding. She knows how to. That my wife had a BlackBerry, so she knew Mama's phone. You had to press a button, and Dad's you swipe. So, but my dad finds it really tough to even forward an email. We are, and I will say this with all honesty, that Indian Ocean, medieval pundits, Karsh Kale, we are people who are older, and our acceptance to technology is lesser than the newer kids on the block today. Absolutely. We're not okay with sharing our personal lives on Facebook. A lot of the people are. So for us, it is definitely a platform of dispensing information, and it is, like they said, a place where we give something to get something. There's no doubt about it. I mean, at the end of the day, it is a business. But there are people like Nuclear or Duelist or what's that guy's name? Sanam Puri, etc. Who Sanam Puri is a huge YouTube star, right? Sanam Puri's name, who are just more adept with the internet. They're just more comfortable posting stuff online, which can be either mashups or their opinion or whatever you may have it, whatever they're comfortable with. We're not. We are a different generation. There's no doubt about it. But we have been early adopters of stuff. Even before the internet, there were other things that, okay, we won't be doctors and engineers and we'll be musicians. That was a intriguing radical idea at that time. So we were fine with that radical idea. Then the internet is a place for radicals. Some good, some bad.
So I think the overarching thing also that I kind of am taking from, taking off from the roof is that at least for the bands that I've worked with or personally, it's always been a means of communication. Like print, television, any other form of communication, right? The internet effectively gave us the ability to communicate to a larger audience unedited. Suddenly it was like, dude, there's nobody who's going to tell you anything. Even today, it's not really restrictive, right? You can't access certain sites in Bombay as of now.
We're not done, Dhruv.
But it's still a means of communication, and a lot of people choose to use it differently. A lot of bands or musicians that I've kind of worked with have been very apprehensive to open up to the internet because of the fact that, when you say something on the internet, you're basically saying it to everyone on the other side and you're not sure who's accessing it. Now, some people choose to put that restriction in, and it's for everyone to individually decide that, okay, listen, this is the limit at which I'm going to kind of put stuff out. Even when you put out a paper ad or if you put out a billboard ad, you kind of got a certain restriction element saying that, okay, you know what, that picture works, the left profile doesn't, the right profile does. And you've got some kind of a restrictive capability or capacity over there. But if you suddenly go out and start becoming a political figure, they're not looking at that, right? They're like, as many as you can put out, just bloody put it out there. Doesn't
No, but
really
that's
matter.
also the fear, that there is, the gratification is instant, but you becoming a douchebag is as instant as well. Nobody likes Chetan Bhagat on Twitter suddenly, and that man is not being able to filter stuff. It's like when you're lying, or tum suddenly झूठ पे और नहीं रुक सकते तुम.
True.
Now, I'm dyslexic. I'm really bad at spellings. Any post you see on Facebook by any of the bands I manage is not by me. I can't, my hands start shivering. दबा दूं क्या? लिख दूं? नहीं यार रहने दे. भाई तुम कर लो. It's like I said, for me it's an inherent fear because I know I can't spell to save my life here. But with Rahul, who writes really well, he's the one who primarily writes the larger posts on Facebook when we want to make an announcement, and that's the sort of indulgence bands have. They're very, Indian Ocean, one of them, and Medieval Pundits both, they are very, and Kirsch as well actually, they're very particular about what is the messaging that's going out, what are the words we're using, is it in our language or not. That's why we find it very difficult to work with agencies. We can't have somebody post on our behalf, and I don't think any artist should anyway. I mean, that's, again, is my personal opinion.
Just to kind of jump in and refocus this like a tiny little bit, I think sharing personal views or political views or, talking about terror attacks or anything that's like, that sort of a timely thing, I think that's a completely personal choice, depending on the artist, It might work for some people, it might not. There's absolutely caricatures out there on the internet that are definitely not representative of who they are as real human beings. But with that being said, I think that that's a very small portion of what the internet is capable of, and particularly what social media is capable of. A lot of my artists absolutely use the internet as a media platform, somewhere that we will premiere new material before it goes anywhere else. The best example of that I can give right now is video. Facebook is obviously going really hard with Facebook video right now. YouTube is obviously the monster here. But before our content will go on a traditional platform like television, we will always premiere it online. Because we know that's where our audience is. That's where the people are who really, really, truly care about us.
But that's also the fact, no? It's not a choice. I mean, which television channel do you and I have access to? MTV Indies? Pretty much. VH1.
VH1.
And you and I both know their reach is ridiculous.
Sure.
So that's why we do it on the internet, and we're happy to do it. And first, before I cut him for any longer, I completely agree with him, by the way. It's, like I said, you have to be true to yourself. Whatever is comfortable to you. Whether you want to talk about a bomb blast, great. You don't want to talk about it, it's up to you.
And doesn't that also, sorry, just to ask you a question on that one, doesn't that benefit people like an act like an ATD, which obviously has a live audience as well, but there's literally no pulling punches. I mean, you can use the example of the roast obviously being banned, but apart from that, there really is no censorship as such. So in that case, it actually plays to the strength of...
Let me put it to you this way. I think the internet and the digital mediums that we have to our access today, which also include things like Snapchat and stuff, what Mo did so when Nuclear launched his album, there's this guy called DJ Mo City, really old friend of ours, blah, blah, blah. He ran the whole Snapchat thing, right? It was awesome. It was a great insight using a digital medium to a different kind of an backstage view than you would normally get. I'm a huge fan. I think this is the nicest thing that could have happened to all mediums of entertainment. It's not just music. It's not just... There will be ways and means that people will discover of how to use the only medium that's not been able to use, whether it's the internet or television to its advantage so far, has been theatre. And when I say theatre, I'm talking about proscenium plays. I'm not talking about stand-up comedy being part of that whole ambit. It's a live performance, very different from doing a play. I think theatre is the only, I could be wrong, but I think it's the only medium that has not seen, or the only art form that has not seen the benefit of radio going to television, television going to the internet, and so on and so forth. But besides that, everything from beat poets to singer-songwriters to magicians, stand-up comics, it is a beautiful invention for them. And it's a beautiful tool that is available to everyone and anyone, and I think it's the more inclusive it gets and the lesser punches people pull and the more crap that gets put out there is great. Because then you'll be able to sift between what you like and what you don't, because what you don't like, somebody else might. And that's the beauty of the internet, you know.
You know, one of the other things is just from an artist's perspective, again, how the internet has helped is also for artists to be able to feed off fans of other artists. And that is something which was not possible in the real world, right? You can't really open for every artist that you like as a band. But because of the synergies that happen, again, you know, for you to be able to draw on a similar artist or a similar kind of an audience is something that the internet is allowed, you know, a lot of bands to do. And they end up doing that. They end up doing collaboration. You've seen so many collaborations happening nowadays. You know, and it's not that it's a new phenomenon. You could have done it a lot of time in the past, but suddenly people are doing collaborations. You know, they are working with brands on doing collaborations because brands want to reach out to, you know, the audiences of both the artists. They are recording the entire process. They're putting it up online for people to kind of look at. So a lot of, you know, the way I see the internet is that it's a constant evolution. And a lot of people actually, you know, ask this question specifically saying, what is the best thing that an artist or a band can do for itself? And there's no answer to that, because what's relevant today is going to be completely different from what's going to happen in the next month or the next week. And it's such a constantly evolving process that you probably have to be looking at it on a daily basis, where you know, whether Snapchat is relevant today or not. Facebook is suddenly launched video. Is it going to be relevant? Is YouTube going to die out? You know, is there a new thing coming into the mix? So it's almost such a radically evolving process that it's anybody who wants to even be remotely involved on this entire thing needs to be following stuff almost on a daily basis.
I've got a super awesome example of that. So I'm sure some of you guys are aware, DJ Snake was just down in India this last weekend.
How many of you know about DJ Snake? And be honest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Come on, he's got like the biggest record in the world.
Yeah, that's the whole point. So can you name me 3 of his songs? You? How many? 1?
You don't need 3, you need 1 hit.
You? Anybody who can name more than 1 song of DJ Snake? How many do you know? 3? You? 3. and you're sure it's his and it's not a remix of someone else's. Yeah, that I know. So you know 3 tracks. Out of all of these people, all right. Now a much simpler question to the students: how many of you know Nuclear's tracks?
Hey, that's pretty good, dude.
Yeah, that's the point. That's what the internet has done. It doesn't matter if you're DJ Snake anymore, because we don't care where you're from. As long as your music or what you're doing talks to me, you could be. And the 2 guys who I think are the best things that have come out of the internet from the Indian music point of view is this guy called Divine and Nazy, who are local Bombay boys who have rocked this country every opportunity they've got. And that's what the internet does. Nobody cares about your story anymore. Now carry on.
Well, the point that I was going to make was about what Bobby was saying about the cross-pollination of the audiences. And I think that a lot of people, because DJ Snake has this absolute massive audience base right now, particularly because of the success of Lean On, and Nucleus obviously being smaller. 3 hours ago, I was just talking to Nuclear on the phone, and I said, hey man, why don't you just tweet at him? Just say, I hope you had a good time in India, and let's meet up the next time that you're down here. We sent that tweet. He tweeted us back saying, hey Nuclear, we absolutely love your material. I'd love to work on something with him. Now I took a screenshot of that, we posted it on Facebook, and it's gone nuts. We got like 1,500 likes in like 2 hours or something like that. But the point is that all of our fans and fans of Sunburn who went to the DJ Snake shows said, man, if you guys collaborated, that would be incredible. We would absolutely love to see that. He obviously saw our post on Facebook, and then we had a direct message in our Twitter inbox saying, dude, let's work on something together. So that facilitation and cross-pollination of the audiences and the coming together of artists has only been facilitated by the audience, by the internet.
I won't say only, but it's become this fast because of the internet.
Sure,
this fast. Ravi Shankar, Beatles,
Sure, I know what you're saying. Well, it's become this fast because of the internet, but also what it's done is that it's given validation to the point that people would be into that. That they should take the time and the effort and the energy to make this collaboration happen, because it would be a viable, a lot of people would enjoy that, what comes out of that collaboration.
Hey, so I guess time's kind of flown by. One thing, we have 5 more minutes? Okay, so just a quick one for Bobby actually, right? Because one thing we haven't covered is obviously Book My Show. They're doing some really interesting stuff. Obviously you're kind of running the entire live piece. What's, as much as you can reveal at this stage, what's the play there? Because I think a lot of people want to figure out how you marry sort of e-ticketing. Obviously Eventify is part of your sort of roadmap in terms of picking up analytics of your user profile and kind of maybe targeting more effectively. So how does live play into all of this? What are the plans for live? What do you have going on?
So the thing is that, we are able to actually study user data. So the kind of activity those users are doing on a regular basis, and that's because, we've gotten almost a weekly window into what it is that users are doing from a entertainment consumption platform. So, which movie have you watched, which theater have you watched it in, what is your buying pattern, which event have you gone to, which play have you gone to, etc. And you obviously are, individuals nowadays are interacting with the internet almost on a minute by minute basis, right? So, and you are able to extrapolate a lot of that information. Eventify is a company that we just recently acquired that actually manages to do that through hashtags. So depending on which hashtags you're tracking, it is able to gather your online kind of a footprint, if you call it such. Now, when you start looking at this big data, which is becoming a hot topic of conversation, everyone's talking about we've got so much data. How do you analyze? What do you do with it? And you put it into a business context. The direct effect of that is that we are able to target people, and we're able to actually sell them the kind of movies or events that we know for a fact that they are going to be liking. So let's say that today you've, in the last 4 months, you've watched only English movies and you watched it at PVR Juhu. The next time there is an update that's going out to a person of a particular event. So, let's say it's an English play that's coming out in Prithvi Theatre, which is based on something that a genre is either comedy or drama, we can actually target a bunch of people and send that information out to them. And we've seen a lot of traction and convertibility that comes as a result of that. So it's almost like analytics at a very, very minuscule, minute level, where you're tracking user data, but I mean, it's something which is a mix of art and science, both, because, you know, somebody may have watched 3 Hindi movies and 4 English movies and seen, you know, a Gujarati play and has gone to Sunburn as well. And you're like, okay, this guy is like all over the place. What do you do with a user profile like that? So there's a lot of understanding that needs to happen. But because of the fact that we are poised at a place where we can see this almost on a weekly basis, as opposed to you know, any other website that's doing transactions or on a monthly or a quarterly basis, whether it's, you know, your FMCG goods or whether it is I would say electronic goods, not so much FMCG because you can't really track that, you know, all the way down to the core. I mean, it's just fascinating to me almost on a weekly basis when I see this information and data, and I'm looking at it and saying that, you know what, the biggest event that's happened in Bombay in the last year, barring none, is Falguni Pathak's Dandiya event. And you're like, dude, they've sold 11,000 tickets for that event, as opposed to nothing that comes even close to that. So you know, insights like that is...
Tell us, what is like, what was those 3 guys who won the last tour? How many tickets for Swedish House Mafia or David Guetta? Or?
Yeah, those details probably need to be figured out at an offline conversation.
11,000
Get the
tickets?
hint.
Yeah. That's insane.
So, I mean, so it's just windows like that are very interesting at a Book My Show level because, again, for me, because it's a weekly window, a lot of it is a daily window because we're doing Prithvi Theatre almost on a daily basis. You know, 300 capacity, but every day there's something going on there. So you're seeing people buying tickets to plays on a daily basis.
It's actually these numbers that also help artists determine their price as well. Huh?
Yeah.
So you are sure that Falguni ji is charging way more next year.
I mean, everybody here, I don't know how many of you guys are from Bombay, but Falguni Pathak's Sankalp event, I don't know if anybody remembers, it used to be the biggest thing that ever hit Bombay, right? And she left Sankalp. That, I don't know how many people even go to Sankalp today. It's literally one artist that's determined an entire property. That has been happening for the last 10 years, but the minute she stopped performing at it and moved away, nobody goes to Sankalp anymore. And suddenly you're seeing upwards of 10,000 tickets going to the other place. So
But
she's
does she
got
even
some...
perform besides Dandiya anymore?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
She does. She's doing a lot of corporate shows all over the place. She's doing shows in Ahmedabad, you know. So, I mean, it's a different ecosystem, right? We start talking about, when we look at artists, we're looking at independent artists because they're so aggressive online. They're in your face. It's almost like, you know, the page 3 of the Bombay Times where you're like, dude, you have to see it no matter what. But there's this whole segment that is still not really exploiting the extent of the internet that they can. But I feel within the next 2 or 3 years, because now they're becoming aware of the fact that there is this huge horse in the room, and you know, I can get onto it and start running even faster than I currently am, that we're suddenly going to see an entire bunch of people start migrating to that. I mean, how many actors used to use Twitter and Facebook 2 years ago? I mean, I know some of the actors that used to diss Twitter, saying that, dude, what the hell are you guys? I'm never going to, and suddenly those guys are there promoting their brands on Twitter. So, you know, it's suddenly moving. Artists are realizing that there is this whole power tool that exists, but they're still a little bit wary about, dude, I'm not too sure what do I need to do with this to actually take it to the next level. So we're going to see a lot of, I think, innovation that comes from this entire bunch of people that's currently ruling the roost, but they're like, I think they can do so much more if they actually start leveraging the power of this.
Great. That was pretty interesting. So I think now we'll just throw it open. Questions, concerns?
Again, just got time for one question.
Okay.
Why don't you just ask the question? What? Oh, there is somebody that wants to ask the question.
Hi, if you could just give one example of some artist which you feel has done some tremendous work online or used digital and leveraged it very well, apart from the people you've worked or in the panel over here.
I mean, the most famous example is the Arctic Monkeys, right? They got discovered because of the internet and YouTube. We wouldn't know who those guys were.
Russell Peters, the only reason you know about Russell Peters or why he came to India was because of his one show that went nuts. And a list of over 100, 200, 300 artists will be with Tween at the top of his head. I don't think he works with
it's
any of
one
them,
thing
bro.
to be discovered. The other is on how do you sustain that? How do you see artists
so
using
you-
at a continuous basis?
So YouTubers, Lily Singh is a great example, yeah. She's constantly at it. That's her bread and butter. And if you follow her trajectory, and you can, just like her page and stuff, you'll see how well she uses Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, Facebook, YouTube, anything that gets discovered or anything that's launched new, and she keeps an eye on it. She has a whole team of people.
Do you think the more mainstream guys, like a yo-yo, or these guys, what do you think? Are they doing stuff, or do you think
Doing
that
a lot of stuff. Like Badshah has done a bunch.
Yeah.
Has done a couple.
I
of
have the
tracks.
best example for him.
Go for it.
KRK, bro.
That's it.
That's it. That's what the guy lives on.
I think
It's Twitter. I love him.
I think he was aiming a little
Baba
higher.
Sehgal's a pretty good example also.
No, but that's an interesting question, right? Because I think a lot of YouTubers aren't able to sustain, because for a lot of them it's a means to an end. And the end is obviously doing stuff offline. The end is doing gigs, because obviously there's an economic angle to this as well. You can't sustain yourself on YouTube ad revenue, which is why I think things like YouTube Red, which is the subscription service they've just launched, hasn't really hit India as yet, but it will. That will really sort of even the playing field. I think a lot more creators will do stuff for the medium. But I think we have some way to go before it's actually, a self-sustained ecosystem in India. It's there in the West, it's there in Western Europe, in the US, it's fairly mature. But I think it's a good 2 to 3 years away here for it to be a mature ecosystem.
I think another part of that is that that's the reason why a lot of YouTubers have to take the show live. That's where the money
Exactly,
is.
yeah. Yeah. That's why Lily Singh came to India and sold out. Lily Singh is actually an aberration. Like, she's the exception to the rule, right? So, Dhruv did a great job selling those tickets, but she wasn't very well known over here before she
We
came.
didn't do anything to sell her tickets. They just sold out on their own.
He's being modest now.
No, not at all. I'm being really factual. I'm trying to give you information which is absolutely true. We had a whole media plan ready. Ye bus hoarding hoga, ye hoga. Before we could do anything, they were sold out with one post. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
I think we can take one more, right? Just one more.
No, I mean, we can hang about and
Okay, we're
I
done.
have a late flight, so anybody wants to buy me dinner.
Own peril. Okay. you had a question, yeah.
Coming to the topic being relevant in the digital, but for me, I follow two good channels. One is TVF and AIB. So what they're doing is now they're moving
He has
out.
nothing to do with either of the two, just by the way.
We love them, we love them.
Yeah. So what I'm seeing as a trend, TVF, they used to produce some great content and all. Slowly they went into series. Now they are trying to have something, a website of their own where they want to stay. So they're deviating from what they were doing. AIB has taken another route. Now they were doing something, now they're moving to something like tying up with analog media, television and all, and producing both type of. So don't you think these things will definitely have a dent on their authenticity?
I think that's fair enough, right? I mean, the objective is to reach the widest possible audience. TVF has done a brilliant job with pictures. It's become the gold standard for long form content. Everyone's aspiring to do the next pictures. Many of them are failing. TVF took that leap first. They did it with Permanent Roommates first and then with pictures. So they've clearly set a blueprint there. AIB, the Hotstar show was an opportunity that came to them, and no native creator would not want to leverage that. I don't think it's fair to say that they've left digital, because they're still very engaged on digital. They're still doing a lot of stuff on digital. And they are where they are largely, I mean, obviously they have an offline presence as well, but because they've invested in the medium. So I think those things can coexist.
हर आदमी की ना एक पर्सनल जर्नी भी होती है. ये आप जिन लोगों के आपने नाम लिए हैं, आपने इनको देखा है, इनको कोई पैसे नहीं देता शो करने के, ठीक है? मेरी तरह कोई मोटा है, कोई ऐसा है, कोई छोटा है, कोई नाटा है. आज की डेट में उनकी होर्डिंग लगी हुई है यार. उनकी पर्सनल जर्नी भी कुछ है कि यार मैं अब टीवी पे आऊंगा. वो आप नहीं, उसको आप धुतकार नहीं सकते. वो उसकी मर्जी है कि मैं डिजिटल पे आई एम बिग, बट फॉर मी टू रीच द पिनिकल वुड बी कि यार मैं टीवी पे हूं. मैं वो उसको मौका मिला, उसने उस पर चौका मार दिया, उसको पैसे भी मिले, उसके फ्री में नहीं कर रहे हैं. टीवीएफ जहां तक है, आई थिंक तुहिन has said the absolutely right thing. Pictures did great for them, yeah? And they are now going to get more and more, because you must realize all of these people, including Superwoman, Lily Singh, started doing this for free. They used to sit and make this stuff and spend money on it just because they could.
I mean,
and
it's a
now
real
it's the
labor
time
of
for them to
love.
rake in the cash. I think they must do it.
Yeah, no, and also I mean, at an evolution of a brand, right? I mean, the way a brand starts and where it ultimately reaches, there's an evolutionary part to it. Now, some people may obviously, you know, say that, dude, what are you guys doing? This is not what your brand is about. But again, I agree. It's a personal call for you to take that, okay, listen, we are going to be on different platforms, or we're not going to be on a platform. And you're never going to please your entire fan base. You're always going to piss off, you know, a bunch of your fans, no matter what you do. So that's a call that I think as an artist they need to take, and sometimes you get support, sometimes you need to take a little flack for it. But you can't be stagnant. You have to keep evolving as a brand. You have to keep doing something more.
गलती करना तो इंसान का हक है.
All right. Thanks a lot. I think we're being motioned away.
Thank
so
you,
yeah,
guys.
throw it around. Thanks.
Thank you so much. If you have more questions, please, you can tweet your questions to @tweet2cm. The session was hosted by Culture Machine. Now, next we have one last panel. I know it is getting delayed, and hence we will be quickly moving on to the next panel, which is how to create winning content through social media insights. And the session is hosted by Germinate. And let me invite the moderator for this particular session, Tejas Narvekar, Social Media Analytics at Germinate. Followed by Tejas, we have here Saurav Kanwar, founder and president, FlarePath. Welcome, Saurav. And joining them is Mr. Sunil R. Nair, business head, Alt Digital Media Entertainment Limited. And joining them, Saurav Tamhane, Consumer Insights, Group M. So I leave the maid of great dais to the panelists.
Thank you. Gentlemen, can you take a seat? Thank you. So, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a precarious position to be in between you and the food, and it's rather late in the day. So thank you so much for your patience, and I hope that our panel will keep you intrigued and engaged over the next half an hour.
Good night. It was great meeting you all. Bye.
So my name is Tejas Narvekar, and I am part of Germinate Social Intelligence. You must have seen those nice little infographics sponsored by us. We have had the opportunity to work with several brands and sectors in India, media and entertainment, consumer products, banking and finance. And our core area of work is around how social media insights can facilitate decision making for various organizations. And with that, our topic of today is really how social media insights have been facilitating decisions for the media and entertainment space. So we'll use a lot of TV and film references and a few others. I'll leave that open to the panelists. But before we get into or dive into that, if I could ask my esteemed panelists to kindly share, a couple of things about themselves, a bit of an introduction to the audience, beginning with Saurabh.
Hi, I have already been introduced by my friends here on the last panel. I did work in TV for 15, 16 long years with youth channels, MTV, Channel V, worked on a couple of tiny shows, Roadies, may have heard of it. I did some of the Jhadu Kat Ka Bartan on that. And subsequently, I had the chance to work with cool people on shows like Launchpad. And at that time, in fact, Launchpad is the point where we figured that digital was going to be bigger than the TV that we were doing. And I switched to making my own company that would do, at that time, social media, but today it's content, which is the key, which is what we're talking about here as well. And we work for Bollywood, celebrities, brands, and ourselves. So we have our own TV show, we have our own communities, but we also work as an agency, as Bitches for Hire, for folks like.
Hi, Sunil Nair here. I don't know how many of you guys were old enough to know a company called Nautanki.tv. Yeah, he helped us quite a lot. Nataki.tv was India's first distributed online video way back in 2006. We were not able to raise money, so we got acquired by Hungama. And from there onwards, I have moved between trying to run a startup and trying to run a startup within a corporate. So I've been at Star, then at Reliance Jio, and right now I head a business called Alt, which you will be hearing of over the next couple of months. We're doing something which has never been done before in India. At least that's what we believe. And Saurabh?
Sure, thank you. My name is Saurabh, also, namesake. I lead insights at Group M. In my role, I'm a data person. I aspire to be a data scientist someday. Just, the scripting and everything else is just too much to learn at this point in my career, though. In my role, I'm constantly at loggerheads with content creators. I'm the guy at Group M who will go to a content guy and tell him, look, the idea is great, but data tells me this is not likely to work. So, making a lot of enemies that way. But largely the idea is to look at social media conversations, look at digital metrics and traditional data sources as well, and put in everything together to create a one-picture brand story for our clients.
Thank you. I'm sure that's whetted your appetite quite a bit to dive straight into the discussion. So I'm going to throw this open and we're going to talk about various aspects or various decisions that guys in the media and entertainment space can take based on social media insights, and we'll leave the Q&As at the end if that's okay. So if I could get some initial thoughts on a variety of aspects of decision making involving the core content, the core film and television content, the promotion of the content, shows, as well as the social media or digital engagement and communications aspect of it. So, if I could start with Saurabh and then feel free to interject as in how you have your ideas.
So I just think that from a topic point of view, this is as old as media itself because it's been done before. I don't know if you were born at the time of a show called Kyunki Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi, where a character called Mihir was killed off. And then Balaji had to bring them back because that's what the public wanted. And there was no social media at that time, but there was feedback from mobile, SMS, all of that was happening. So people have been taking those calls. Bobby mentioned Launchpad. Launchpad was going to be cancelled in its second season because the ratings didn't show up because Channel V didn't get ratings. I don't know about now, but at that time there wasn't much ratings to show off. And what happened was there was a platform called Big Adda. And Big Adda had a thing on Launchpad. There was a forum on Launchpad which had a comment list 5,000 long. And we took that to our bosses and said, it's working. And then we physically sat through that list to figure out what was working, what was not. Bobby clearly was, and he still is. And there were a few things in the show that we actually were able to get direct feedback from some kid sitting in Nagpur who liked X or didn't like Y. So it's as old as that, I don't think. And now today, if you look at blogs like TechCrunch, BuzzFeed, all our blogs here, the media platforms, they're going through what's happening on social media and trying to catch it just before it goes viral so that they can write stories about it. The blue dress, etc., all of those are cases of catching a story as it develops and then making sure that they have something to hammer it in there. But
yeah, taking off from what Saurav said, quite honestly, broadcasters have lost the plot. Star, Sony, Z, whoever, they've lost the plot. They don't know what they're doing. Take it this way, the TRP ratings, that TRP or whatever version of it is right now, which is going, it's some sort of black magic. Nobody knows how it works really. It's some bullshit that's been given to you and you take it. That's about it. A lot of the stuff that's coming on television is not even being watched by people out here. I don't think you guys even spend 10 minutes a day in front of a TV screen. That audience has moved away. They've gone away from the broadcaster. And what has happened over the time is that you have had the lowest common denominator being served out to people. So the base value at which the consumer or the audience is being treated, it's like, okay, you're here. Intelligence is here, you're here. This is what we'll give you and you should be happy with that. let's look at what's happening elsewhere in the world. Elsewhere in the world, because India is still figuring out what VOD is all about, or whether television content will work or not work. Netflix is 70 million worth of channel. That's every one of those 70 million is a channel in himself. You have to listen to what's being done. You know, we go to places where content is supposed to be made. A kind of reaction that gets is, you know, my mother-in-law likes this kind of show, so wo bana dete hain. Have you ever been to any of the coffee shops around Oshiwara? You should. If you are in content, you should spend some time in those coffee shops in Oshiwara. You'll really know how those shows are really conceived and thought of. That's the level of intelligence they're going. I mean, they probably make a lot of money and all that, but that's where it is. The other thing which is there, which is also fueled by the way a lot of the content on the online space also seems to be getting is driven by a bunch of VCs. I had the unfortunate thing of sitting through a meeting where a VC tried telling me that his wife watches XYZ show on an iPad. Hence, it's a damn good idea to have an app on an iPad with that kind of content. Yeah, I mean, yes, of course. I mean, we should all do that. But that's where it is. I mean, there is a complete black hole out there which doesn't seem to get filled in any manner. And I think Saurav here can help us quite a lot in that because he's the data guy.
So I think there's two ways we can look at this. There's data around traditional programming and data around new media. When you work with clients, digital teams and social media teams who are handling new media for broadcasters, those guys are very open to metrics, very open to numbers that tell them that a certain format is likely to work or not. When you work with a creative director who's managing entire channels, entire shows, and is responsible for on-air programming, tell him to kill off a character, and that goes against everything that he has learned. His years of experience that he's had creating content that has worked fabulously for the channels. He will take those numbers and throw them out of the window. Simply because in his mind, he is unable to link numbers and content. Content is an idea. It's an abstraction. Numbers are just that. They're just numbers. How do you link the two?
Saurabh, if you could sort of, sorry Sunil, do you want to comment? I wanted to just get Saurabh's inputs on any particular, Saurabh Tamani's inputs on any particular example where you've seen a specific, insight driving a specific decision, just like what Saurabh started with. Anything pertaining to, how far the show gets run because of insights from social media, or, completely brand new content ideas being generated from social chatter.
Yeah, I do. You know how of late there are a lot of shows around historical characters and mythological characters. The basis for those ideas, apart from the DRP ratings, is a lot of social media listening. There are people who will go through conversations and decide what is the affinity for a certain historical character. Is a Ram more popular than an Arjun? Is he more popular than a Karan? Should I focus on Yudhishthira? Things like that. So without taking names of serials or anyone else, this particular ideation process, someone has discovered a content peg, which was a purely abstract idea. Someone's discovered that peg, and numbers are now plugged into that peg to see how do you explore that even further. The other way you can do this is a lot of A/B testing. A Hindi GEC serial, for example. If the director wants to introduce a love triangle between characters A, B, and C, just do an A/B testing. Create a post, ask a question to folks, ask them what they think if A loves B and B loves C, is C also likely to love A? Let your consumers or let your viewers have their fun. That alone will give you the inputs that you need to tell you if your content is likely to work.
Thanks. Saurabh?
So I just want to take what you said and what Sunil actually mentioned about the TV channels getting it, not getting it. It's not our problem alone. The writing's been on the wall that content on TV is degrading in terms of viewership, and not just because these folks are on YouTube. It's because in general storylines have just been really old and nobody's listening to that. because BARC or TRP or TVR, whichever is the number of the minute, doesn't say what's wrong with the story. And until machines start to tell stories, that's not going to happen easily. It needs humans. In fact, I just read a news item that DARPA, the guys who invented the internet sort of for the military, the US military, they're just funding a project where AI, artificial intelligence, will play jazz. And jazz is the toughest form of music because there's a lot of spontaneity. You have to adjust on the minute, in the second to beats, etc. When that comes true, I will not have a job. But until then, we have jobs, and those jobs. So just to give you TV examples, in the West, if you've heard of a guy called Judd Apatow, he's made 40-Year Virgin, Pineapple Express, big movies. Seth Rogen, guys like Jay Baruchel, all of them are big stars. He's had 2 shows cancelled by network television called Undeclared, Freaks and Geeks, midstream or at the end of the season, and never brought back because, you know, some guy, executive, and there's the war. If you Google this, you'll find the war exploded again recently because that guy discovered who cancelled the show and he met him in a party and then it was on. 15 years later, the pain is still there. And these guys have made millions making great movies after that. So obviously they were on to something. But today what's happening is shows are getting made. To your point of Netflix, Amazon Prime, there's a show called Transparent. I don't know how many of you have seen it or sampled it. It's about the key character is a transgender. So what Amazon Prime does is it makes a pilot. Usually pilots are seen by TV folks, suits, and they say, ha, like, not like, and let's commission this. But no longer true because Amazon Prime says, I'll let the people watch it, they'll comment on it, there'll be views, I'll see where they drop off, what storylines are working, I'll analyze the social media buzz on it, what the critics are saying, and then I will commission it. And based on that, the show actually didn't have great views compared to some of the other shows, but they commissioned it, and it's one of the best successes they've had. It's a show about a transgender, and I was thinking of myself as, I'm going to go to a channel and I'm going to pitch this. Sir, एक वो हिजड़ा है और उसके बारे में show है. And the quickness with which I would be shown the door would be amazing because they're not ready for that kind of feedback now. But things are happening instantaneously. And to the points that Bobby and Dhruv and Tuin and all those guys made, the young guys in indie bands are doing this in the instant. If DJ Snake wants to work with Nuclear and it just happens. And here we take decisions that take about 3, you have to make an entry in triplicate, get your ration card, then have to submit your file, then it will be proposed, disposed, go to a marketing council. And then 3 months later, you'll see a change by which time the ship is. So it's about being able to, the numbers are there, they've always been there. They've never meant much until some producer, some storyteller can take those and tell the story of what those numbers mean back. And until computers do that, we'll still want to be able to quickly get back.
So, taking off again from what Saurav K said about the way content is being created, the business that I had is still trying to create content. In the sense, we're trying to get that little bit of that point where we can start creating content which is compelling enough. What we have done as a practice is that to go out there and keep listening. Listen to whatever is being spoken out there. And it's not just diaspora, Bombay, nothing. Globally, what is being said. Look at what's bubbling under the surface, catch that data, keep a track of it, keep a feedback loop, keep going back again and again to see whether it makes sense. And this is an art form. I don't know how many people know what metadata is or what content metadata is. Typically, it's been about 32, 33 fields, 27 to 32 fields that you tag along with any piece of content. What we have done is expanded that to about 180 plus points that we cover. We are getting into looking at content from the frame level, from the scene level. We are doing cultural indexing of a point that's spoken out there. If there is a dialogue out there, what is the cultural significance of it before and after? What are the reviews? What are the reviews that have been scraped about it all over the place? Can we sandbox it? Can we put it in a database? Run big data on it? It's a lot of geek thing, but it's common sense. It's a lot of data out there which is available. You just need to be able to see patterns on it and then determine what works.
And use Germinate.
Yeah, and Germinate does that very well. I mean, that's something. And once you have all that information available and the pattern that is available, then you can take an informed call. Amazon Prime is a good example, which Saurabh mentioned in terms of having Silicon Valley. The first 2 episodes were available. Then they went and did 2 seasons. It was then copied by Pictures. That's another matter, and they did a good job of it. It is, you can debate about it. We've seen patterns on it.
They speak of my life, man. My life, Pictures.
I've been there too. So, yeah, I mean, Hulu has made a great business. If you look at the Hulu model, the shows that they have acquired are not the number 1 and number 2. It's very expensive to go and get the number 1 and number 2. What they have done is look at number 3 and number 4. I mean, in India, this can never be explained to any broadcast company that the small Sundance Movie Festival movies do as well. People are willing to pay $300. All everyone seems to chase around is that let us get 1,000 people to watch my viral video. 180 रुपए CPM पे उस पे भेज देंगे. These guys will do a job, and उसमें से 32 rupees or thereabout, so probably 18 rupees मिल जाएगा.
मैं 50 रुपए में देता हूँ बस.
10 रुपए मिल जाता है, 25 पैसा मिल जाता है. चलो, let's take it at that. But the fact is, I am heading towards, or at least we hope to be heading towards that thing where I can get just one guy to come and spend $180, and that's far more interesting. And that can only happen when we use the tools that have been given to us over the last 10 years to make compelling content. Otherwise, we're back to whatever. I mean, I can't name them. Bread and butter comes from there, but that's what you will be left with.
I have an interesting question. I'm sure as a panel, we all seem to be convinced that social media insights are quite relevant. But maybe this question is more relevant for Saurabh and Saurabh. Particularly Sunil being on the receiving end of the services provided by Saurabh and Saurabh. But typically, what are your experiences like in terms of the larger industry? Do you see a lot of acceptance that there is actually an ROI in social media insights, and they do see how they're able to connect the dots between insights and key decisions?
We've had mixed responses. Okay. For someone who spent several years creating content, like I said earlier, for them to suddenly trust a guy who comes with an Excel sheet saying, this character should be 30% less happy, it's difficult to accept those kind of inputs. Those are not the inputs you would want to give out though. What is useful is when you're working with syndicated content, a broadcaster will typically send teams to the LA screenings and other events like that. Insights can then look at what people have been talking about those shows or those pilots. Supergirl, for example, I think the pilot broke about 6 months ago. That one episode had over 30,000 downloads. And there was a stream of comments about people talking about the costume, the actress, if Superman is going to be part of the story of the plot at all, and things like that. So just by leaking out an episode and analyzing things that people have to say about that episode, I think it's pretty easy to convince people that there is merit in reading those comments. Whether or not you want to react to those immediately is a managerial decision. But there is data.
Has to be immediate. That's all. The big thing there is, actually there's 2 differences. One is that it has to be immediate. The other is, and where I think my bug with big brands is that quantity is everything. Whether it's TVR or numbers or trends or engagement, kitne likes aaye, the numbers in absolute terms mean less. And acceptance wise, there's no one smarter than the massiest guys in the world, Bollywood. They totally got it before I think social media was born. And when it was born, they taught us how to use social media well, to create buzz, to pummel it, to check where they're at. Small example, really tiny movie called Fukre. Very small budgets. There are only 2 or 3 promotables. There was no star. So they had only this much window to do things with TV channels, etc., etc. So there's one song there by Sona Mahapatra, Ambar Sariya. And it was not on the promotion plan at all. But everyone felt great about it in the team. So we went to Sona's studio and we recorded an acoustic version, just because. And it went literally close to viral, for as much as Fukre could get, which was about 300,000 views. And suddenly everyone's attention was in it. Ambar Saria then became the main promotion plank for taking it on to 9XM, MTV. It got pushed harder. Obviously the movie had a lot of merit, but to get people to the movie, I need specific elements. And when something's doing well, I can hear it. 300,000 views is not great to take a decision on by anyone's standards. Hota hai yaar, rozi ho jata hai 300,000. But they did, and it worked. And now people are making actor choices based on that. If you see the velocity, we've seen a couple of movies, we were working on Badlapur, Shamitab almost at the same time. The velocity with which those super Lily Singh's fans, Superwoman's fans, exactly the same thing happens with Varun Dhawan. If he says something, people will take a bullet for him. Mr. Bachchan's fans are really good, they're loving, but they're, gentle, calm people. Varun tweets something and it's trending globally in 15 minutes. And the agency is saying, humne kiya. It's all us. But it isn't. And now if you had to take a decision between Varun Dhawan and someone like that, if you're a brand or if you're making a movie, you should be conscious of the velocity that this thing gets. And it's not his 8 million fans or whatever. It's 300 people. Knowing those 300 people, who they are, how to engage with them and leverage them is where understanding insight comes through better. And it's still a human process sometimes. Priyanka Chopra, launching a pop album in the toughest pop market in the world as a brown-skinned person with a fan base that only speaks Hindi and listens to Bollywood. Shouldn't do it, right? All logic, every suit should say, mat karo. And at that time, we didn't know about Quantico, etc. coming. But there are literally 200 kids around the world in her 15 million fan base who will do anything, including if you tell them, boss, ye pitbull le jayega, wo pitbull hai na, pitbull. We have to trend against him. 5 days trending like Justin Bieber. She debuted on the Billboard Social 50 ahead of Adele and Skrillex, which are names that everyone's mentioning as grade A pop stars. Because the fans did it. Amount of money spent, 0. Number of free iPads given out, none. Free t-shirts, none. No free albums given out. iTunes top 100 she reached, which means people paid $1 for that. Not even sold, given away for free as music. That's what fans do. And it comes from insights, knowing which fans to talk to.
Thanks, Saurabh.
In fact, a lot of the shows that are now getting done on for the digital platform, a lot of the stuff that we are doing for the digital platform is looking first at Twitter follower number kitna hai. What is the engagement level on that? What's the Facebook thing that they're doing? How relevant are they speaking? And then we going back and looking at what guys like from Group M and Mindshare and a lot of the other guys who tell us about what's happening, and then matching sponsors. So it's become almost like a chess game. It's not content that's getting created, compelling stories need to be told and all of that, but all the insights that Saurav will bring, Germinate would bring, and a lot of the stuff that in terms of what brand would fit in, all of those seem to come out of this one little pot with masala which is brewing out there. And at the end of it, that if that works, it works. And a lot of time making it work is also driven by the feedback loop that seems to keep happening.
I think I was just about to ask a related question to Sunil also. So while we understand that service providers like Germinate or like Saurabh providing insights, working collaboratively with Saurabh's Flare Path or other creative people to provide the creative side of it, the right brain side of it, how do organizations like yourselves have the master plan rolled out, and how do you ensure that things work in conjunction? We had an interesting start to the SMW week yesterday with Tata Motors talking about the Messi campaign and how it worked like a well-oiled machine. So it's sort of, I wanted to take a leaf from that and say, while there are various actors working, in the scene, how do you make sure that you make the best of it? Any examples or anecdotes?
So you're basically asking me about the secret sauce. If I tell you, I'll have to kill you. So, see, it's the business that we are running is purely online. There is very little offline stuff that's going to happen. They're not going to be full page Times of India ads. We don't have the money for it. We don't have a network of 32 channels to go and say that there is a app that is available, go download it and later on uninstall it. Not going to happen. So yeah, I know what you guys do. So that's not going to happen. So it's purely a huge amount of what we are doing is building an intelligence IP. We are calling it internally as an inference engine. Throw data into it, see what happens, and this is not vaporware. I'm not giving bullshit. This is not vaporware at all. We're actually doing it on a daily basis. We are collecting information that's going into a very large database. It's work in progress. We look at it. We throw names. Tan Lines, online show that came up a couple of days ago. We were looking at what the sentiment is. On a minute-to-minute basis, we have a tool that we have put together, which allows us negative and positive sentiments that can happen in a 15-minute, 20-minute span. That tells us a lot about where that audience is coming from, where is it going, what's it saying, all of that it's coming in. So if you were to take my business in totality and break it up into components, technology is an enabler for me, should be invisible. If it's visible to people who are using the app, I have not done my job well. That's there. A large portion of it is building that intelligence, building that IP. I will create content for sure. I mean, I'll create great TV shows. I'll create 100 TV shows over the next 6 months. We are not doing that, but just for argument, 100. But what's going to remain out of that is, what did the audience do with that show? Did they chuck the show in the first 5 minutes of it going live? How many times did it get tweeted? That's what is important. And that's the engine. That's the big 20,000 pound gorilla that we are building at the back. Everything else is changeable. That is not. And that is something that we are very protective about. If that does not answer your
Thanks,
question,
it does in a way.
I will have to kill you.
Maybe you still will have to kill me or the rest of them hearing this. Thank you so much, guys. It was an interesting discussion, and I would like to throw it open for questions. Yeah. Anyone has a mic to pass it? If you could tell us if you have the question for a particular panelist or to...
If there are no questions, dinner served.
Yeah, especially for the data scientist. So, hi, I have this question. So, you're basically crowdsourcing the content from the social media channels. Basically, some decisions about content that's getting channelized via social media using the tool. So, but end of it, it's a tool. It can be tampered. So, for example, people can get into this tool, can deviate. How do you take care of that? I'm sure you'll be taking care of that. Some broad instruction that you do to take care of
Absolutely.
noises.
Yeah. So we have had instances where a certain character in certain Hindi GCs had to be killed off. Friends and families and relatives of that particular character rose up in support on social media using their own accounts. Now, analysts who are going through conversations will not know who these people are. This campaign that they were running ran for at least 3 or 4 weeks, or nearly a month. So every day there was a large spike in conversations or mentions for a particular actor, simply because there are people saying he should continue in his role, or he should find another role in another serial on the same, with the same broadcaster, things like that. So analysts who are working on a particular show or for a particular channel, over time, know who the top authors are, who are the ones who tend to spam contests, who are the ones who have real points to contribute to a discussion, and who are the ones who are friends and families. Because to know if someone is a friend of an actor, you simply have to go to their Twitter handle, or their Facebook page, or their Instagram account, and you'll know if they're connected. You'll know if they're friends.
It's all manual.
I don't know of a tool that can do that just yet.
Germinate?
Maybe.
Yeah, Germinate can
Germinate,
do it.
I believe.
Germinate can do it.
I'll catch up with you offline and give you
We have
demo.
a field in this which is called contest whore. Actually a descriptor for some, none of you people here, none of you great people
The
here.
reason I asked is, this is the problem I'm facing. I produce content in terms of B2B, it's in blogging and all. And this is one of the common things which we are not able to do. That's the reason.
You start beginning to see patterns in the data that you collect. I mean, that's the easiest way. And if you have millions of things, see, the problem so far has been, and a lot of that is getting rectified with more intelligent people who are not from the traditional media working on this area. So you start seeing patterns emerge. It's no longer, I mean, way back in 99 and 2000, we sold unicorns on the basis of page views. And now we are selling unicorns on the basis of app downloads. Okay, so it's that bullshit that keeps happening. So yeah, riffraff is going to be there. If you have enough amount of data available in front of you, you can see patterns, and there are tools that are available that you can use to remove those.
I have just one addition to that, that sometimes you're talking to humans, and we are as humans best equipped to understand humans. If you take the software out of it, you take everything out of it, even the average and I think the average 21-year-old in my office does this better than I do, is that they have a sniff filter for bullshit, as we all do, because we consume so much content that if a brand does a job badly, you may not know why you like or don't like it, but you already have it inbuilt in you, because we are conversational. We are human relationship builders. And if you just default to your gut instinct on that, sometimes it's enough to start with.
Thanks a lot.
One more in the back.
Yeah, hi. Apple just announced the Apple TV, and they said that the future of television is apps. So coming like few years down the line, how is it going to impact the industry in general and per se in India? Because, and I mean, compared to say normal television and the advent of companies like Apple TV and so on and so forth.
I just want to, what he said about vaporware, apps is vaporware today. They'll sell what they have. They can't sell what they don't have. Unfortunately, storytelling has been around since the time of Valmiki. Yeah. Nobody said Valmiki is going to be out of fashion anytime soon. Abhi bhi Ramayana bana rahe, Mahabharat bana rahe, sab ho raha hai. No problems there. What's important is to note where it evolves to. And where it evolves to is content going to be a social task? Is it going to be joint viewing? I don't think so. There'll be some things you see with the family and some things you go to the theater for and some things you see in a big screen, small screen. The future of television is television. So I don't have a cable connection at home. After I left TV, I quickly got rid of that. I have a Netflix account and an Amazon Prime account, and my housekeeper, who doesn't have any content on the cook, she watches her Marathi shows on YouTube and also gets recipes from there. Ab what is TV to her? She's getting the same show. She's getting a sequence of those shows. Somebody has posted them, pirated them and kept them. Usko kya farak pad raha hai? Is that the future of television for her? Yeah.
I mean, to come back to Apple TV. Apple TV is just a container. I mean, people will watch what is compelling within that container. So as long as we remember that it is a container, dabba hai, content needs to come on it, we are good. If you take the same old content and put it out on an Apple TV, it's not going to become cool. Jonathan Ive is not going to contribute in anything in that manner. You put bullshit on Apple TV, it look like bullshit. So you have to go out there and create content which is compelling enough, and that's where the whole story is, and that's what is missing. I mean, if we continue to bleep out B ** F out of recipe shows, then we know where we are going. Really? Yeah, that started happening. So we know where we are going. That same thing on Apple TV will still show us B ** F. So I hope you're getting that. I mean, what Saurabh said is right. I mean, vaporware equal to app, that's where it is. Apple TV is another device. There's another cool thing called Roku that's not even come into India. Or maybe it has in the black market. So.
Yeah, so having said that, what is, for you, all digital, what's going to be the focus area in terms of creating content? Is it going to be like, I'm assuming the youth focused, but is it going to be like sports, entertainment, Bollywood, or something different?
I'm not allowed to speak about it.
Okay.
So watch this space.
Okay. When are you starting?
I'm not allowed to talk about it. I'm sorry, I mean, I'm not, I'm not being funny here. It is everything that is not on television currently. So you take a call on what is not on television.
Is it going to be long form, short form?
It's everything that is not on television. There's no website.
It's an app.
No, because the reason I
It's
ask
an-
is, no, I'm just trying to assess. I think you're probably one of the first ones to exclusively focus on in India on this.
So I'll
what's
tell you this much. You know, there is YouTube, and there's interesting amount of content that is getting created on YouTube. We are creating a parallel, alternate broadcast platform. Hence, alt. I mean,
No, but
what?
That's what I want to understand. YouTube is not maybe it's the users who are uploading the content. Whereas here, I think you are creating the content, or you're just creating a platform.
Can I dive in for a second?
Yeah.
There is a world of content that the young guys of the panel before us touched on. Yeah. And it is not, so there is user generated content and then there is loser generated content. And I'm being brutal here because we are all from inside this world. We know how the internet is, full of trolls and rubbish, and that's not content. Then there is the produced content, which is the high-end storytelling, which TV does really well and will continue to do. And there is this whole place in the middle that nobody has got. And that's the part where I think Sunil comes from, where he's saying that they lost the plot. They don't know this. AIB is just the thin edge of the wedge there. There's millions on millions of AIBs lying undiscovered in India who are producing content, whether someone's asking them or not. We created like NH7 is a place for indie musicians. We did something for the indie arts. Artists, graphic novelists, muralists. Nobody asked them to produce anything, but they're producing really high-end stuff of the order that can go international. So a lot of our traffic on that is international. They're just average Joes. They don't have any name, no face. Nobody knows them. So are they users? Yes. Is that content user-generated content? No. Lily Singh is that.
So, you know, to answer in a polite manner to whatever, as much as possible, everything that is not on television will be available on our platform.
And we will really have to wait for the real deal then.
Yeah, you will have to wait because, you know, I really shouldn't talk about it at this stage.
No, I understand it's a public forum,
Yeah.
but there is a profitability model behind it.
Of course, I mean, I did mention I'm not chasing after 1,000 guys watching a viral video. I'm chasing after one guy willing to pay me $200.
Okay.
It's a subscription model.
Okay.
We're being brave.
Thanks. Any more questions? Okay. Therefore, we run the dinner bell. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go eat some B star F.
B star F.
Check the bill.
Thank you so much. Before we, yes, it's a dinner time. Before we rush to it, I'll just quickly give you the updates for tomorrow's session. So tomorrow, first half, starting from 10 o'clock, we have the workshop. The workshop is on how to create content strategy for social media. Especially, this workshop is a hands-on workshop on thinking creative techniques and brand concepts, especially for social media and for the digital space. This particular workshop is curated by Yellow Seed Content Solutions. The workshop is not going to happen in this particular hall. It will be happening in the 6th floor, same building, 6th floor. And you can go to the room number 6 for the same. And followed by the workshop, we'll be continuing to have sessions here, starting from 3:30. And we'll be having multiple sessions tomorrow, and tomorrow's day will be dedicated for advertising and marketing tracks. So we have multiple sessions lined up around advertising and marketing based content. Some of the highlighted content for tomorrow is, or one of the main highlighted content or session for tomorrow is, we'll be having a very interactive game here. And the game is Grey Shades of Influencer Marketing, wherein influencer marketing is a big thing these days, and a session where we want to explore what is the darker side of the influencer marketing. So this is going to be a very interactive session. And we also have other sessions followed by that, which is again on digital influence, a changing paradigm. What are the different levels of digital influence and how can we work it out? And then we have sessions on real-time marketing. And the final session for tomorrow will be hosted by IBM, which is going to be knowing your customer. Basically, it gives you different analytical ideas and techniques on mapping 360-degree consumer insights. So thank you so much for joining us for the second day of Social Media Week. Look forward to having you tomorrow as well. So the dinner is open in the lounge area at Debale. Thank you so much. Good night.